Test.
Hello. Okay. I believe we have quorum. Yes, the mic doesn't work. Pardon me for late in starting. Good morning. Let me call the meeting to order because we have quorum. The meeting number 27 of the Executive Committee. Welcome to everyone. You're at the Council Chamber because the Committee Room 1 is undergoing renovation. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in the Council Chamber. And this meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. And although we may be meeting in different locations today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississauga of the Credit and the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people. And it's now home to many diverse new First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Still doesn't work. If you register to speak today, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Executive Committee at toronto.ca. You folks have access, no problem. Members, please note that you will be able to control your own microphone as you would in the committee room, okay? Rather than being power. Councillor Ainsley is going to open his mic every 2 seconds. So are there any declaration of interest? No. Seeing none, we will proceed. Councillor Ainsley, you have moved a motion to confirm the minutes from the meeting of September 29th. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. We'll now run through the agenda. Pardon me, what do you need? The speakers who have not registered be allowed to speak to register now. And then we will close. No further registration is allowed, and the speakers list will be closed. Okay. So those of you that need to register, please do so now. Okay. We'll open it to 9:45. All right. Okay. All in favor of closing the speakers list? Thank you. It is now working. Ooh, no more karaoke, Mike. All right, let's go down the agenda. Impact of provincial legislation. This is Bill 60. We have speakers. Hold. Snow removal number 2 winter maintenance program that's being held for presentation and speakers. And Metrolinx Ontario line item 3.
I have motions for that. I'd like you to hold that, please.
Okay.
Here.
Held by Councillor Fletcher. Number 4, Clair-Old Station Go expansion program. Item 4, Councillor Morley, you have an amendment?
I do. I'm happy to move that if we can do it quickly. This is just including with the item before us, a review of Park Lawn Go Station as well as St. Clair-Old Weston stations as part of the expansion for Go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All those in favor of the amendment in front of you? Thank you. Opposed, carry.
sorry.
Item as amended.
No,
Sorry?
I wanted to hold that for questions.
Oh, you want to hold it for question? I'll hold it down then.
For St. Clair, for point 4.
This is the item 4, right?
Yeah, St. Clair.
Okay, I will hold it down. Councillor Morley, I'll hold it down under your name, or no? You want, Councillor Bravo, you want to hold it down? Okay, we will put it under Bravo's name. Ferry service, there are speakers. Item 6, lots of speaker on the Western Lion Arena. Item 7, arena boards of management, any on Ted Reeves. Anyone? No? All those in favor? Councillor Ainsley moved it. Opposed, carry, thank you. And we have, after that, item 8, we have speakers. 9, we have speakers. Item 10, which is all right. That did not work. I'm back. Oh, it's now back. This is strange. I haven't even touched it. Comes and goes. Oops. Item 10, there's a speaker. Item 11, procurement plan update. Anyone? No? Then can I have adoption of FIFA World Cup 2026 procurement plan update? Anyone? Councillor Matlow, all those in favor? Opposed, carry, thank you. Or, no, oh, I'm sorry, it's Deputy Mayor Cole. All those in favor? Opposed, carry. Item 12, it's the agreement for the provision of electrical and mechanical show service for events at the X Place. Okay, Councillor Ainsley, all those in favor? Opposed, carry, thank you. Sponsorship, I'm going to, on Coca-Cola. Councillor Malik wants me to hold it for her, and she has speakers anyway. Yeah, there's 2 speakers anyway. Yeah, Deputy Mayor, sorry, pardon me. Okay. So, well, we got items 7, 11, 12 done. Improvement. Okay. I'm going to move the first one, the winter maintenance program update, because it has a presentation and some speaker. I'm going to do that as the first item because it seems there's a lot of people interested in that one. And then Speaker Nunciata wants item 6 on Western Lions Arena of Maple Leaf Sports and MLSE. There are teenagers and children, so she wants us to move that as a second item. Is people okay with that? Okay. And then I will go back to the agenda, all right? And then if there are items that can be released quickly, we will do so, all right? Okay. I believe our city manager has a presentation on winter maintenance program. After the presentation, we will take speakers. All right.
Mayor, I'll just introduce the presentation. Jim Harnham is going to be presenting alongside Miles Curry. Miles is, of course, heading up our winter operations within Transportation Services this year in our new structure of having a full-time year-round approach to winter maintenance. And Jim, of course, is the principal of MVU who completed the original analysis and has continued to work with us to bring this report forward. So I'll turn it over now to Jim and Miles.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and committee members. Thank you for having us here today. I'm here to present an update on the winter maintenance review work that we've been working with staff over the last few months. I'm going to be presenting our findings with respect to recommendations that we're making, and then I'm going to be followed by Miles Curry, who is Director of Winter Services, and we'll be talking about the status of a lot of these recommendations. Staff have put a lot of effort into this already, and Miles will give you an update on that. Excuse me. So very quickly, wanted to talk a little bit about the history. I won't go into this in a lot of detail. We've got about 18 slides, so we should be about 10, 15 minutes maximum. Wanted to show you this. I think this was an important slide from our work previously, that a lot has happened over the last, since 2018. There's been numerous council adoptions, service level changes, a lot of Auditor General recommendations, new GPS and AVL, a new performance management system. So a lot has happened over the last 5-6 years, and that's continuing on with our report. We started out with 32 recommendations or opportunities, and we've further developed those into 11 recommendations that you're going to hear here today. Let's jump in quickly to the storm. Again, I won't belabor this. You've seen a lot of this in the July Executive Committee, but there was really 6 core issues that happened during the storm. The first is the issue around a major snow event and the urban storage. We have a very urban city that's congested, and there's not a lot of place to store snow. That's really what it comes down to. We were also lacking details in our major snow event response plan, and we'll talk a little bit about that this morning. The reporting tools, as you've heard, both from ourselves and from the auditor, weren't really reporting the conditions out in the field. They were just reporting where things were, where the equipment was, but we really need to get to a point where we're reporting the conditions that we're seeing out in the field. The contract itself is designed to really effectively manage snow clearing and salting, but it wasn't designed to really manage snow removal. And there's a distinct difference between snow clearing, which is the plowing, and then you see the dump trucks and this big snow blowers. That's the snow removal when we get congested and we have nowhere left to store the snow. And then lastly, the snow removal was not really an issue that's addressed well in the contracts. So that's something we're going to talk about with our recommendations today. And then lastly, communications. The communications was really not as urgent as they could have been, and we're really talking about an improvement on that, and staff have done a ton of work on that already, getting prepared for this winter. So those were the core issues. And then I just want to talk quickly about the development of our recommendations. So we started out in July, and we brought forward to you 32 opportunities, and they were in the realms of communication, operations and processes, contracts, physical constraints, resources and equipment, and policies and bylaws. So we really came up with a bunch of ideas. We hadn't fleshed them out yet, but we came up with a bunch of ideas, and these opportunities were further refined, and we came up with 11 recommendations that you're seeing in this report. Those 11 recommendations, the ones 1, A, B, C, and D, we're continuing to assist staff on implementing those. That would be the major snow event response plan, the snow removal framework, the surge plan, and a towing plan. And staff, along with us, are working on those, and staff will give you an update on the other recommendations, 2 to 11, that you see here. So let me talk a little bit about the major snow event response plan. One of the core issues we saw was the details around the major snow event response plan were not as robust as they could have been. So I want to talk about that for a minute, this idea of a mind shift. We're changing the idea or the mindset of a major snow event being a transportation-led response to being a citywide emergency response. And we think that this is really going to help and support transportation services. Again, transportation services has always, over the years, taken on the responsibility for addressing major snow event responses. And this is changing that mindset to really making this a citywide emergency with all departments pitching in and helping with this response. The coordination of a citywide EOC response would be managed through an incident management system with formal roles and responsibilities led by the city manager, deputy city manager in the response. So what that means is really that the EOC would lead the overall response to the incident, and transportation would focus on the operations of snow clearing and removal. So all of those support services would be given and direction given to the other departments to support this event response. So one of the things we've been asked to do is help put the details together on this major snow event response plan. And just very high level, this is the outline of that plan. I won't go through the details here, but it's really getting into a playbook. When an event happens, we don't want to be making this stuff up. So we want to have a playbook with scenarios and all of this stuff defined ahead of time. And really, number 14 there is the appendices is really important. All of the contacts, all of the priority locations, the route maps, all of that is in this event response plan. This graphic here is very busy, but we wanted to have this in here just for your information. But it really talks about the escalation triggers and defining that with respect to a major snow event response. It starts with forecast monitoring, and then to the storm beginning, and the accumulation starts to begin. And then phase 2, we're into a storm escalation. And then phase 3, the snow has stopped, but we're not finished. And this is where a lot of people think that as soon as the snow has stopped, that the event's over. And that's when the real hard work starts, especially if it's a major snow event response. It's another 8, 10, 20 days even to remove that snow and get everything back to normal. And then lastly, we've got the recovery and demobilization. And that's typically in a lot of municipalities, that can be 15, 20, 21 days in. So we wanted to put this in front of you. Again, I won't go through the details, but it just identifies what's going to happen in each one of those situations. And if it stops at phase 1 and the storm passes, then we go right to demobilization. So the next thing we want to talk about is snow removal scenarios. And we've talked a lot about this in the first report with respect to not having great language in the contract for snow removal. The contracts are very well defined for snow clearing and salting, but they're not great definition. And there's a reason for that. It's a huge cost, as you're going to see in the next slide. So one of the things we talked about in our July report, before we did a lot of this analysis, is should we have snow removal contracts separate from the snow clearing? And we've done a lot more detail on this, and we built some financial models and gone out to the market, talked to numerous stakeholders, and we're seeing standalone contracts which would include haulage. The biggest thing for snow removal is dump trucks. We need at least 700-800 dump trucks for 10 to 15 to 20 days to actually do this effectively. It takes about 5 minutes to fill a dump truck up with snow when you're removing the snow, and it takes about an hour, hour and a half for that dump truck to get to the place to dump it and get back again. So you need 12 to 15 dump trucks on every crew, and that quickly adds up if you've got 60, 70 crews out there that are doing this work. So it's really a difficult situation to put that contract out on the street. The market right now, I don't know, would really even be able to respond to this type of contract. You know, it does give you the most preparedness, but is it even feasible is the question. And the cost is upwards of $130 million annually. And that cost, you may only use that. You're paying standby of $68 to $94 million just to have the contractor on standby. Imagine 700 dump trucks sitting in a yard, 700 drivers getting paid, and you might only use them every second or third year. And that's why the original contract didn't have that in there, because it was seen, but with climate change, we may be seeing a change in that. But the key here is this good value for money? And is this something that's even feasible in the short term to get this contract put together? So that was scenario one. The second scenario is really the same idea with a standalone contract for snow removal, but not having the dump trucks on standby. So being able to go out to the market and try and get those dump trucks. The city does have a contractor that has dump trucks available to them for the entire year, but it's about 200 dump trucks, not 700 dump trucks. So how do we get another 500 dump trucks during an emergency or during a snow event? That's the case here. So this second scenario would have all of the equipment, the snow blowers and the loaders and the skid steers on standby, but not having the dump trucks on standby. And then the last scenario is really the most feasible scenario, which is learning from what we found in February and trying to balance that cost with risk and allowing some improvements to the existing contracts, and then really making sure that we've improved on the things that we didn't do as well as we could have done in the last event in February. So that's really the work that we've done to date, a very high level, and I'm going to turn it over to Miles for a minute to talk about the status of those.
Thank you, Jim. Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of council. It's nice to be back. So our first slide, Jim, if we can get you to move it, is Jim had mentioned that there was 32 opportunities that have been scaled down to 11 recommendations with some sub-recommendations. To date, we've made significant dent in these. The vast majority are nearing completion, meaning in the next 2 to 3 weeks, the majority of these recommendations will be complete. We have some completed already. There will be a few that we need to develop over the course of this season and the next season, like developing the next round of contracts, monitoring and looking at continuous improvement every year. But in essence, the major snow event response plan is complete. We're ready to go. So in the event that we get a big snowfall at some point, typically in February, January, we have a plan that's ready to go. So I'd like to highlight some of the key improvements that we've made already. And one of them, we heard loud and clear from the public and members of the council, their frustration with the 311 hold period last February. During a major event of such magnitude, the public want to provide their information. And their information is going to be very helpful to us, particularly with the use of technology. We'll be able to get information from the public in real time and help us target our responses. So that's a big improvement. Our development and implementation of the year-round winter unit is in place. We've established that unit. They will be looking at planning, contract development, mapping, working very closely with 311 when we're in the process of dealing with service requests. It's a great unit that's going to provide immediate benefits all year round. And as you may recall, we're looking at winter as a 24-hour, 7-day event, 365 days a year. One thing that we're really excited about is the proactive snow removal. So historically, we didn't really activate snow removal unless it was a big event. And what we're going to do this year is after an 8, 10, 12 centimeter snow event, we're going to go out and start to remove snow on our arterial roads where we have streetcars, looking at our bike lanes, our bridge decks, these high priority locations. And that's going to provide us additional capacity, so cars will be able to get closer to the curb, provides additional capacity for future snowfalls, and more importantly, if we do get a large snowfall, it won't be on top of an already big mound of, say, 30 centimeters of packed ice. So that big removal will be that much smoother. Part of the MSRP is the staffing surge. So as we were saying, when we have a major snow event, this is going to be a citywide event now, and basically all hands are on deck. And then what that means is staff from various divisions will be assisting. So for instance, Toronto Water has equipment that we can use. They have staff that we can use. We have identified where we can put them to work. For instance, Toronto Water has loaders and trucks. We can go and clean up intersections a lot quicker than we have historically by rolling out and looking at this as a citywide. Solid waste, parks, they all have equipment and people. We are looking to streamline our sidewalk operation. I think there was a lot of concerns regarding sidewalks in February and the timing of the operation between the sidewalk plow and the road plow. So as we get more significant snow, what we're going to do is stagger our operations so that the road plow goes through first, then the sidewalk plow. What we don't want happening is the road plow go through and put big boulders of snow on those sidewalks where we don't have boulevards. So being a little more strategic should improve our mobility. Improve vehicle management. One of the key components of doing an effective and efficient snow removal operation is getting parked cars out of the way. One of the biggest challenges. So we are looking to employ our traffic agents. You've been seeing them downtown directing traffic, for helping people to not block the box. Well, we can also redeploy those during winter, and we will do that to assist with towing and parking enforcement. Toronto Parking Authority will be suspending and parking in the areas of snow removal. The app will be shut down, so people cannot pay to park when we implement our snow routes. That's a big part of it. They're also going to put stickers on the machines, and they're looking at allowing residents to park in advance of snow removal in their parking lots by giving residents on local streets some type of identification. So big changes, and we may have already seen that we're improving the signage on the road. So a lot of our signs were aging and we had gaps. So we're replacing those, and we've added the tab on the bottom, the yellow tab, that reinforces the fact that this is towing. We will be towing these vehicles. Some big changes there. Improving contractor performance. This is where we're looking to really utilize our enhancements in technology. The GPS dashboard will tell us where our contractors are. So that's going to be very helpful. We will have real-time heat maps from service requests coming in that we can look at immediately to find out where the hot spot is. Has the contractor been there? If they've been there, why is this lighting up? We can dispatch crews. We have approximately 350 traffic cameras on our arterial roads that we are going to start using to monitor the condition of the road to determine, has the contractor been through there? We can zoom in and see the quality of the work performed, and we can use that information when we get service requests from the public. So that's a significant new improvement. And fleet, we've been working very closely throughout the summer. We have added additional pieces of equipment for help with snow removal, additional blowers and loaders, and we are doing a pilot with the sidewalks. We're getting stronger equipment in those downtown corridors where we had issues last year pushing through deep snow. So we're going to pilot those pieces of equipment, and based on the pilot, and we expect them to be successful, then they will be moved into our fleet permanently. Communications. So we've been working really closely with the comms group the last 3 or 4 months. We did have comms, but going forward with major events and even typical events, we're going to try to change the narrative, the story, to be much more informative. We heard from the public that they want to really know how long things are going to take, as opposed to how many pieces of equipment we have out on the road. So we will be providing real-time information back to comms and to 311 with the status. For instance, we're 4 hours in on a plowing operation, there's another 4 hours left. Better good time information. The communication will be tailored towards major events and typical events. So as we go through the winter with your typical 5 to 10 centimeter snow event, we'll be providing good real-time information, what the public needs to know, what the expectations are. But when we see a major event coming, we are going to pivot immediately to a different type of more serious type of messaging to help the public prepare with what's coming. One of the areas what we really want to do is provide advance notice to the public when we're having a major event. So for instance, we're tracking a storm, as Jim was saying, we're monitoring it from stage to stage, and it looks like we're definitely going to get 40 centimeters in 2 days. We want a message to the public. We will be moving into a snow removal. If you can, please remove your cars from the road. If you have prescriptions that you need to get filled, please do that now. Top up your food supply, because it could be, 24 to 48 hours of a heavy snow event that might make your mobility more difficult. So we're really going to be getting more timely and more important messaging out, and that's going to be tied into 311 And also, we've heard from councillors through our surveys that they want more meaningful, simplified updates throughout the course of the event so that they can look at it, have real good information for their area. So we're working with comms right now to develop that. That will be in place for this winter. And so for next steps, you may recall the third-party forensic audit is ongoing. They're making headway there. They will be reporting back to City Council in December of this year. And one of the things that we really want to do as we move forward this winter is to continue to evaluate and implement improvements this year, next year, and the following year, as at the same time looking at our next round of contracts. It's really important for us to start to assess what's the areas that are working, where are the areas that we need significant improvement, things like the size of the contract, the number of contracts, the responsibilities for city versus the contractor. Those things have started. We've started to put that list together, and over the course of this winter, we will start the initiation process for procurement for the next round of contracts that would start in the fall of 2029. So that's our update on winter services. Okay. Thank you.
Questions? Councillors? Oh, sorry, I have a lot of speakers. Hang on.
No, I think
I have actually one speaker. Daniel Tate. Are you here, Mr. Tate? There you are. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead. You have to press your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Great. It's great to be here, and it's always lovely to give a deputation in the beautiful council chamber. Definitely adds to the ambiance. I'm here to speak on this very important issue, which made news for all the wrong reasons last year. Torontonians were mortified that based on the amount of taxes we pay, we couldn't even have a major snow event adequately dealt with. You know, it made major news. It was politically costly for a lot of people in this room, and I'm glad that we're talking about it and looking for ways to improve the situation because continuous improvement and continuous delivery needs to be one of the core tenets of strong municipal governance. So I'm glad this is on the docket, and I read the MVU report. It's 150 pages. It's a very thorough and excellent report, and I just had some thoughts I wanted to share on that report so that we can do better next time. So one of the main themes of this report and one of the big shortfalls from last year was communications, and I think a lot of Torontonians are concerned with the way the city communicates to them. Specifically on page 63, the City of Toronto social media handle said, "Happy Snowy Day. We're expecting record-breaking snow." You don't start Happy Snowy Day. This is an emergency. This is a severe event that is going to choke traffic, choke people's plans, and we can't start off talking like it's an episode of Mr. Dressup. So a serious city requires serious communication, especially for snow emergencies, and we really got to stop with this like happy-go-lucky talk. I understand the sentiment of it, but again, it sends the wrong message. Incident management, the Emergency Operations Center was activated, but they did not effectively employ the use of incident management principles. Well, why? I mean, that's pretty shocking. Why did the EOC not employ standard incident management principles? Anybody who works in operations, I've worked in operations on the software side. Incident management is like a real core competency and process. I'd like to know what happened there, and was anybody held to account for the failure of the incident management? Page 78, broken equipment. Half of the sidewalk plows were non-operational and the melters were end of life and not usable. Again, why? Why did it take a major emergency like this record-breaking snowfall to determine that half of our sidewalk plows were non-operational. I mean, I was walking around in my ward and I was seeing like older people and people with disabilities struggle to walk on the sidewalk. They actually couldn't. I saw some people walking on the street because the street got plowed, but sidewalks were completely unusable. I'd like to know why half of our sidewalk plows were non-operational and what we're going to do to rectify that situation. I think one of the most astonishing statistics, and this is what you, Mayor Chow, said in one of your pressers earlier in the summer, was that out of 29,000 calls to 311, 99.83% were ignored. Only 51 requests were actually dealt with to 311. That is truly, truly shocking and very, very disappointing. And I think we need to do a deep audit of how that happened, why that happened, and make sure that people are held to account, because that's unacceptable. One thing this report also said, which raised my eyebrows, and I think we need to dive into it deeper, is engaging of a third party to conduct a forensic audit on the winter maintenance procurement, given the fraud risk identified by the Internal Audit Division. Now, the report doesn't extrapolate what that fraud risk is. I think a lot of citizens, taxpayers, residents, et cetera, would like to know, what is the fraud risk? Why are we conducting this forensic audit? Usually where there's smoke, there's fire. And so I think we'd like to know more about what's going on there. I think it goes without saying that this was a disaster for many reasons. It was politically costly. I'm glad we're doing this post-mortem and review, and we're going to hopefully improve the situation. But again, why did it happen? Who's responsible? Who's accountable? Was anybody reprimanded? Was there severe dereliction of duty or negligence on the part of any city staff? And if there was, were they sanctioned? We want to know, because we can't enable a culture of mediocrity where mistakes are swept under the rug. I'm looking forward to another big stress test this upcoming winter to make it better. Thanks.
Thank you for your thoughtful submission.
Thank you.
Any questions to the deputants? No, seeing none. I think that's it for the speaker. Question to staff. Councillor Canaville and Councillor Holiday are here. Councillor Canaville, are you here? I got a note to say that.
I'm here online.
Okay, go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay. Can you see me? Because I'm not sure if my video.
I cannot see you, but I can hear you.
Can Councillor Holiday go first, and then I'll fix my camera?
Councillor Holiday, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Mayor. There is a new incident management system proposed. I wondered if staff could articulate what they see as the role of members of council in this process, knowing that sometimes we are the secondary gateway of service issues.
Who's answering that question?
Through you, Madam Chair.
Yep.
Councillor, so the incident management control with regards to the councillor information will be a system where we are implementing communication through to the EOC through our own divisional DOCs. So we have divisional operations centers that we're standing up during major events. We will have direct phone lines to councillors. They can call our DOC directly to elevate any issues. Those issues will be triaged, and if we can respond to them immediately, we will. But if there's an issue in the field, we will dispatch. So in the past, we didn't stand up our divisional operations center that feeds information to the EOC, but going forward, we will have our DOC and the councillors have opportunity to provide input that way. In addition, as we go through the different stages and triggers to a major snow event, there will be communication with councillors and the mayor's office as we move closer to the decision that we're going to declare a major snow event. So those processes, we believe, will provide more timely information and a better two-way communication going forward.
So I just want to be clear, the expected role of councillors will be to refer concerns real-time into the operations center.
Well, preferably we would like to see concerns coming through 311 from the public. Now that the hold is released, that will be their first input into providing a request for service. But in the event that they make contact with council or members of council or the mayor, like they did last year during the hold, then the councillors could then contact the Divisional Operations Center. But ideally, we'd really like to have the concerns and requests for service coming through 311.
So at the beginning of an event, we know that one of the reasons why 311 didn't take calls because they would like break the line. There would just be so many calls in a short duration. What is the expected purpose and use of the inbound calls during the initial period? And how will the incident management system utilize that information?
So with the service requests coming in, we're able to take that information and map it immediately. So we will create what we call heat maps, and if there's an area of a particular ward that we're seeing a lot of service requests coming in for, we will use our technology, our Deloitte dashboards, our CCTV cameras, any other piece of technology we can have to try to confirm if there's an issue. If the confirmation comes back that we don't know, then we will definitely be sending crews out to investigate that.
Is 311 prepared to handle the inbound calls? Because I'd be worried if people are on hold for 4 hours.
No.
To the chair, we are staffing appropriately for this event for next year.
Okay, and will you have the opportunity to do some sort of electronic form submission so that people don't have to sit on hold? This is all funneling into this process that's being proposed, which is new.
We will have all channels available, Councillor.
Okay. I want to ask a different question. During the last winter event, I received complaints, photos, observations that plows would go once down the center of a street. And they may or may not have done an adequate job at that, but that was different. And did we ever determine in the review whether or not that was done on purpose or that was just a lag between plow passes? And what I'm getting at was, did they try to open at least one lane? And has there been any change to the methodology of delivery, or can we continue to expect when a really large snow event occurs, it's just going to take a long time to work through all the issues?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, so when we receive 35, 45 centimeters of snow, our first on-side streets is to get a pass down there so emergency vehicles can get down the street and then move on to the next street and so on. But we will come back to those streets, do the pushing the snow to the side, but that's generally after we do our initial pass. Depending on the width of the road, we'll try to push the snow as best we can, and if there's parking. But when you receive 40 to 50 centimeters of snow, it's a slower operation, obviously, because you're pushing more snow. But to provide access for emergency services, that's the most efficient way to do that.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. And they'll tell people they're doing
Yep,
that, right?
it's time's up for you. Councillor Canaville, are you now available?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Can you see me?
We can see
Madam
you
Mayor?
now.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to staff for the presentation. Very helpful as we begin our planning for this winter. During last winter, our office received many calls, especially during the 311 blackout period, about snow clearance of windrows. And as everyone knows, if you have mobility issues or dependent on a vehicle, the lack of windrow clearing poses a significant challenge for folks. We had many seniors who had shared with us they felt imprisoned for long durations without the ability to go about important tasks like getting groceries or especially important medical appointments. Windrow clearing in Scarborough is not a nice to have, but it's a necessity for many. The improvements in this plan do not appear to directly include this as an essential service or as a priority action. Just wanted to confirm that and why it was not required as a priority action.
Through the chair, so in parts of the city, including Scarborough, we do provide windrow clearing. The clearing typically happens following the plow that goes down and pushes the snow to the curb. It opens up approximately 3 meters of driveway. It doesn't take it right to the base, to the asphalt, if it will, but it removes the vast majority of snow so that it's easier for people to get in. There's not as much snow to shovel. It typically falls within a half an hour to 2 hours. If it's a major event, there may be a bit of a lag with the opening of the window.
Sorry, just want to confirm, is it being identified as a priority action? I think we all know what winter clearing is. Is it
Yeah.
a priority action?
Yeah, yes, Councillor, it is. It's part of our regular service. So when we plow a road, the windrow opening is part of our regular service. So it is a priority. When we determine it's necessary to plow at 8 centimeters
Okay.
on a local road, we do windrow
Is it
clearing as well.
highlighted in this report as something that we're looking to improve upon?
I'm not sure if it's specifically identified in the report, but it's something we can definitely take away, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. My next question is around the infrastructure around schools. This was a repeated challenge for many schools in my ward, and I believe in other areas of the city as well. Are school zones being prioritized, specifically the sidewalks that lead into the schools in this report?
Through you, Chair. Yes. So as part of when we have a major event, our surge plan is to employ additional city staff, and their focus will be on schools. When we have 30 to 40 centimeters of snow, we will have staff with front-end loaders clearing that snow and trucking it away. In addition to that, there is a responsibility on the school boards and even our own rec centers. So we've been reaching out to them to remind them of their responsibilities, recognizing that if you got 30 to 40 centimeters of snow, that's a big challenge for them. But when we do get that amount of snow, we'll implement our surge plan, and those additional staff and resources will be deployed around schools and TTC stops.
So the sidewalks around schools are our responsibility. Is that true or not?
It is. Ultimately, it is our responsibility. But, you know, we work as a partner. We work with our rec centers and our school boards as a partner because everybody wants to improve mobility and improve safety. But ultimately, at the end, it is the city. And depending on the beat, it may take us a little while to get to that school during a regular event.
I'm hopeful that it is prioritized as this report tracks to council, that school zones are identified as a priority if they're not. My last question is a disparity that my community acutely saw as we border the former city of Toronto along Victoria Park. And we saw real time through our own data and radar that residential streets were being cleared west of Vic Park earlier, significantly earlier than residential streets in my ward going east of Victoria Park, has led to a disparity in service delivery. Is staff committed to addressing this? That service delivery snow clearance is happening uniformly across our city, regardless of geography?
Through you, Madam Chair, each area is mapped for plowing and salting. So the priority is, you know, we start with our arterial roads and then we move into our local roads. Depending on the beat, there's always unfortunately going to be someone at the beginning of the beat and someone at the end of the beat, but there's no intended disparity. It just may be where the beat starts and where it ends, and if it's ending closer to, say,
Council,
Vic Park,
it's 5 minutes now. Go finish the
close
question.
to Vic Park, that they may be at the end of the beat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor, Speaker Nunziata.
Well, thank you. I just have one question, and I'm glad that you brought up the responsibility of the schools, because I always thought that the schools were responsible for cleaning their sidewalks. So I'm glad that you're in dialogue with them. But I just have one question. As far as the proactive snow removal and high priority locations, so do you have locations for the disposal of the snow? And have we thought about maybe using some of our local parks as well?
Through you, Madam Chair. So yes, we have our snow disposal sites available spread throughout the city. At this point in time, when we be doing proactive removal, we don't expect that the capacity of those snow facilities, snow dumps, would reach capacity. So we're comfortable with our proactive snow removal. It's our challenge is when we get into a major snow removal operation that the capacity is an issue. And as part of MVU's recommendation is that we're looking at our snow storage facilities, our melting technology to provide us increased capacity going forward.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Carroll and Deputy Mayor Morley. You can just press your mic.
There we go. Okay. I apologize if this was covered in the presentation because I was a little behind doing a radio spot. And Mr. Curry, nice to see you. Long time no see. My questions are around the having this new winter service unit managing the contracts, because I note in the matrix it shows it is completed, but in financial implications it's a 26 request and a new and enhanced one at that. So I'm wondering, does completed mean that the bones of it or the repurposed staff are in place, and we have to wait until the budget is adopted to add the rest?
Through you, Chair. So yes, so the existing staff that we have that have been working on the planning and mapping and contracts are spread throughout the division. So we brought them together. So the unit is developed. The additional staff are staff that are going to be supporting that unit, but also looking at, as the AG had reported out, enhancing our monitoring. We really need to improve our monitoring of the contractor. We need to be addressing our service requests quicker. We've heard about that. So what we've done is we've actually looked at our entire operations and maintenance unit, and we're in the process of restructuring it so that it better supports winter services during the winter, as well as sort of non-winter seasonal things like sweeping and infrastructure repair. But throughout the winter, the new structure, in addition to the unit that's doing the planning, will be better designed to support winter going forward.
And so the cost of setting that up, the total financial implication there, because it is going to start early in the year, but it seems fairly low. Is that because the 8 have already been absorbed, so they're already been taken out of the base budget? So we're really just adding 10?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct. It's 10 new staff that are being requested through the 2026 budget submission, and 8 positions we've repurposed from across the division.
Okay.
And then just to clarify, my understanding is rather than the ask being a new and enhanced, it's actually part of our base budget. It's been moved to our base budget for 26.
Okay. And I will ask one question about schools since Councillor Candevel went there. So it's not me taking us there. But a thing that I don't see in the report, and I hunted for it, often when we're getting complaints around school districts and people talk about sidewalks not being cleared, you have to dig a little and keep sort of probing with questions. And what it comes down to is the thing that I talk to you about every year, which is that it's not just the sidewalks, it's those cut-throughs, that the natural routes to school all disappear. North York has the lion's share of them, but I know they exist throughout Scarborough and Etobicoke, and there are even some downtown. It's those pathways between properties, and many of them the city owns, but with respect to snow, they are orphaned. Well, actually, with respect to good weather, they are orphaned. Every year we have to ask for the weeds to be trimmed back as well. But it's especially a problem in snow removal times. They don't seem to be part of the contract at all. And that shuts down. If you can't roll a stroller over that route, that shuts down a neighborhood's natural routes to school, even though all the sidewalks and roads may be cleared after a week or so. Is that a conversation, given the number of complaints last year that we're having with our contractors and the winter service unit would be live to?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that is the case. And as I was talking about when we get to the more significant snow, we have those surge capabilities to ask for additional staff to come in and assist with those, pathways and connecting links that you're referring to that run through neighborhoods. So yes, one of the first things is to make sure our mapping is up to date, make sure they're all identified, and then identify the resources, whether it's contracted or in-house, that are going to manage that.
Okay, super. Thank you. Those are my questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a quick one On the mindset shift, I love to see the holistic approach and activating some of our divisions across the board, shifting this to a citywide emergency response. Is there a role for the Office of Emergency Management to play here?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, the Office of Emergency Management or Toronto Emergency Management will be stood up when we have a major event. We will be tracking a storm, and if we determine that the storm is actually verifiable and, let's say, going to hit us in like 3 days, we will be speaking to the Office of Emergency Management 3 days to tell them to start to get ready to establish themselves. We've been working with them the last 2 months. We actually have a tabletop exercise that's going to be scheduled before, well, it's actually in the next couple of weeks, where we'll be bringing in the various divisions and agencies from the city to run a mock exercise of a major snow event.
Great. In terms of the report out after the fact, so once we get through the upcoming winter season, how are you going to report out to council in terms of the ways that all of the various divisions have been activated and those connection points? I think that's going to be an important review for us to do, and I'm just curious how that will be brought forward.
So through you, Madam Chair, yes, so we'll be reporting out later this year on the recommendations that are listed within the report, how we're making do with them. We'll have a different lens now that we actually have a plan. And in the event that we have to get into a major snow response, and maybe Mother Nature will give us a break this year, that would be nice, we'll be doing a deep dive into that. And these learning principles will help us establish what we really need to do going forward with our next round of contract.
That's helpful. On that note, we talked about the variances between the various plans here, including the need to have dump trucks on standby, for example. Are we doing a review of our in-house capacity for dump trucks on standby versus procuring that?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, we have audited all the divisions that will have that type of equipment, parks, solid waste, forestry, Toronto Water, and we have that complete list. We've identified approximately 25% of their fleet that would be used as part of our surge response, recognizing that they may need some of their own equipment, particularly like say forestry or parks or whomever during an event or Toronto Water. So yes, all the equipment's been audited, and we identified those pieces of equipment that are particularly helpful in winter.
That's great to know. Look forward to hearing the report on that. And then my last one was just on the status of the MVU recommendations. And I think this was sort of spoken to from a colleague, but on 3B, it mentions communicate results rather than effort. It is noted as completed. But my question is, that communication piece, is that going to be to members of the public as part of an ongoing improved 311 process, to council? Like, how is it completed if we haven't had a snow season yet?
Thank you. Gee, Madam Chair, it's a good question. So the strategy is complete. We have to implement it when we get to that point. But yes, so that information will be coming through from the field into our divisional operations center, and that will be fed out to the councillors, and it'll be fed through to 311. So we're trying to do it as best we can in real time, so we might be looking at like every 3 to 4 hours or maybe every 2 hours of updates going through to 311 and also to the councillors, trying to provide that information in a easier, consumable manner as well.
Very helpful. My last question that I don't want to ask, but when are we tracking for our first snowfall of the season?
Well, I don't have the direct line with Mother Nature, but they did say potentially flurries on Monday, so we'll stand ready for that.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. That's all for me.
That's a tough question to answer. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It was certainly nice to hear that we have a all hands on deck strategy to work interdivisionally through a very siloed city, admittedly, to treat major winter events as the emergency they are. That being said, though, is this in some way a recognition of the lack of ability of the signed contracts to address the surge capacity that should have been there within those agreements in the first place?
Through you, Madam Chair, the original contracts were primarily designed for a salting and plowing operation. They were done in that manner from a sort of a fiscally responsible lens. As we heard, there's a lot of equipment for winter snow removal that's on standby. And the frequency of major snow events traditionally is 1 every 3 years. So historically, we did have more equipment in those contracts. And maybe in a 7-year contract, we used them twice, but we paid extensive amounts of money.
Was efficacy compromised?
I would say we could have done better by having more equipment available, but I would go on to say that the plan that we have now, including the surge and the communication and the significant increase in in-house equipment, we've almost doubled our own snow blowers. That is going to help us tremendously going forward. In the event of having any of the contractors sitting around not doing the work that they are bound to do, are there the necessary penalties within the contract? And if there hadn't been, has there been some redress of that to ensure that the people that we're paying to do the job are in fact doing the job and with the urgency that we expect? Through you, Madam Chair. So yes, there are measures in the contract in the form of what's called liquidated damages based on performance, typically tied to time on how long a service is provided. In those cases that they don't meet that service, there is a community consultation with the counselor, or the contractor rather, and then if they don't respond in a timely manner, then we can apply liquidated damages. The communications, I think, was described by our consultants as lacked urgency. Residents used other terms to describe the city's communications. The "we're ready" type of communications that were on some of the, some of the bus at the bus stops and elsewhere seem to overpromise and then ultimately underdeliver. And I even heard the term gaslighting from some residents when they were being told by the city, look at what a wonderful job we're doing. And there were drone videos of like all the tons of snow at Downsview and all the wonderful work that the city was doing. Yet their experience was that, hyperbolically, but legitimately that experience that they were saying, well, it seemed like the city's plan to clear my street was springtime. And it never happened. So along with the lack of urgency that was stated, has there been a reflection about how to communicate in a way that actually addresses the reality on the ground? And if things go wrong, is there a strategy to be more candid about that and then demonstrate how we're going to do better?
To the chair, there is absolutely a communication strategy. In fact, there are 2 communication strategies, one for traditional snow and one for exceptional snow. Arguably, that was one of the challenges of previous years, is that it was the same communication strategy, regardless of whether it was 2 centimeters or 28 centimeters of snow. There are improvements planned and baked into the plan already that are honest, transparent, clearly connected with our colleagues in transportation with real data and real information. Because that exacerbated it was one thing to not have your street cleared at all, like sometimes not touched at all, but then when you're told that it was and everything's great, it made people furious, and understandably so. Sidewalks. We made a big deal about the fact that we were implementing citywide sidewalk service. Many sidewalks went untouched and uncleared due to the fact that our machines didn't work. What is the strategy for this year to ensure that there is prompt citywide sidewalk clearing so that we don't have people having to walk or roll or push strollers into live lanes of traffic to be able to move around their neighborhoods?
Madam Chair, so last year we recognized that the equipment did have some reliability concerns. As we had successive snowfalls, we had more failures of the equipment. Going into this season, we have 4 different types of equipment that we're piloting with our transportation services, and we will be really evaluating the performance of those assets and making a longer-term determination on which equipment meets the expectation of transportation services and investing into those equipments when we replace the old assets.
Transit stops. We talked about schools earlier.
there were a lot of complaints that people were trying to get to their bus stops or streetcar stops, but they couldn't unless they climbed an iceberg. What is the plan to ensure that people have safe and accessible access to transit?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. So, yes, that's an area that we've been given a lot of attention to in the last 3 or 4 months. And as part of our surge plan, this is where we see the additional staff focusing with bucket trucks and little bobcats, clearing out those areas. It may not even mean they have to truck the snow away. There may be areas that can just push it and open up those areas. And then, you know, the sidewalk plow can go through easier as well, because getting through those big mounds at the intersections is difficult for them as well. So we call them sort of fly squads. We have them mapped. And when we get into these surge conditions, staff, our own staff, but in addition to like Toronto Water staff, perhaps parks and solid waste will be assisting us with that. We expect like additional like 200 to 300 staff during a surge event.
And then my last question to you, as far as systems go, from my experience here, we are so siloed that there isn't always a natural tendency for different divisions to work cooperatively together. It often takes somebody to kind of get everybody to the same table and say, we're a team, let's do something. So could you describe how the systems are going to work so that somebody from a different division, unrelated to transportation, for example, knows that they're part of that team and that all resources, all hands on deck are expected to work on this emergency?
Through you, Madam Chair. So we've had a number of meetings with the heads of the division where the deputy city manager and the city manager have made comment towards the city being really being unified. We've been working with our labor relations people on redeployment, and we've met just the other day with the union to talk about it. There's future meetings with the union to talk about redeployment of staff across the city in the event of a surge requirement.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor. So my first question I wanted to ask about, and Councillor Matlow kind of touched on this, we both sit on the TTC Commission. And you have a major snowstorm, and one of the first things the TTC does is they produce a list of stops they're not going to do during a snowstorm. And I always use Morningside and Ellesmere in my ward that is in a valley and has 4 stops, and the TTC will say we can't stop at either any of these stops and make it up the hill trying to get out of that valley. I'm wondering about increased coordination around situations like that as a snowstorm is approaching.
Through you, Madam Chair. So we've had numerous meetings with the TTC. They've provided us their list of troubled locations. So we have identified those. One of the areas that we're looking to do is to install traffic cameras at these locations. We can get power supplies now a lot easier, and we can bring those back to our divisional operations center to monitor those locations. Avenue Road is another one that we know is notorious. In addition to the monitoring, we'll be working with our contractors to look at frequency. So they may have an 8 or 10 hour beat to do, and the hills are included in that. But we're looking now at saying, okay, perhaps there's equipment that we can use, and it doesn't necessarily need to be the biggest piece of equipment, but just a piece of equipment that can regularly maintain a hill and salt it so that we don't lose that hill, so that buses don't get stuck, and hopefully they don't have to take stops out of commission. This is a progress. You know, we're going to be looking at probably 10 to 15 cameras in the next month or so to try to get those installed and include those into our monitoring, in addition to working with the contractors to enhance service on those hills.
Okay, thank you. And my next question is around sidewalk, snowplows, the blades, the biggest ongoing complaints. The largest number of complaints I get every year are people that repeatedly get their boulevards ripped up. And the blades, I hear from staff that the blades are the proper size, but obviously there's an issue because it's the number one issue I get from my residents, their boulevards getting ripped up. I'm wondering what we're doing to deal with that.
So that is something that's part of our regular meetings with the contractor to say, identify your routes. We were asking them to drive them ahead of the season to make themselves familiar. particularly if there's curves. What, you know, and it's not an easy task, like when you're driving those things, they do tend to bump you around a lot. And when we do snow plowing early in the season, as you probably know, before the frost really sets in, the sod is more likely to peel up and you know, be removed adjacent to the sidewalk. So we're working with the contractors to review the routes. We do that with our in-house staff downtown. They're driving the routes with the hope to reduce the likelihood of peeling up sod. If that does happen, you know, there is a mechanism for it to be identified and repaired in the spring.
Okay, with the greatest amount of respect, I've asked that question every year for the past 7 years, and I get the same answer each and every year, and nothing changes. So my last question, I wanted to ask about the tracking map and what improvements have been done to that, because last year, and I'm not alone, there was large areas where if you looked at the tracking map and a road was plowed, and I would have residents call me and say it wasn't.
Through you, Madam Chair. So I know there was issues with the plowing, so the sidewalk plowing.
No, sorry, I'm talking about road plowing.
Oh, road plowing.
Yeah, so
Oh,
I had a number of instances. I had one area in my ward, the plow TO map said it was done. I had residents complaining about it. We were phoning residents back saying it was all taken care of. There was no, when I went out there personally to look at it, and when I contacted staff, they said, well, there's a glitch in the map.
So we through you, Madam Chair.
And I was told by my colleagues I wasn't alone in that happening.
So through you, Madam Chair, yes, there has been glitches with the plow TO. It's an older software, if you will. We are in the process of looking at replacing that in the next few years to be more consumer friendly, more up to date with the technology. I know that times there's glitches or it doesn't refresh as quick as people would like it to do. So yes, it is part of our work plan to review that.
Okay, but if you have software that's glitching and roads aren't being plowed, what's keeping you from replacing it now? Is it cost? Is it technology, software that's available?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's basically those, like, yes, it's us sourcing the appropriate technology that we want to use going forward. It changes very quickly, the technology. We are working with a different provider to help us with the tracking of vehicles. That is our dashboard, not the plow TO dashboard. That may be something that we look to roll out as we become more confident with that. But the plow TO dashboard, yes, we have our IT people working with us on it to keep it as current. But yes, it does tend to have glitches, software issues at times that we are working on.
So you're going to continue using software that you know has glitches to monitor snow plowing?
Councillor Ainsley, your last question? Maybe this...
Sorry, that was an afterthought. Not a question.
I know.
Thank you, Mayor.
So, improvement on the IT front. I hear you. Councillor Fletcher? To those folks that have joined us after I started the meeting, we're going to finish the snow item. Councillor Fletcher is the last speaker, I believe. Oh, okay. Councillor Bravo will be asking a question, and we're going to speak about the item, and then the next one would be the arena in Councillor Nunciato's ward. Okay. Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you very much. I'm just going to focus on the area that I represent and my colleague councillors in Toronto East York, which is permit parking, and looking at whether or not this report can be discussed at Toronto and East York Community Council on November 27th, prior to going to council, to look at some of the issues that I will be raising about towing, permit parking, because nobody does have a driveway here generally. Is that right? And can you come and do that? Would you hold my time, please?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So staff would be happy to do that. I think we need some advice from city clerks about...
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk. City clerk, can you hold that time, please, while we get somebody from city clerks that can answer that question? Thank you. That's 15 seconds. So that is an issue. When you're talking about where cars would go for the plowing, I understand you're talking about TPA lots. Are you aware there's not enough TPA lots to take cars from streets that have double-sided parking, permit parking, let's say in my ward? Are you aware of that? Yes or no?
Yes, we know
You
there's
are
not,
aware. Okay.
there's not enough.
You're aware that there's not enough spots. Thank you. And I'm very concerned, be very happy actually to see something a little more focused on streetcar routes in this plan. Are you able to report directly to council on issues regarding streetcar routes and when somebody's got their parked out into the tracks, and plan for monitoring, getting that fixed very quickly, because I don't see that. Could you report directly?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we'd be happy to, Councillor.
Happy to, thank you very much. Are you aware that, I don't think Metrolinx will be running their 400 trucks during a big snowstorm. Is that right? Would they will cease operations from all of the 14 sites that I have, correct? Or will they continue to work in the snowstorm?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's an operational decision that Metrolinx would make. I would anticipate their operations would be impacted by a major snowstorm.
Yes, so is it possible to have a conversation with them? They have 400 trucks that'll be there daily that could possibly be used for snow. Would you be open to having that conversation? I'll ask the Deputy City Manager with Metrolinx for use of their trucks during that for removal.
Yes, we could have that conversation with Metrolinx.
And then question on the direct, you talked a lot about the public's access to 311 and going faster. Will you be able to set something up in your office, Deputy City Manager, directly in the GM's office for councillor calls for when things are going wrong? We haven't had that in the past. Is that can you do that? Direct access for only 25 and a mayor.
Mayor, I just want to be clear what you're asking for. Are you asking that in deputy city managers in my office that we set up a direct line?
Somewhere that I'm not told to call 311, that I have councillor access.
I can take that away and look at what we can do there.
And then I'll ask the city manager, because I've been having many, many letters from Snow TO asking me to take a meeting so they can tell me about the winter season in my ward. That started in September. And this is from a lobbyist from Macmillan Vantage, who I believe is working for the Snow TO. I find that quite inappropriate that I'd be getting emails from a lobbyist to tell me about the snow plan when I haven't had any from the city. Is that an appropriate thing for someone to be doing that's contracting for us before we've decided?
Mayor, all I can say is that the report, it comes through city staff. It doesn't come through the contractor. It doesn't come through anyone related to that. So I can't tell them what to do or not to do.
Okay.
But all the information that you're receiving is coming through the staff work and our consultants' work.
Was anybody aware that the lobbyists are contacting councillors to come out and tell us about snow plans in their wards? And what was the staff advice to councillors then? Was there any? Because I don't find that that's, maybe the lobbyist registry needs to say something, but would that not be something to advise us about? These might not be the plans.
So Mayor, I was unaware of the breadth of that. I'll take it away and see whether we should be providing some advice to our contractors or not, and to councillors as well. But I would encourage people to connect with the city staff around their plans.
That's inappropriate. Is that in their contract that they're to go to meet city councillors and tell them what they're doing? Is that in the, was that in the RFP? Who can answer that?
Last question.
No, it was not.
Was not in the RFP. We'll deal with that at council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, you had a question.
Thank you, Mayor. As many of you know, my ward of Davenport was the most impacted by a number of things. Number one was the fact that the entire ward was not reporting, there were no online updates. It just was like a blank part of the city. The second part was that we were being told, don't worry, we got you. These streets are being cleared, and I had to go out personally for an entire day to verify with my own eyes what residents were telling me by sending me photos. Can you tell me how a ward like Davenport, which is a combination of both the former city of York with less, dense downtown design, and then the former city of Toronto, how we're going to benefit compared to last year on the transparency and reporting, and B, on the actual service?
So with regards to reporting through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor, we will be setting up our own divisional operations center where all the field information will be coming in addition to monitoring our GPS and providing more regular updates to the councillors. Like I said, we're looking at, during an event, perhaps every 2 to 3 hours to determine, to provide good consumable information for you. In addition, we will be getting real-time information through 311, which we didn't previously when we had the hold. And we'll be able to use that information to determine, well, there's a certain part of your ward that's really getting red. Why is that happening? And we would be able to dispatch crews immediately to find out that issue.
So if there's a problem with the website or a problem with the GPS or a problem with the technology, we can still communicate about what reality is on the ground. Is that what you're proposing?
Yes, so either, the councillors will be able to contact the Divisional Operations Center, and the public can go through 311 as well.
Great. In terms of the questions around the plan, a lot of the plan in 2021, many of my residents were very upset under the understanding that there had been this, this massive contract done in 2021, and they wanted to know why or how penalties for not meeting a service standard could actually be increased or applied. Can you explain to me what the possibilities and limitations are ensuring through penalties that service standards are being met?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes. So the contract identifies where service isn't meeting the standard that a liquidated damage could be applied. And that's based on staff's field checks to determine if the work was done through communication with the contractor. There's a possibility that they didn't plow a street and there could have been a fire or an emergency on that street or a car stuck and they bypassed that and they hadn't got back to it yet. We would remind them, and if they didn't get back to it within a certain amount of time, typically 2 hours after the end of their regular work, that we would then start to apply liquidated damages.
But there is, going forward, like if there is not a non-compliance with the conditions of the contract, we do have ways to ensure that the contractor is penalized?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct.
Great. And so I just want to capture for people who, in the public and my community, they don't track under what administration and what year decisions have been made, but can you confirm that the contract that we had before, the execution plan that we had before, there was plowing, but there was no snow removal and storage, correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, the current contracts that we have today are primarily for salting and plowing
So
with
just,
limited snow removal.
Yeah, so just say yes, because I want to, or yes or no, so that what we have, what we created, and what we're debating now and on improving is plowing, but no snow removal and storage. There was monitoring and reporting of where the equipment was, but not necessarily as tight on whether the work was done. I think I heard that in the comments. So knowing the machine is somewhere isn't the same as knowing the work was done. The extreme weather plan, there was a lack of leads and governance, which we're now solving. There was no 311 reporting by the public permitted, but now we're solving that. And there's a way now for councillors to escalate and communicate and be able to provide reliable information to
Your last question,
correct?
Councillor?
That's correct.
Okay, that's a big improvement for my ward and for the city. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no other questioner.
Yeah.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Cole, of course.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few different types of questions. First of all, have we looked at doing what Quebec does, requiring motorists who own cars to have snow tires in the wintertime?
Through you, Madam Chair, I mean, well, that'd be a great idea and I fully support it. That would be through the province of Ontario. through the Highway Traffic Act.
So the province would have to mandate, so in Quebec, it's not the city of Montreal, but it's provincial. Yes. Okay, the other thing is in terms of how we can engage people to be part of our efforts, the citizens of Toronto. Do we communicate a number of things that people can do to better facilitate snow removal? What can we do as homeowners, businesses? Do we communicate that?
To the chair, this is an excellent point and something that is absolutely baked into the new plan, not just taking care of their own homes, but taking care of each other. This is an opportunity to communicate with Torontonians to help out their next door neighbor if someone has mobility issues, challenges, to continue to be kind and good to each other, as well as getting ahead of the issue.
No, but are there specific actions we can do? Like, in other words, can we forget about ordering Amazon during a major store, stop Uber deliveries? Can we do those types of things to keep more vehicles off the road?
Through you, Chair. I don't think we have any authority to ask Amazon or
No, we
Uber.
can ask citizens and say, please, there's a major snowstorm, get off the internet and stop ordering your latest pair of shoes or your hats and
Yes, so through our communication strategy as we lead up into an event, we can ask residents to do a host of things, and perhaps minimizing their online ordering would be one of them.
do we communicate anything to businesses, employers in Toronto to say, listen, this is a major event, we require your cooperation? Do we ask businesses to do anything?
Through our communication strategy, that will be something we can ask them to, in light of a lot of people, still doing hybrid working. Maybe that would be a hybrid day to work from home.
Yeah, so that might be a suggestion, yes. The other thing is solid waste pickup, recycling pickup. Is that continue on as normal despite there's a major snow event?
That is part of the review that we're doing right now. Historically, garbage collection has continued through a major snow event. Right now we're assessing whether or not that could be paused. Given it's a winter month, a green bin might be able to be okay for another week in cold temperatures. And by pausing that, it would allow us to be a lot more efficient and reduce the challenge of them trying to find a place to stack their bin.
So that might be a helpful piece of advice to say, listen, try not to put out as much garbage or recycling, or maybe, God forbid, not have a garbage pickup during a major snowstorm.
Yes, so given that this is now looked at as a citywide response, those are the things that we're considering.
Salt use. Have we reduced the amount of salt we use to basically reduce, the problem with the cars sliding and people falling? Have salt reduction, has it been reduced over the years in Toronto?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes. So we have a salt management plan where we have reduced the use of salt. The salting equipment actually has computers there, and they're programmed based on the road that they are salting. And we actually pre-wet the salt so that it doesn't bounce into the curb like it would, so it kind of sticks to the road, resulting in less salt being used.
Okay, and then I guess the final question I have is there anything we can do to encourage people to maybe shovel their own sidewalk or maybe shovel their neighbor's sidewalk rather than waiting for the sidewalk clearing machines? Are we allowed to even ask people to maybe shovel their own sidewalk?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think that's going to be part of our communication strategy, and I think we can ask. I mean, there was the old ad campaign that was "Be Nice, Clear Your Ice." We expect people to do that. We understand that not everybody can, and that we are going to come through with our sidewalk plows. But I think anybody who can do that is just assisting with the community.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other, any other councillors for questions? No? I'll just speak briefly on this. All of us have experienced, especially in Councillor Bravo's ward, the chaos and the hardship that some of our residents have experienced. Now, in most of the cases, and especially after the first one, the roads were cleared, but it was the sidewalk that had a lot of problems. The review that is done is very comprehensive, that is in front of you. I sent around a letter to different councillors in the executive committee, just trying to summarize because it's an extensive report. And one of the key areas that I have noticed is that the contracts that were signed in 2021 did not include snow removal, which is astounding. You can clear the streets, and if you don't remove them, it won't work, and especially in a big snowstorm. Now, if you don't coordinate the sidewalk with the roads, it won't work either. And then if there is blockage, if you don't tow the cars, that won't work. So in the report that is in front of you, the contracts will be changed as they come up for renewal to include snow removal. We're ending the 311 blackout period because that did not make sense, so that we can have the local residents telling us what can be improved. There's a new digital command center that will handle complaints in real time and identify the areas that need extra help. And they will have more people deployed, hired to evaluate whether the contractors are doing their jobs or not. The key one here is the one team approach. It affects the entire city. And we, the city manager, will lead an emergency response team, bringing up to close to 200 workers that are from other divisions to come in and assist. And that is extremely important. We have this command center approach in big events like the Jays that were playing. At the meantime, while the Raptors and the Maple Leaf there were just hundreds and thousands of people along the waterfront, and we managed, right? So let's do that with snow removal. The other, and snow maintenance, winter maintenance, the equipment, yes, it didn't work. Half of them are in the shop. We knew that. So they're buying new machines, new sidewalk plows, and then when the equipment breaks, they will have faster repair. There will be mobile repair teams working 24/7 during snowstorm so that they can help clear the snow faster. These improvements will help us get through the sidewalk and make it quicker and more reliable. Communication. Some of you said that is so frustrating when the communication was done wrong. To say, oh, everything is fine, but it's not. We can see, we can tell. So they need to know when and how the streets are going to be cleared. So there's a citywide snow communication plan that will give people real-time information about clearing in their neighborhoods based on actual results. Okay? That is important. So the city manager has assured me that there's an operational plan ready for this winter. This winter it might come earlier and faster. No, I know one of the councillors asked the staff team when the snow may arrive. I'm not sure we can predict. However, I suspect this year might be sooner than later. So let's get on and get council approval. Let us continue to evaluate, improve, and report out so that we can have continual enhancement. Thank you. and the report is in front of you for consideration. Councillor Matlow, a holiday first, actually. Pardon me, I'm sorry, Councillor Holiday. Councillor Sandoval, you are online. Did you want to speak on this? Yes, no?
Sure, I can go after
Yeah,
Councillor Hall.
okay. And then Councillor Ainsley, folks that are in our committee, Councillor Matlow, yes, okay. And Councillor Deputy Mayor Cole and Carol. Starting from Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Mayor, and I promise to be brief. I thank staff for an enhanced response plan. I think that's badly needed. And I have a lot of hope with the prospect that there'll be a lot of inbound data through the 311 system that allows us to see really early where things are perhaps going wrong. And I hope you use that information wisely and you use it quickly. But I would like to note a caution, and that is about the role of counselors in an incident management system. The one thing I would like to see avoided is the creation of a two-tier system where information goes in for resolution, because that creates expectations, perhaps something that's not manageable. Counselors are great resources. We're very good eyes and ears of the community. We have experience, and we have a good ability to gauge what's important. And we also have a really good ability to spot patterns. But that means that we're best used for proactive planning and to communicate. And I hope you use the resources available. And I'm speaking through you, Madam Mayor, to staff, because I think we have a lot to contribute. There's a second part of the discussion today that's really important, and Councillor Candeval touched upon it. I'll remind councillors of an interesting planning and housing report that occurred back in June. It was the Neighborhood Intensification Research Bulletin. What does that have to do with snow? Actually, a lot. Inside that bulletin, staff actually broke down the city into 6 different neighborhood types. They were using that to predict some planning. But what it told us was that neighborhoods were created at different times and they're structured differently. That means their needs are different. In this report, there's a focus on increased snow removal. That is a resource-intensive procedure. If you look at the different things that we do, we clear snow, we deal with windrows, we deal with sidewalks, we deal with snow removal, we deal with salting. But when something goes up, something always has to come down. And what I am worried about is that the application of resources across the different neighborhood types might change into the future. So if there's going to be more front-end loaders, more sidewalk plows, more snow blowers, more snow melters, that's what's in this report, where are they going to go in the city? Who's going to see their services go up, and who might see their services go down to ensure that we can pay for all of that? Windrow clearing is not up for questions in this report, but I do question its future in the city, and I think that is a very, very important service that a lot of people rely on. So if we're going to do all of this enhanced service, let's ensure that we keep the baseline, especially in the pockets of the city that sometimes get overlooked by this council. And I think that that is the, parts of the suburbs that rely on these services. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be watching this report forward, but I'll also be watching the others that are related to it, including budget discussions around winter maintenance.
Thank you. And yes, Councillor have a lot to pitch in on. I hear you. You're absolutely correct. Councillor Candeval. Councillor Candeval, did you want to speak?
Thank you.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Madam Mayor. I want to begin by acknowledging the incredible work of our frontline staff, the operators, mechanics, emergency responders who braved this past February storms to keep our city moving. Their dedication is not in question. What is in question, however, is whether our systems, contracts, and operational priorities have kept pace with the realities faced by residents across this entire city, particularly in Scarborough. The February 25 snowstorms made something very clear. We don't have an equal city when it comes to winter maintenance. Many Scarborough residents in my ward, including seniors, parents with strollers, and students, were left navigating impassable sidewalks, buried bus stops, and frozen windrows that blocked driveways, for days. In Scarborough Southwest, I heard from residents who missed medical appointments, students who couldn't walk safely to school, and uncleared windrows that blocked seniors. Meanwhile, these residents saw other neighborhoods with timely and effective snow removal operations activated with coordination. I received many emails, phone calls, texts, a sample testimonial we received. I couldn't leave for an important doctor's appointment because the windrow is 2 feet high and mostly frozen. I'm a 62-year-old female, and I'd like to please have the snow removed in my street so I can leave my home. This is not just a reality about service and geography in our city. It's a call for fairness, because for too long, our wards have been simply asked to wait our turn. But when you're pushing a wheelchair through an unplowed sidewalk or standing in the cold waiting for a bus that couldn't reach its stop, waiting isn't an option. This winter maintenance program review lays out many promising improvements that we have considerable hope for this winter. The creation of a dedicated winter services unit, better coordination through the EOC, or the Emergency Operations Center, proactive snow removal, and enhanced monitoring with GPS dashboards. But we must ask ourselves, how will these reforms close the gap between downtown and suburban service delivery? Also, we shouldn't only rely on 311 to address gaps and lack of service. Many communities don't have the social capital, familiarity, or language to engage effectively with 311. We have the data to prove where the inequities lie. The February 2025 major snow event saw more than 362 kilometers of roads cleared, but the timelines were inconsistent across divisions. Sidewalk plowing began before road plowing, causing reburied sidewalks in our neighborhoods. Equipment failures and limited surge capacity disproportionately affected certain suburban routes where longer distances and wider arterials demand stronger coordination and more reliable resources. If we truly mean to build a fair city, then it must be embedded not only in how we contract for snow removal, but in how we deploy it. The same urgency that clears the Queen Street streetcar tracks must reach the seniors' homes along Danforth Road, the schools in Birchcliff, and the transit stops in Cliffside. I urge staff and my colleagues here today to ensure that the forthcoming major snow event response plan includes measurable standards for geography. We need real-time reporting that tracks which neighborhoods are left waiting, transparent metrics on response times by ward, and accountability measures tied to contractor performance in every part of the city. Because when a snowstorm hits Toronto, it doesn't distinguish between downtown and Scarborough, and neither should we. Let's make this winter the season where we stop accepting disparity as normal and start demanding fairness as the standard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We have Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have a motion to move. The City Council direct the City Manager in consultation with the Deputy City Manager, Infrastructure Services, to report back to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee meeting on December 4th, 2005, on how they're modernizing the plow TO tracking map using currently available software and technology, including AI. And I want to thank staff for all the work that they've done on this report and the information that they've provided. But I have to go back to my earlier comments, Madam Mayor, and questions about the plow TO map and us using technology that staff say still have glitches in it. They're looking at it. You know, we're going in another season of winter storms, and I don't think it's appropriate for us to be using technology that still has glitches in it, as staff have said, and they're working at it. For us as city councillors, that the first line of issues around plow TO mapping and tracking and the amount of money that we're spending on snow clearing trying to get this done, that if we have issues with technology before this first snowflake is even on the ground, I think that's going to be a huge problem for us. I certainly can't go back to my residents and say, you know, we're using the same technology last year that we knew we had trouble with, and we're continuing to try and find a fix for it. So I'd like to hear back from staff about how they're accelerating this, using the most current technology to deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Metal.
I really appreciate that. In my line of questioning earlier, I spoke to one of the many problems that occurred last year with respect to residents feeling, in their words, like they were being gaslit by the city. When you are looking at a Ploutio map and it's insisting that your street has already been attended to, but you're looking at your own window and it is not, there's nothing more, just, it is so frustrating. And you have an absolute right to be upset. It's one thing for it not to be done, but then when you're being told that it was and you know it wasn't, that's unacceptable. Similarly, when the city is putting out media releases and kind of promoting this idea that everything is great and we're doing such a good job, when people in reality, in their own neighborhoods on their own street, know that the job wasn't done at all, that's not acceptable. When the city makes mistakes, the way to build trust is to own it and accept it and admit it and demonstrate in reality that it's going to do better. That's how you regain trust. And that's why I was very happy to hear from staff that they understand that part of their strategic communications will have to change and be more candid and be more honest and transparent. With respect to the service delivery itself, the most important part of this, I'm convinced that the contracts that were rushed through council were not good enough. The expectations in those contracts reached for the height of mediocrity and did not include the standards that I think most people would expect from their city, which is a Canadian city, which does expect from time to time a major storm and may see more and more storms coming our way. So the fact that, by the way, I'm delighted to see Miles back, and Miles, you sounded solid and determined and confident, and I appreciated everything you said today, and I've got a lot of confidence in you. Where I am more, let's say I have remaining concerns, is the ability for our city to work interdivisionally in a way that breaks down the silos in a way that isn't normal yet. I believe the city needs to do a lot of work to break down those barriers so there is seamless coordination amongst divisions when it comes to our top priorities. And that work hasn't been achieved as far as it should yet, and therefore I hope that what I would describe as supplementing these contracts, that this all-hands-on-deck approach will be successful. But it's going to be tested. You also brought up the union leaders. I would hope that you early on and proactively work not just with 416, but with 79 and others to ensure that the individual workers who are going to find that their schedules are going to change, that their lives are going to be uprooted to deal with these emergencies, are worked with rather than worked at, so that they want to go above and beyond because they know that they're being treated fairly and well as part of this all-hands-on-deck team. We can never have a repetition of what we experienced last year. And I know every year we complain about snow, but there were so many people who, I talked with people who have disabilities or mobility challenges where they really were trapped in their homes. They couldn't get anywhere. Their lives were really impacted. So many people, when the sidewalks weren't attended to, were walking in live lanes of traffic to get around them, or going over these icebergs and little mountains to get around our city. People couldn't access transit. People didn't have safe paths to get to school that were safe and accessible. Our city wasn't a safe and accessible city. for that period of time. And what a lot of people experience, and I mentioned this in my questions, is that they felt like the city just left them on their own, and the only plan that the city really had was to let spring take care of the snow. So, you know, they'd call 311, and yes, as Councillor Holliday mentioned, they'd call their councillors. And what we all want to see from our city is a recognition that we are a Canadian city, that we are going to have tough winters, that our budget needs to reflect our priorities, and that we need to have the standards set high enough so that whether it be a couple of inches of snow or a major, major storm, that we have the means, the equipment, the people, the resources, the ability, the attention to do the job well. And I'll conclude by saying, if I may, we have a lot of debates in the city. You know, are you a bike lane, are you cars, are you this, are you that, are you left, or you right? Overall, I hear from residents that when we pay tax dollars, this is a priority that we all want you to invest in and do well and do competently and do effectively. And I appreciate the attention that you're giving to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Cole.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I'm thankful for the very, very comprehensive, insightful work that's been done on this, how seriously staff has taken this coordinated approach. I think it's really going to be helpful. You know, the one thing that, you know, we've got to be very frank with residents. The City Council has no control over climate change. You know, there's the extreme climate events are going to occur. We can't stop it. They're going to happen, okay? And people have got to somehow come to grips with that, but we sometimes give people the impression we can control such things. We can't. We can mitigate, we can manage, but we can't. They're going to come. Whether it's the extreme flooding that occurs now regularly, they're going to have extreme snow events, guaranteed. I mean, they talk about this snowstorm. I've seen a lot worse in my day. I was here at City Hall when Mel Lastman had to call in the Army. And everybody outside of Toronto said, oh, well, look at the Toronto. They're a bunch of pansies, whatever it is, calling in the Army. Well, if you were here at City Hall that day, people were crying, no internet, they were crying on the phone because they couldn't get their mother to that doctor's appointment. The ambulances couldn't get up and down Euclid Avenue. I mean, they talk about Scarborough and Etobicoke. You try and get snowplows up Montrose, Claremont, Bellwoods Avenue, Treeford, you can't. Incredible challenge. And then all the cars are parked on top of the narrow streets. That's hell for snowplow teams. And so let's not think, well, we've got it worse than Scarborough, our, you know, the Windrows and this and that. Everybody's got it bad. But remember, there's some very acute areas in this city that really require special attention. So let's keep that in mind. I would just want to say, the one thing that happened, I think we did it too in a rushed fashion when we did sidewalk clearing. That was going to be the panacea. That was going to solve everything. Clear the sidewalks as if you just put it in the budget and it was going to be done. It's not that easy. Sidewalks in Toronto are all shapes and descriptions and cars parked. And yes, you're going to get your front lawn maybe scraped by a snowplow. You ain't going to stop that. If you want the sidewalks cleared, you need machines. So to think to people, oh yeah, we're going to clear your sidewalk, we're not going to touch your beautiful grass, it's going to happen. So don't give hell to staff because their beautiful front lawn got scraped. You can't have it both ways. And then the other thing it does, when you do things like clearing sidewalks, you also give people the impression that the city is going to take care of all the sidewalks. And God forbid you should grab a shovel if you can, physically able, and maybe shovel a little bit of the sidewalk, or maybe go next door. So that's been totally taken off the books. So that's why I say one of the emphases that we've got to look upon is getting a partnership with people that, you know, the city will do its part, as imperfect as it is, but people also have to be cooperative. And God forbid they can't put out their garbage during a major event. And God forbid we don't do recycling pickup or the green bin pickup. Let's really be adventurous. Let's really take this great risk. No garbage pickup. I know it'd be traumatic for a lot of people, but let's take those vehicles, those trucks off the roads, because those trucks are in the road. They block the road as they're doing their job. So that we've got to look at some of those things. And we've got to essentially remind people we're in this together. And the businesses, the TTC, everybody's got to be cooperating. It's not just those darn contractors and the city 311's fault, and everybody's looking for someone to blame. So let's have this collaborative approach of it's our city. It's not just the city doing it for you. We are all in it. And, you know, people forget. We now have 3.2 million people in this city. 3.2 million. So it's not your grandmother's Toronto with 1 million people. And with 3.2 million people, we've got all these vehicles and trucks and everybody ordering Uber Eats all the time and ordering Pure Later, and they got to have their latest thing on Amazon. And anyways, so let's be realistic. That's all I say. Thank you.
Team approach. Work together. Okay. Councillor Carroll. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cole.
Yeah, I don't know what to say after that. I give 10 points as well. We should hold up cards now. Madam Mayor, I hate to do this. Maybe there'll be a personal point of privilege, but for one of my colleagues, I couldn't disagree more. We are sitting here talking about this because this was equitably bad all over town.
True.
It was an equal opportunity mess all over town. And if we start down the road of mine was worse than yours, we're done. The hope of solving this is just done. Ironically, one of my colleagues used Victoria Park as an example. I can show you a neighborhood on the west side of Victoria Park, and it's not in my ward, it's further south. It's actually at the top end of Councillor Bradford's ward, but it's a neighborhood that I drive through to get to my daughter and my grandkids, which has to happen in the middle of a storm sometimes. And it is, for some reason, just always poorly plowed. And you know exactly where it's going to be poor and where it's going to stop being poor, and then it improves just south of there. I don't know what is wrong with that route, but there are spot routes like that in every ward, in every single one. That's why these are the most frustrating debates, because all of us starts to tell our war stories, and we all have them, whether it's North York or Scarborough or Etobicoke or Toronto. But I'm telling you right now, if there's a motion to send this to any one of those 4 community councils, I will not be voting for it, and I implore you not to vote for it. Because the coordination that is being suggested here, the ward meetings that we all avail ourselves of with our teams, all of that ends. The minute we start wasting their time and saying, on top of all of that, we now want you to go to all 4 community councils, and we want you to listen to their motions and try and make sense of them and try not to have any financial impact, and so on and so on and so forth. I will not vote for it, and I implore you all to vote against it if that is where we are going here, either here or when this gets to council. The way to solve this is the coordination plan that we just heard. And I'm willing to stick my neck out because there's a new and enhanced request in here. And I've been saying no to new and enhanced requests in every budget. But this one is probably the only one that the residents of Toronto just won't stand for us to overlook. This is the one thing they want improved. I often say to people when we're talking about the issue of should city staff do things or should contract staff do things, what's the one thing that people complain most about in the city of Toronto? Bar none, Every year, it's snow clearing. And it's the thing we don't do with our own staff. We made a choice not to do that years ago. We're on to, I think, our third long-term contract, maybe fourth since I got here. No one's ever happy with it, but we're incredibly unhappy this time. And what staff are proposing is a centralized and coordinated way to do it. By adding more city staff, what they're saying is we will do our level best to make sure that contractors understand the differences from city to city. Is there permit parking downtown and not in other places? Yes, and for a historical reason that we will make sure they understand and don't resent. Is there a 3-hour rule and sometimes people break it in North York and we need some enforcement? Yes, and there's a historical reason for that. Don't resent it, just serve it properly. Are there little anomalies like the cut-throughs that I raised and a unique route that Councillor Candevel highlighted? Councillor Bravo can highlight dozens more. Yes, but let the centralized unit log those, coordinate those, and in a centralized way begin to tick off the ones that they have solved until we have better service all over the city. If we separate it 4 ways now, all hope is lost of ever solving the problems they're proposing to solve. Those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, I think this is the last speaker. Anybody else? Hey, Councillor Fletcher.
I just have, thank you, Mayor. I just have these motions basically looking at reporting to council a friendly tow system that they use in Montreal for cars that are in the road, the process for monitoring on what will it look like dealing with illegally parked cars on streetcar lines. I'm not sure that I wasn't quite satisfied with how deeply or how not deeply that's here, and it is a terrible situation for transit, and I'm sure all the members of the TTC board feel like that. Plan to plow around schools, and that's Councillor Candevel raised that. How will be advised of the local snow plans and the role of Snow TO and their lobbying firm in advising councillors of their ward's plan, and what are appropriate councillor communications by Snow TO? Like to hear about that. Any direct pathway to appropriate officials during a storm event, since it's now under emergency management. We've been through COVID, we've been through an ice storm, and you are standing there handcuffed. So is 311 what will be sent to? I hope not. And then just the parking plan to ensure that permit holders, no matter where they live, whether they're in Etobicoke, Scarborough, or up in North York in Patches, that they were going to get the necessary communication and consideration for the relocation of their vehicles, because here we're saying we're going to tow. And what kind of communication will there be prior to towing, as well as the approach to managing vehicle volumes in densely concentrated permit areas? And I'd be happy to have a meeting with everybody between now and council, because there are streets that have double-sided permit parking. I don't know where they'll go. The TPA lots aren't going to be able to manage. There's not a lot of room in this dense part of downtown. Thank you very much for these clerks for helping with this. I'll just say, following up on what Councillor Carroll said, yes, it's an all-city event. And while I hear Councillor Candevel say that Scarborough's had a really difficult time, and I do look at the windrow clearing, and yes, they are the #1 problem. But when I look at snow plowing requests in Etobicoke in Ward 2, it's 446 for road clearing. That was last year. So I think we need to be careful that we're not carrying on about how some people are getting something and others aren't. The road clearing requests for University Rosedale, 412. Road clearing requests up in your ward, Councillor Matno, 325. Don Valley West, 200. Oh, sorry, that was 200 in Don Valley West. That was windrow clearing. So windrow clearing, snow clearing on sidewalks, and road plowing were the top 3 things And then we also asked 311, consolidate how you're reporting because there's no actual streamlined way of doing that. I'm very concerned in this report, and I hope that we can get a little more clarity. When you see a car that's parked on a street and it's stuck out onto the tracks and that streetcar can't go by, you often see 4 streetcars behind it. It is causing a terrible congestion for streetcars and for transit users. Most of this is about people who have a car and how we're clearing things for those with cars. Let's not forget that 50% of Torontonians don't have a car, take the subway, take transit, and those areas where you can't get by, we need to do that. And that also includes the plan for clearing those locations to get on a vehicle, get on a TTC bus, get on a streetcar that aren't cleared. Trying to hop over that and get on is very difficult. Lastly, I'm just going to say how concerned I am about the lobbying firm that's met with 7 different councillors. Apparently, Speaker Nunziata said, you're not the city, leave. Everybody's concerned. Plow TO, snow TO. It's confusing. Snow TO is who got the RFP. That's being reviewed from a forensic standpoint as we sit here and how staff let that in certain ways. But they should not be coming into our offices to tell us what the snow plan is, asking in September to tell us about our snow plan. I find that terribly inappropriate. I'm not sure it's illegal, but I'd like to hear from the city manager how he recommends council deal with that and what message we send. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Seeing no other speaker, the motion in front of us, Councillor Ainsley motion that asks for a report on December on advanced technology. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Fletcher's motion on permit parking. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item as amended. Great. Thank you very, very much. Approved. Thank you, folks. Got the winter maintenance program review approved. The next item, as promised to Speaker Nunziata, is item 6. I have a list of speaker that starts. This is regarding the reimagining of Weston Lions Arena through a nominal lease with MLSE LaunchPad. Speaker starting from Hoop Queens, Adola Ojo. Are you here? Those of you that have been waiting, come on down. The next speaker is Dalla LeBlanc, also Hope Queens, and Junior Hope Queens. Koa Wallace, come on over. Come to the middle if you can. Those of you that are standing, feel free to sit. There's more room now. Do we have the Hoop Queens folks? Anyone coming on behalf of the Hoop Queens folks? Come on down over there. We have 3 speakers from the Hoop Queens and the Junior Hoop Queens. Anyone speaking on behalf of them? If you're not familiar, just come down and press the mic.
Hi, I'm here. My name is Delia LeBlanc.
Where are you?
I'm virtually
you're
joining.
virtual. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for having me, Mayor Olivia Chow. Just a quick introduction. My name is Delia LeBlanc, and I'm here representing Hoop Queens and Junior Hoop Queens. Hoop Queens is Canada's first professional women's basketball league, and we were coming up on our 5th season this next summer. Junior Hoop Queens is our grassroots program, which runs cost-free clinics for girls aged 4 to 14 who face participation barriers. Our program not only provides access to the sport, but life skills and mentorship to girls who need it the most. I want to firstly start by thanking MLSE LaunchPad for providing our league players with cost-free practice time this past season. That support helped us elevate our league and give our athletes a better experience. Most of our players and coaches are also based in the West End of Toronto, so this access to the new location would be incredibly beneficial for our community. We support the establishment of the MLSE LaunchPad in York Southweston, which aims to promote positive community outcomes by providing accessible programming in sport, recreation, life skills, and academic support for children and youth facing participation barriers. Junior Hoop Queens has successfully established our community in Scarborough, and with this new MLSE LaunchPad location to open in Weston, we look forward to expanding our reach and engaging with even more girls across the city. Access to affordable gym time is one of our biggest barriers, and LaunchPad MLSE is one of the few organizations who offer this in the city. Mayor Olivia Chow, Deputy Mayor Malik, Deputy Mayor Morley, and Councillor Nunziata, the women's sports movement is gaining incredible momentum here in Toronto. The opening of this West End LaunchPad location will open new doors for young girls and their families, building on the city's growing commitment to supporting and empowering women in sport. Let's keep that momentum going. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Hearing none, our next deputant, Delia LeBlanc, Hoop Queens and Junior Hoop Queens. Delia, are you here or are you online?
I just spoke.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
No
Thank
problem.
you for being here online. And how about Kiowa Walters? Kiowa?
Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
there you
I'm
go.
also
You have
online
5
as
minutes.
well.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to start off by saying thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we're good. Thank you. Carry on.
Yes, good morning, and thank you, Mayor Chow, Deputy Mayor Marley, and Deputy Mayor Malik for having me here. I'm Kyo Walters, and I'm here representing Hoop Queens Toronto, Canada's first professional women's basketball league, not only as a player of the league, but also as the head coach of Junior Hoop Queens. I want to start off by saying thank you to MSLE LaunchPad for giving us access to cost-free gym time for not only our players to practice in the league, but to host events as well. We support the implementation of MSLE LaunchPad in York Southweston, which aims to promote positive community outcomes by providing positive, accessible programming in sport, recreation, life skills, and academic support for children and youth facing participation barriers. As someone who also grew up in the West End community, I see an extreme importance for this program. As someone who had to often go to other parts of the community to work out, we didn't often have spaces like Junior Hoop Queens and Hoop Queens in our area, which myself and many young girls in our community would greatly benefit from. With several of our league's players originating from the West End area, this would be a perfect fit with many young girls on the way rising. In launching our Junior Hoop Queens program in communities like Scarborough and successfully completing our women's basketball leagues in the Northwest Toronto since in 2023, we at Hoop Queens understand how much communities in areas like York Southweston are seeking recreational spaces where young women and girls can truly thrive and excel with people who believe in them and empower them daily. As the women's basketball scene continues to grow, we are excited to see the LaunchPad come to life in the West End where it is truly needed and will be valued and supported by not only the community, but by the many people in belief of MSLE and the vision that they continue to push on the community. So with that being said, the young girls and families can benefit from the city's commitment to supporting women in sports by building and supporting facilities such as this. We'd love to see women leading our council as well. With Mayor Chow, Deputy Mayor Malik, and Deputy Mayor Marley, Councillor Nuzina, this is a time to invest in our community spaces and advance women's sports in our city. Let's keep the good work going and show support.
Thank you so much for being here, Kiowa. Any questions? None? Thank you so much. We'll go on to our next speaker. Sorry. Next deputant, Dave Bennett, Weston Village Community Association. You'll notice I'm not the mayor. I'm sitting in for her while she's out of here. Dave, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Oh, you're online? Okay, thank you. Go ahead. You have your time started.
Good morning. My name is Dave Bennett, an executive member of the Weston Village Community Association, and we are proud to endorse the city's plan to have Maple Leaf Sports Entertainment LaunchPad assume the lease of the Weston Lions Arena. This represents an extraordinary opportunity for Weston. MLSE LaunchPad is just not another tenant. It's a catalyst for transformation. For decades, the Lions Club and the Weston Minor Hockey League have served our community with heart and dedication. My own family has been deeply involved. Our daughter has volunteered with the Lions Club for the past 2 years, and all four of our children have played hockey at Weston, nearly 20 years of ice time combined. I've also volunteered as a coach, supervised 2 divisions, coordinated police checks, promoted the league on social media, and served on the executive for 10 years. When MLSE LaunchPad offered tours of its impressive 42,000 square foot facility on Jarvis, I attended both times, though I was convinced of their impact within the first minute of walking through their doors. I attended the community engagement meetings, I completed their online survey, and I'm also a member of the stakeholder advisory group for LaunchPad in Weston. What MLSE LaunchPad brings to Weston is capacity, professionalism, and partnerships, the tools to unlock a new era of community growth. While the Lions Club and Weston Minor Hockey League were powered by dedicated volunteers, recruiting enough parents has always been a challenge. MLSE LaunchPad model changes that dynamic entirely. Currently, the Weston Arena operates on a pay-to-use basis for 5 months of the year. In contrast, MLSE LaunchPad will deliver free, high-quality programs all year for children and youth from ages 6 to 29. They plan to hire approximately 100 staff at this location, instantly making them Weston Village's 3rd largest employer after Humber River Hospital and Weston Collegiate. Many of these roles will be focused on youth employment and training, directly investing in Weston's next generation. Equally important, MLSE LaunchPad brings with it corporate partnerships Weston has never seen before that can drive real economic vitality and opportunity. Through the MLSE Foundation, LaunchPad programs are supported by major organizations such as BMO, Bell, CIBC, Ford, Google, McDonald's, Rogers, Scotiabank, Sobeys, Sun Life, Tangerine, Tim Hortons, The Keg, names that will elevate Weston's profile city-wide. These partnerships represent exactly what Weston needs: employment, youth development, and renewed community vitality. The Weston Village Community Association sees this as a transformative moment, a chance to turn a tired facility into a hub of opportunity, belonging, and pride for all residents. We strongly urge the City Council to approve the MLSE LaunchPad's lease of the Weston Lions Arena. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Dave, our next deputant is Ala Abid. Smile for Sash. Are you online? I'll tell you the next person up is Lucas Miller and then Shuab Jama. So if you're here in the City Council chambers, if you could move down to take the next place quickly. Thank you so much. Good morning. Welcome. You have your time. It's going to start now. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. I'm grateful to be here, and as a resident of Etobicoke, I'm here to speak on behalf of the youth that are here. And one thing I want to talk about first is employment. A raise of hands, how many of you guys have a job? How many of you guys are looking for a job? So they said they were going to employ around 100 people, so I believe that the youth in Weston should have a space to have employment, have a place to play. As someone that runs youth programming, we don't have access to the schools that are there because they're being rented out by volleyball programs or soccer programs. So having MLSE come out here and having a multi-sport facility for the youth is not only going to have them access to stay active, give them jobs, give their parents jobs, and just uplift the community. Being from the West End, we don't have opportunities like this. Many of these opportunities are in downtown. They're in locations where we don't have accessibility to go to. So There's also things like the Go Station that are there, and it's going to be easy and accessible for the youth to go to games. I know a lot of us have never been to games before, so I do believe that this is something that we should really push forward to and just allow grassroots organizations to have a place to run their programming and allow people in the neighborhood to really be a part of their community. So thank you so much, and I appreciate you all.
Thank you so much being here. Your good advocacy on behalf of Youth for Jobs for Youth. Lucas Miller, online or here? Here you are. Thank you. Please come up.
Madam Speaker, while he comes up, I just want to thank Ella and all the young people who took the time to come to City Hall today. Your voices really matter, so thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Hi. Thank you, Councillor Morty. I just want to say these youth that are here are future leaders, and we should give them a hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, you're on. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lucas Miller. I'm a full-time teacher. I work with special needs kids. I'm also a volunteer hockey coach and a hockey trainer. I'm an end user of Weston Arena who's actively used the arena since my childhood. I played house league there as a player with the Toronto Marlboros practicing. My dad was a coach with the Henry Carr Crusaders back in the day, and I've now run my hockey school there for 25 years. I raise the following concerns coming up right now. A report published by the city staff has many inaccurate statements, including the city will accommodate the other users. This appears false, as the city has not even returned phone calls or emails over the last 4 weeks. Phone calls and emails to unnamed city councilor's office have not been replied to either. Okay? I was actually told by a councillor that I'm not on my own to find my own ice, as I do no longer live in Weston. Okay? The arena is open for 7 months of the year, not 5 that was just suggested earlier. Okay? The arena has a sandy bottom, not cement. If it had a cement bottom, it would allow the rink to be open for 12 months a year. Okay? The arena is in use of more than 60 hours per week, not 40, as alleged in the report, not including Christmas rentals, spot rentals, and March break. Okay? Furthermore, over 400 seniors will be displaced from playing hockey in their direct community and will simply quit once the rink closes, as they'll have to drive to a farther location. Okay? MLSE's private charity plans to remove the ice pad and exclude the public from using the rink. Okay? There has been a selective consultation with one end user, but zero direct consultation with 8 to 10 users of the arena. Okay? In fact, one user, Weston Minor Hockey League, according to President Leslie Ross, has stated she cut a sweet deal, which includes an outstanding bill of over $8,000 of ice rentals during COVID forgiven by the city. She also has obtained new ice for next season at Amesbury Arena, displacing others. Furthermore, she said she received monies from MLSE to help subsidize player registration fees. Okay, therefore she cannot oppose what is happening for the betterment of her league. I would also like to make the committee aware that Miss Leslie Ross is the daughter of the chair of the Weston Lions Club. The first LaunchPad was constructed in an abandoned roller rink. Weston Arena is far from empty or being unused. It appears to me that the City of Toronto, MLSE, and Castle Point Numa, which is a developer, are working together to put this through. MLSE LaunchPad frequently asked questions. Flyer states that the arena is used only by 300 people per year, and there's been a steady decline in its use. It is false, very far from the truth. There's over 1,200 participants that use it weekly at this time. This process feels like the decision has already been made with no real community engagement, no accommodations. There are real effects of closing a community center like Weston Arena, especially with a selective or no direct consultation to its members. I ask you all, how can you justify robbing from the existing hockey players, kids, adults, to benefit other kids? What this will do is it will put thousands of hockey players and coaches homeless. I would kindly ask that the committee delay the decision until further investigations can be done and that options for ice can be given to current users. Hey, I make no qualms about it. The LaunchPad is a great idea. It's all about the kids. I get that. But for the people that want LaunchPad, does it really matter if it's in Weston Arena? Or will it not just work at another building in the same neighborhood? The concept of the LaunchPad will work in any building, not just an arena. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Question, Councillor Nunziata?
Yes, can you please confirm the business address of your high-performance hockey school? As I understand, it is based in Woodbridge?
That's my home address, yes, but I've been a tenant of Weston Arena for 25 years.
Right. And isn't it true that the hockey camps that you do at the Weston Arena, you charge $260 to $650 per member? That's on your website, 2025.
Maybe for a camp. We actually, to be honest, we keep it very cost effective. Ice costs are high. If you go to any public rink, it's $500+ an hour. So we obviously get lower costs. So I don't gouge people. I've never done that. I like to give back.
So my question to you,
Go ahead.
you're running for business in an arena.
Sorry, go ahead.
You are running your own business out of our arena.
For the last 25 years.
For
last...
profit.
Okay.
Yes, for profit.
Okay.
So MLSE provides program free.
I understand that, but...
So are you saying that the youth don't deserve?
No.
Okay.
What did I say earlier, everyone? I said the youth, the LaunchPad's a great idea, but how do you displace thousands, how do you displace thousands of people and kids and adults? There's a lot of adults that use this rink, men's leagues and stuff. So let's just displace all of them to take care of another group.
Isn't it true?
Why can't we not just build? I think it's a great idea, but build it somewhere else. Keep the ice and keep the rink.
Speaker Nunziata, ask your question.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The thing is, the reason why you want to be there is because the rates are low, because of the condition of the arena. And you're running a business because you know the rates are much lower than if you went to another arena.
No. I can tell you this. I've had other opportunities in the past. I am very prominent in the city of Toronto. I run a very high-end school, hockey school.
And
I've had chances to go to other rinks in the past, and I didn't because I'm loyal.
Well, because it's cheap.
Well, I'm a loyal person, right?
And you mentioned that you haven't had any engagement. I understand that you came to 3 engagements that MLSE held. You attended 3 of them. To say that you never attended,
is that true?
Which is incorrect.
I attended, but what was I told? What was I told from you? You were the one that said to me straight out, "You don't live in Weston anymore. Go to Vaughan and find your own ice." And basically, you're on your own. There'll be no ice. That was from the very first engagement. I actually sent emails since June 13th to get engagement, and there was nothing. Yeah. So.
Well, okay.
It's unfortunate.
That's it for my. That's it for my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bravo, question?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Miller, for your deputation. I want to pick up on just a couple of things. Of course, this is city-owned land, and we have obligations for city land to have social purpose. You mentioned that this is about displacing one group in favor of another, but do you acknowledge that there is, in this room, expression of all of these young people that want to opportunities to access programming and also jobs related to this project. So can you just...
Yeah, look, I 100% agree. Hey, I work with special needs kids during the day. That takes a lot of patience, a lot of time. It is, I tell it like it is. It's a lot of work.
Okay.
And so what I'm trying to say is this should all be about the kids. However, why get rid of an ice pad that's being used a lot to displace? Why can we not? I've been there since I was a kid. There's a beautiful pool area which is very run down. You could put a whole launch pad in that whole area and keep the ice.
I appreciate the suggestions, but I think I think what we're what we're dealing with here is that you're talking about a private use that is a business on city-owned land in a community where there is a lack of opportunity for young people in particular to get services, programming, and the most significant thing is economic opportunity. So do you recognize that the City of Toronto has community economic development objectives, that we have an action plan for Toronto's economy, that we want to help people connect to the labor force in particular and create networks so that we can have better social outcomes and more thriving families?
Yeah. Hey, I totally agree with everything that you're saying,
Okay,
but
thank you.
I'm not the only, I'm a one business in there. There's leagues in there. There's the Faustina Toros in there. That's an organization. There's the Humber Valley Sharks that are in there. There's men's leagues in there. There's a lot of people that depend on this ice for their health, well-being, and exercise. It's mental health. It's for everything. So like I said, to displace thousands of people, to take care of another group. Hey, like I said, I'm all for the LaunchPad. I think it's a great idea, but the other one, the first one, was put into an empty roller rink, which was abandoned for 5 years. So why are we taking over a rink that's being used, very busy, to do this? There's got to be somewhere else to do it. There has to be.
Any others? A question? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Miller. I understand, I think I heard you've been there for 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's safe to say that you are deeply involved with hockey and have a long-term view of trends.
Yeah.
Is that safe?
Yeah, for sure.
In our facility master plan, it talks about declining participation in ice sports. Without putting you to cite facts and figures, would you think that in 2025 that is still accurate? Is hockey, your specialty, a thriving sport in the city?
I think it's huge. I think it's what kids want to do. However, when you're getting rid of rinks and not giving kids an opportunity to play the game that they love, then it's going to deteriorate. I know the U.S. is getting better and better with kids in the U.S. college and World Juniors, and to eliminate rinks from these kids to develop, have fun, be healthy, it's going to be a detriment to their future, 100%. And it's not just the kids, it's the adults. Like I have to explain to you guys, there's a lot of men's leagues that are in there with seniors that have been playing for 50 years. So basically they if they don't continue, their leagues are over. That's it, right? I just turned 50 a week ago. I think you put things in perspective. We're not getting any younger, none of us. So we have to take care of our elderly. We have to take care of everyone, whether it's kids, elderly, the LaunchPad. Yes, I think that we have to take care of that, but in a different area would be more beneficial. Then you're not disrupting people. Like, is it really fair to disrupt all these thousands of people, GTHL that plays there on a Friday night? Like I said, Humber Valley, men's leagues. It just doesn't seem fair. It really doesn't, right?
What happens when an arena closes? Where do people go? What's the impact? Just generally, I'm not speaking just your own case, but you got to get ice, right?
I can tell you, like, I do my camps at Westwood Arena in the summers, and I've already talked to them back in the summer when I did my camps. And John Cook, who's a gentleman, he runs a bunch of the rinks, Scotia Pond, and he said to me straight, he goes, Luke, I can't get you any ice. Like, you're not going to get ice. Ice is scarce. You cannot find ice anywhere in the city. So everyone that is out of Weston Arena is going to be homeless. They're not going to be able to play. And this is not just the adults. This is the kids. This is the coaches. It's going to be a catastrophe. It really is. And, there's word that Mimico Arena may be closing next year. George Bell Arena has been closed all year. Where do these kids go play?
I just wanted to ask quickly about hockey camps and hockey schools. Is it fair to say, like many other sports, swimming, for example, there are athletes that, progress through house leagues and maybe a little bit of select, and they are very talented in what they do, and they begin to rely on more and more experienced coaches, and that is their ticket. If they are able to develop themselves as athletes, they can get into schools, they can perhaps get into scholarships, They might even make a career in sport, in hockey. And so, you know, the tone of some of my colleagues seemed a little critical that there was a school to be run where you've got to pay employees and you've got to cover expenses, and it's meant to develop those athletes that are looking for that type of development, and there's no other place to get it. Is that a fair statement?
100%. I've trained all kids, all ages, all levels. I've trained kids out of that rink that are now playing in the National Hockey League, several of them. There's two that are of color that live in Weston that were both drafted in the National Hockey League, and they had Weston Arena to use as their tool to get where they are today. So this sport is for everyone. You know, there's so much other things that can be done during the day, school programs. There's lots to do for the kids.
Economically speaking,
yeah.
If a sheet of ice is taken away in Toronto, understanding that it's a scarce resource, does that increase or decrease the barrier to participation in hockey?
100%. There's how are you going to participate if there's no ice to use? There's no arena to go to. There's no safe place to call home. And it's, yeah.
What's a sheet of ice cost on the market, roughly?
You're looking 500 plus at a public rink, and that's being generous. Some rinks, you know, the Canland rinks, you're looking $600-700 for 50 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Holiday. Okay, I see no other, thank you. Next speaker, Sharab Jama. Jama. Okay. Strachan, Frederick. Big Brothers and Sisters of Toronto. Are you here? If not,
I am here.
Okay.
Just 1 second.
Just 1 second. The folks that just sat down, may I have your name?
Shaib Jama.
Okay, go ahead. And then we'll come to you at the online later. You have 10 minutes. Thank you for joining. Pardon me. You have the entire team. 5 minutes. Okay, it's just there. A few of you there. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the...
Make sure you speak to the mic. Move that mic right in front of you so we could hear you. Yeah, just...
Good morning.
Yep, go for it.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor and members of the Executive Committee. My name is Kweli.
And my name is Shaib.
We're both 14 years old and we live in the Weston community. We're here today to speak in strong support of bringing MLSE LaunchPad to Weston.
As young people growing up in the city, we see every day how hard it is for youth to find good opportunities, especially in communities like ours. There aren't enough safe spaces for us to learn, grow, and gain the kind of experience that actually leads to jobs. We go out looking for work. We often hear the same thing. You need experience. But how can we get experience if no one is willing to give us a chance?
That's why MLSE LaunchPad would make such a big difference for Weston youth. LaunchPad isn't just about sports, it's about opportunity. It combines physical activity with mentorship, leadership training, and job readiness programs. It helps young people like us build confidence, learn teamwork, and gain real-world skills that employers are looking for.
In downtown Toronto, LaunchPad has already changed so many lives. It's helped youth discover new interests, find mentors, and even start careers they thought were never possible. Now imagine what it could do in Weston, a community full of talent, energy, and potential, but not enough resources or investments.
For many of us, a place like LaunchPad could be our first real step toward a career, whether it's in sports, recreation, community work, or even business and leadership. It's not just about keeping youth busy, it's about helping us build futures.
Having MLSE LaunchPad in Weston would mean so much to our community. It would mean more youth employment, more youth employment programs close to home, mentorship from professionals who believe in our potential, and a safe, welcoming space where young people can learn, train, and grow together.
Right now, too many young people in Weston feel limited, like the best opportunities are always somewhere else in the city, but never close to home. But we deserve the same chances as anyone else. Bringing LaunchPad here would send a clear message that Weston youth matter and that our dreams matter too.
We talk a lot about building a stronger Toronto, but that starts with investing in youth, especially in neighborhoods that need it most. MLSE LaunchPad in Weston would give young people real hope, real skills, and real chances to succeed. Please support this project and help give Weston youth a future we can believe in.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you. It looks like you got to the heart of the folks here. Councillor Carroll and Deputy Mayor Ember Molly.
Madam Speaker, I just want us to really zero in on the fact that our deputants here are 14 years old. As you know, I have a grandson who plays elite Nike junior ball in the United States, but never in a million years could I get him to come and make a deputation in this council chamber. That was amazing. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Morley.
Was that your first deputation to City Council?
Yeah.
And was it as hard as you thought it was going to be?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I just want to let you know you did an excellent job. The first time I deputed at City Hall, I was about your same age, and now I'm sitting here as a deputy mayor. So keep going, stay engaged. Thanks, guys.
Oh, yes. Thank you. You did very, very well. Well done. Well done. Okay. 4 more years before you can run for council, huh? Yeah. The Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Toronto, President and CEO, are you on the screen? And can I get AV to please fix my screen so I can see what's happening on the screen? I cannot see anything. Since you got my mic fixed a few times, can you then fix my screen? This will be the 3rd request. Okay.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and the rest of Council. Thank you for having me speak today. I'm honored to stand before you not just as the President and CEO of Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Toronto, but someone who ran a youth-serving organization in Weston for almost 8 years before moving to my new role at Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Toronto just a year ago. However, I come to you as a supporter of youth, community space, inclusion, and opportunity. I am a big supporter of MLSE LaunchPad moving to Weston. For a long time, Weston has been historically lumped into other communities such as Mount Dennis, and there's a lack of spaces and resources for young people. We have seen youth crime increase and youth unemployment has skyrocketed. We all know that in neighborhoods like Weston, when safe, barrier-free spaces exist, the trajectory of young people's lives shifts. Just use the example of Regent Park. When organizations such as LaunchPad moved in, coupled with the support of existing organizations, the community's social and mental outcomes increased. Crime decreased in Regent Park, particularly gun violence, which saw a 42.9% drop from 2022 to 2023, and neighborhood recorded 0 gun-related deaths in 2023. When youth have access to meaningful activity, mentorship, employable skill building, recreation, community development, they're less likely to drift towards desirable paths. That's why today I speak in favor of bringing MLSE LaunchPad to Weston. For years, I've spoken to hundreds of young people One thing that they have consistently said, boys, girls, and others of varying gender, said, Miss, we want a gym and a sports facility. I would carry their wants always with me, no matter where I go. And any opportunity that I get to speak about their wants and needs, I will. Weston deserves MLSE Launchpad. Our youth deserve this. The community is ready. While there may be many naysayers and they want to keep it as it is, hockey is just not enough. A multi-sport space is needed to meet the changing demographics of Weston. Western Launchpad will not only bring in the sports but employment opportunities for young people. I think of many young people that have met through the course of my work in Weston, Daquan, who had to move out of the community for a while to have employment opportunities in sport. MLSE would provide opportunities for young people like him, but not just in sports, but employment opportunities in sectors such as facility management, community development, and culinary, and much more. Again, I put my strong favor in support of bringing the Launchpad into Weston. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have, I don't know what the heck is going on here. Can't see anything.
Madam Mayor, just a point of order.
Yes.
We're almost at lunchtime. I wonder if there's an appetite to extend to complete this item or to come back after lunch. We do have a number of more speakers.
We do actually. Is there any question to the deputy? Let me just finish this. I see no other questions. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 more speakers. I think we should take a break. Folks, sorry, we couldn't quite complete this item yet. Don't go too far. Come back at 1:30. Am I correct on that? And that we will continue. Next on the speaker list is Mohammed Moose, and then the SENA project, Karen Stins, Miss Mo, etc. Okay, so do come back. We have quorum. Calling this meeting back to order. Mohammed Muse, are you here? Mohammed, come on to join us. Mohammed going once. Mohammed going twice. No, I do not see anyone. Okay, we'll call you back later. The SENA project. Kaluni Abdu Shakar. Oh, they're coming in. Okay. I am going to read your name to see if here. Mohammed Muse, are you here? Come and grab a seat. Thank you for joining us. Can you get in? Okay. There is this button in front of you. Just press it so the light comes on, then we could hear you.
Hello?
Yep,
Oh, you
got
can
it.
hear me?
Go for it.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor Chow and members of the committee. Thank you for having me here. My name is Mohammed Musa. I'm 16 years old, and me and my friends here today are from We Serve Youth program, and I want the MLS LaunchPad to be open. A little backstory about the environment I come from. About a year ago, a friend of mine at the age of 15 lost his life to gun violence. He was shot and passed away in the plaza next to the playground we grew up playing on. Then, a couple months later, about a block away from where he passed, a young eight-year-old boy from the neighborhood was shot and also lost his life to gun violence. May they both rest in peace. Outside of these two tragedies, there are still many shootings, drug-related problems, and overall dangerous things happening, not only in my neighborhood, but also the ones around us too. The reason why I bring all this up is because if the MLS LaunchPad opens, it can really help the youth due to there being no safe space in the community for the youth to hang out. So many end up spending time in the streets or getting caught up in dangerous situations like I mentioned. But if MLS LaunchPad opens, it can give us youth a place in our own community to go and feel at home, somewhere where we can have fun and also learn. And most importantly, feel safe at all times. If the LaunchPad opens, it won't just help the youth today, but also the young kids coming up and generations to come. With the MLS LaunchPad come to Weston Road, I believe it will have a very good impact on our community. Once again, thank you for having me, and I hope you guys choose the right decision.
Thank you, Mohammed. Any questions to the deputy? Councillor Carroll is smiling. Okay, Deputy Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, first of all, I'm sorry for your losses. That's tough. That's tough. So tell me about the education piece, because I haven't heard about that yet.
Pardon?
Tell me about the education piece. You said that there's going to be education availability there as well.
Because we can offer like tutoring programs and like after school programs for the kids like younger for them to learn stuff like life skills or like ways to get jobs, etc. Or also help with homework and all that.
Okay, thank you. That's my question. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you so much. An excellent job.
No problem.
Can you talk to us about what programs and services currently are missing from the community? Like you're mentioning how important this is. Is there much going on in the community right now?
Not really. We have a program called We Serve Youth. We Serve Youth. It's a program, and we're in the hoodie right now. All my friends, we come from that program, but we don't have a lot of resources. Like we play in the gym, but the gym we use is like pretty garbage. My bad for my language. That's bad, but like it's a pretty garbage gym. But if you have MLS LaunchPad, hopefully we can have our program run inside the gym and our workshops and facilities like that.
Amazing. And has MLSE been at the table engaging with the local community and the youth to get your ideas and vision about what this could look like?
Yes.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Those are my questions, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Well done. The SENA project. SENA project is Colleen Abdul-Shakar. Are you here?
Hi, yeah, I'm here.
Online, go for it.
Yeah,
Turn on your
online.
camera if you can.
Yeah, I turned it on. Okay, hi everybody. My name is Kulani Abdushakur and I'm from the York Southwestern Ward. I'm here to voice my support for reimagining the Weston Lions Arena because development in my community must finally serve the people who live there, especially those left on the margins, looking at first-generation families, Black and other racialized youth who largely make up Weston. As a youth being raised in this neighborhood, my area has little to no access to safe and affordable or engaging spaces for youth to connect and to grow. This is especially true given the limited accessibility of the current arena and its lack of updated infrastructure and services that reflect the community's needs. For far too long, the neighborhood has been overlooked, and it is the youth who have to pay the price, missing out on opportunities that other parts of the cities have. Throughout my work as co-founder of the Saner Project, which is a youth-led non-for-profit that serves Oromo and other underprivileged youth, these barriers continue to manifest. It's extremely difficult for us to access community spaces, and we often have to pay hundreds of dollars just to book out gyms or fields or facilities that should already be readily available to us. As we're now here, and as we're now hearing concerns from individuals who are hesitant about reimagining this arena, particularly because of the existing usage of the rink. I would, however, say from my own experience growing up here and now working within my community, I've spoken to multiple residents who have either never knew that the facility was still running, they didn't know that it was open to the public, or like myself, have never attended a program in the arena. This proposal offers a chance to change that narrative, a narrative that often paints my neighborhood as outdated or ripe for gentrification, while ignoring the growing number of youth who are deprived of accessible programming, mentorship, and opportunities right where they live. If done right, this can be a model for what equitable, community-driven enhancement should be looking like, rather than prioritizing privatized or for-profit development. And in conclusion, I just urge the committee to approve this proposal and let the development in Weston continue to prioritize those who have been historically left out. Thank you for this opportunity to speak and for your commitment into building an inclusive future for our community.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellent. Any questions to the deputant? If not, Karen Stins, a former colleague. How are you?
Good, thanks. How you doing?
Haven't seen you for ages.
I know. I thought I retired permanently from this place. For the area that is now represented by Deputy Mayor Mike Cole. And so some of you may wonder why I was pulled out of the archives of City Hall to come and talk today about the arena in an area that I never represented. And, you know, arguably you could say I don't know much about. So I want to explain why I'm here and why I took 5 minutes. And I hope to be able to, you know, we talk about narrative, offer a different narrative on what this is all about. Because I, in addition to being a city councillor, I was chair of the North Toronto Memorial Arena, which is a rink, a hockey rink in North Toronto, and it's run by a community-based board, arm's length. And some of you may recall, Madam Mayor, you may have even been part of that discussion. Remember when it was the boys versus the girls and there wasn't enough ice time? And it was quite, it caused quite a controversy. And I think Councillor Perks, you were there as well, and Councillor Shelley Carroll. And it was at a time, and not Councillor Ainsley, you remember, Lease girls hockey. And it was a time, it was very controversial. Like this arena, this room was packed. It was packed. And it was actually along the lines of the same discussion around who gets to benefit from limited resources. Now, it was a different time. I think it was, what, 15 years ago, maybe even 20 years ago. And we were able to resolve that dispute by not having to make choices, but to build capacity. And the outcome of that was we were able to build Leaside, a second pad at Leaside. And so we didn't have to make the choice. And today I'd like to offer that maybe the choice doesn't need to be made in the way that it's currently being framed. And that if you look at this arena as a drain on the city resources and a $15 million capital expense that you don't need to make because MLSE is going to take it over and repurpose it, and that's the only concern that this committee has, well, then it's really no longer a discussion. But if you see this resource, as I do, as a very valuable community asset that does serve the needs of the community, albeit the community, broader community, and it is a scarce resource because ice in the city is scarce, and the fact that there's a skills training course being run out of it is really immaterial. Most areas of the city offer permits to do the same thing. And so this ice doesn't just serve the local community, it actually serves the network of leagues and ice hockey, rec, and recreational and more competitive teams. And so I can't speak to what's in the report and why there's this view that it's not well used. It is well used, and it's part of an infrastructure that supports hockey across Toronto. And there's not enough ice in the city, and leagues are forced to go and rent expensive ice, and it makes hockey less affordable for those that want to play it. And hey, I get it. Hockey's not everybody's thing. It's Canada's national sport, but it's not everybody's thing. And so not everybody should be forced to play hockey, and people who don't play hockey should have opportunities to have programming in their neighborhood. And I believe that MSLE, if they were really committed to programming in this community, could certainly find another place to do it, I would think. But I also come here today because I had the opportunity as president and CEO of the Variety Group of companies to program some of my programs for kids with disabilities at the LaunchPad. And I can tell you that there are not 100 people currently hired at the MLSE LaunchPad. There's 16. And what I can also tell you is that my programming, it was no cost to the participants, but I had to raise charitable dollars to be able to provide programming in the LaunchPad, because the LaunchPad did not pay for programming. The LaunchPad, we were responsible for our 8-week program, 9-week program. And it was great because we were able to help people with disabilities, kids with disabilities in that community have access to programming that they wouldn't otherwise had. So I was grateful, but there was, the costs were being borne by the charity. So it wasn't as if there was no cost. And so if there is an expectation that this new facility that gets repurposed where the Weston Arena currently is, that it's going to provide 100 new jobs for the local community, well, then that better be baked into the contract, because that is a very different model than what they have right now in the ice and the roller rink that was not being used. And so, and if there's an expectation that they're going to provide community programming, well, then that better be baked into the contract too, because that's not how the LaunchPad currently operates. In my experience as a user of the LaunchPad when I was president and CEO of Variety Village providing programming for kids with disabilities. And so it seems to me that city council, city councilors and this committee, there's hard choices that you make, and you're elected to make hard choices, and you can't please everyone all the time. But if there is a way to not displace a current group of users for a scarce resource, but also figure out a way to serve build capacity to make everyone whole, then that would be a goal worthy of this chamber, and one that I would be proud to be part of in any capacity that I could serve. And with that, my 5 minutes is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Deputy Mayor, sorry, Speaker Francis Nanciata.
So, Karen, I think you got the wrong information because nobody's being displaced. And second of all, you even admitted that you don't know the community. So how could you come into Weston and tell Weston what we need in Weston?
I'm not trying to tell you.
You don't even know the community.
I'm not trying to tell you what you need in Weston. What I am saying is that it's an ice arena, and ice is scarce. It's a scarce resource, and I know that from my time as being chair of the North Toronto Memorial Arena, and I know that there are users being displaced because there are those that play hockey. And the city has made some notional commitment to these user groups that they'll be accommodated, but they haven't actually told them how, when, or where, because they've been there for 25 years and they got no notice that they're not going to be able to be there next year.
Well, the leagues have been relocated, but as far as a business that's running in Vaughan, no, I'm not interested in that.
There's businesses being run in every city facility across the city.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, Councillor Holiday.
Ms. Stintz, you come to us with two unique perspectives. The first is, as someone that provided programming into the model in the other LaunchPad downtown.
Yes.
So do I understand it correctly that your charity was the one that put together all of the work effort to operate the activity within the center?
That's correct.
Did MLSE provide programming?
If they did, I wasn't aware of it.
So is there a model?
I said if they did, I wasn't aware of it. I'm not saying you didn't. I'm just saying I'm not aware of it. And I'm also saying that the current LaunchPad right now has 16 employees, not 100. That's according to your website.
So, Ms. Stintz, so you as a charity were allocated time, I guess, into that
That's
to
correct.
operate your programming?
That's correct.
Okay, and so your charity bore the costs for this?
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to go back over to the experiences in the arena. Do I understand this, that arenas don't just serve the immediate radius around them?
That's correct.
A few hundred meters. They operate as a network of arenas, is that correct?
That's correct.
Because teams play each other?
That's correct. And in order to have teams and leagues and play, you need to have more than one location to make that happen.
What happens when ice time becomes scarcer in the city?
When ice time becomes scarcer, it limits the ability of the league to support teams. It limits play. It limits opportunities for kids to engage in hockey if that's their chosen sport. And it also prevents kids that would play hockey from being able to reach the level and skill that they might want to in order to move on and become, again, enter the GTHL, enter the NHL, and go on and represent Canada as a hockey player. And that's real. Like we had a number of hockey players at the North Toronto Memorial Arena go on to play for the NHL.
If I'm trying to seek ice for a youth hockey team, what are my options if I wanted to do that right now?
Very limited. The local arenas that we have are full, and city ice is usually allocated for skills and drills as opposed to league play. And then there's the private ice at St. Mike's College or other of the private schools that actually have ice to be available, but that's very expensive ice.
Oh, I see. So there's also for-profit ice centers.
That's correct.
That rent ice. It's more expensive than the city.
That's correct.
And so if I'm desperate, do I end up taking the kids to later time slots or more expensive ice?
That's correct. Those are your options.
I see. Thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you.
I just have a question. Ms. Stint, you are now the president of not Variety Village anymore, right?
No, I got retired again from politics. So I retired from Variety, a group of companies, and I ran federally. And I got retired.
So are you right now working in what an organization?
As of Monday, yes, I will be working.
Where are you? Oh, so as of
Monday, yeah. So it's not public yet. I just signed my letter of offer, and so it's not been made public.
Oh, okay. So you're not here speaking on behalf of any organization?
No,
Okay.
no, just me.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And the next speaker is Ayantu Youssef Aman. Are you here? You're online. Okay.
Hello.
Turn on your camera and your mic. Let's hear you.
Hello.
Ayantu? There you are.
Yep. Good afternoon, Mayor Olivia Chow and the Executive Committee. My name is Ayantu Yusuf Ahmed. I'm from Ward 5, York South Weston, and I'm here today on behalf of the Center Project, a community youth organization. I'm deputing today to voice my support for the proposal to re-image Weston Lions Arena into a multi-sport facility. I believe that this addresses a long-standing need in our community, which is creating a safe, inclusive space where young people can access mental health support and build confidence and develop a sense of belonging. Having lived in York South Weston for most of my life and personally experienced the challenges of finding safe and supportive spaces after school, I recognize the significant positive impact the facility could have. Through my work as a non-for-profit co-founder of the Center Project, I advocate for young people and I've seen firsthand the challenges they encounter. Many of us face stress, isolation, and the pressures of navigating life without sufficient support. This is not due to lack of willingness to seek help. It's because the spaces that offer the kind of care are often inaccessible, unaffordable, or simply unavailable in our neighborhoods. The inadequate access to mental health support and safe recreation is one of the biggest barriers to youth development in our community, evidently detrimental to the quality of life. This is why the proposal matters. A space like MLSE's LaunchPad makes a difference. It gives youth a place to decompress after school, to connect with mentors, or to be active and express themselves in a healthier way. It's not just a facility, but a symbol of commitment to young people's well-being, belonging, and ultimately the belief in their potential. I've seen how transformative it could be when youth feel safe and supported. They become more confident, more hopeful, and more actively engaged in their communities. Its benefits extend beyond the youth, positively impacting the neighborhoods entirely. In conclusion, investing in youth spaces is investing in prevention, in safety, in belonging, and most importantly, in youth. It serves as a third space, creating opportunities while prioritizing and ensuring support and development. I would like to thank the committee for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you so much. Aisa Salad, we serve youth. Aisa, are you online? Isa, I'm sorry. Isa Salah? Okay, we'll move on. Rabia Asabel. Are you here? No? Okay. Come on up. 5 minutes you have. Go ahead. Yep.
Good afternoon, Mayor and the Executive Committee and everyone here. My name is Rabia Al-Sabai, and I'm a mother, community advocate, and also a resident of Regent Park community. My children, I have 4 children. My 3, they attend MLSE drop-in and register programs, downtown location. And today I'm here to speak in strong support of the city's proposal to reimagine Weston Arena through a partnership with MLSE LaunchPad. As a parent, I have witnessed firsthand the transformative impact that LaunchPad has on our young people, including my kids, who are the oldest 13 and 12. It's not just a sport facility. It's a safe and welcoming space where youth develop confidence, leadership, academic support, including tutoring program after school, brain builders, I think it's called, mentorship, young with matching them with the youth 20 and above, which is, they are staff, they work there, and real opportunities for their future. It's a space where no one is turned away because they cannot afford to participate. Many families in Weston face economic and social barriers, just like Regent Park a few years ago. LaunchPad's support for development model truly breaks those barriers. And we saw this firsthand at Regent Park and Moss Park and Jamestown as they attend the downtown location. It supports mental health, improves physical well-being, and builds positive pathways for youth who often do not have access to this kind of high quality programming. The proposed investment of $25 million by MLSE is a major contribution that will revitalize an aging facility with no capital burden on the city, which is, as a resident, I totally agree with that. Most importantly, the plan prioritizes youth and community needs, which is exactly the example in Regent Park. Sorry, the downtown location. The commitment to ongoing community engagement will ensure that this new space reflects Western voices and local priorities every step of the way. I understand the concerns about ICE access, but this proposal is not removing something without replacing it. It's replacing seasonal ICE with a year-round community hub that will be used every single day by children and youth who needed it most. My own children and many others are thriving because LaunchPad gives them belonging, mentorship, and hope. Western families deserve the same access and the same change for their children to succeed. I urge you to move this proposal forward for our youth, for our neighborhoods, and for a more equitable Toronto. Thank you for your time and your commitment in investing in our young people.
Thank you for that. Any questions? Councillor Holiday.
Thank you. I'm glad I could ask a question of someone that had their children attend. I'm trying to figure this out. The MLSE LaunchPad website for the downtown location doesn't show programming for Sunday. Is it open on Sundays?
I think when people work from Monday to Saturday, they deserve to get one day off.
Okay.
So I think, yeah, it's like, especially youth, they work there. So let them have fun.
Okay. And
Yeah.
and what was the type of programming your children used, and what was their experience? I'm just trying to understand it.
Sure. So as a mom, an immigrant, I think you can figure out that English is my first language. I'd like to put my kids in every single program to take advantage of every single thing, especially when it's a free access, to families, especially two and more. So my kids, my older two, especially my daughter, who is 12 years old, MLSE, she goes from Monday to Friday. They have Mondays where it's full only women, which is from the age of 6 years old to I think 19 or 18, I'm not sure about the age. 23, thank you. So my daughter plays very well volleyball, which was always a dream, but she goes there for Mondays, which is 3 hours, and then also she goes for the homework club, which is 2 hours after school, right, just straight from school, she goes there, and then she doesn't need to pack food, nothing, so it's everything provided there. And then by 9 o'clock, I just pick her up. So she played volleyball, she did her homework, so she socialized with her friends in a safe space, all female staff. And then my son also goes for basketball, he plays with his friends there. So a community, a space that as a mom, I can drop my child for 4 hours and leave, and no question, no doubt, no concerns, nothing. So it's a safe space for for kids to play, but also other mentorship and leadership and capacity building.
Okay, and I'm looking at the schedule, so I want to understand it. So they go after school generally, it looks like here,
Yes.
till about 8 or 9 o'clock, depending on the night, and then Saturday it looks like it's open from 10 till about 5. Do I understand?
Yeah, I attend for Saturdays. I take my 10 years old. She likes to play basketball with her friends because their moms, they work during the week. So we meet there it's open for family basketball program. So they play, I think, from 12 to I can't remember the schedule.
Okay.
Yeah, but pretty much we go every day.
Okay, and then you register for the programs, or is it a drop-in?
So there are two options. You can just come in, but also it's good for you as a parent. For me as a parent to know the time and the schedule and who's there and what they are doing. So we would register, but also there are opportunities where just drop in.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries.
Any other
And the
questions?
staff more than 100. So.
Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, I just want to ask, sorry, it's awkward. We have to face into our microphone.
Oh.
You have a child in volleyball and a child in basketball. Are they just doing skills development, or do they get a chance to compete? Do they organize teams and they get to actually have competitive games?
They do. My daughter, in 2 years in a row, they won the champion for the basketball. Yeah, so they do programs. We do leagues. And actually, I love MLSE because every time they have an event, you walk out with tickets, with stuff. It's not only in that location. You walk out with other opportunities. So we go to watch games. We get an opportunity to go visit places we would never imagine. So it's not accessing the space, but also accessing outside of that space.
Right.
Opportunities, yeah.
I ask about the competition because that's the one thing we don't seem to be able to offer in our own parks facilities. We have lots of
Yeah.
drop-in, but we don't. They all say they want a chance to play competitive games.
But that is another thing, maybe for another day, another conversation, that the city should do that because the FIFA is coming up and we have a huge facility in Region Park and no one is using it. Just people come in and play. But another thing you asked me about the programs there. So not only basketball and volleyball. So my daughter never played basketball before and she's really tall. Like, I don't know if I'm tall or not, but she's taller than me, for sure. So she's 12 only, but she never played basketball. She loved it. So 2 years ago, she started to come to MLSE, and she thought people would make fun of her, but nope. That year they won the league, and then this year they came second. But she walked out with confidence, with leadership, with team, all the skills you think about to gain from a program, which is from a league or a sport. You need to pay. We get it for free. We get staff, we get coaches, we get access to everything that they need for free. for free. So also hockey. So my two daughters, they're 12 and 10 years old, they played hockey, and we did for 2 years in a row. We went for a competition. I can't remember, maybe the staff can help with that. But we went for a competition, so they did very well. It's called, I think, a program. I can't remember now. But they play everything they want. So it's not only basketball and soccer or those. No, there is badminton. There is other things. Chess. There are
Okay. If she's taller than you at 12, I know some D1 universities that probably want to talk to her already.
I would love to do so. Okay, another thing I want to just mention that you just reminded me. So as I run a organization or profit called Happy Mom, Happy Children. So as a mom, I have children, I worry about my kids. But also at the same time, we do programs for moms. And MLSE provide that for us for free, no cost. But also, just someone mentioned that we need to bring stuff. But as an initiative and grassroots group, sometimes they do collaboration with us. They get staff to us to help us with outreach, to manage the space, food as well. We do collaboration with them. So there's no door closed with that. There is always a door open for a communication. Unless you have money, you want to come in, no bother, just pay and cover that. But the space, access to space is so important. And MLSE is doing a great job by offering that to the community.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you for your time. Ross Bittoff, Humber Valley Hockey Association.
Good afternoon, members of the Executive Committee. My name is Ross Bittoff. I'm the president of the Humber Valley Hockey Association, a volunteer-run non-for-profit organization serving over 1,000 players and families across the West End of Toronto. Our association uses over 3,000 hours of ice every year across more than 15 different facilities just to meet the needs of our players. Ice rental alone costs us more than $850,000 a year and represents over 85% of our budget, entirely covered by families. About 3/4 of that ice comes from city-owned facilities. One of those facilities is Weston Arena, where weekly, more than 230 mostly 11-year-old and unders practice and play on our 9 hours of ice. I'm also a parent of 3 hockey players, boys 13 and 11, and a daughter 9 years old, who have all grown up skating in the community. Let me start by saying I understand and appreciate the intent behind this proposal. Creating more flexible community spaces can absolutely benefit residents and strengthen neighborhood connections. But those benefits shouldn't come at the expense of thousands of children and families who rely on affordable local ice. What might seem like a small neighborhood change will ripple across the West End. Ice availability in our part of the city is already stretched to the limit. Each season, local hockey associations, both boys and girls, ringette, and figure skating programs compete for scarce ice, often forcing parents to travel across the city, through traffic as we know, or pay higher private ice rates to meet their needs. And Humber Valley is not alone. There are several other West End associations with similar challenges, all of us working together to serve thousands of kids playing a sport that they love. When even one rink is lost, it sets off a chain reaction. Everyone is forced to reshuffle, bidding for the same limited spots. The cost of remaining ice rises, and those costs flow directly to families. Hockey, already an expensive sport due to ice costs, becomes even less affordable. We've seen how rink closures already ripple through the community. Earlier this season, George Bell Ice Arena was closed for renovations, and every West End association felt the impact. To their credit, city staff did an incredible job of allocating where possible. But even with their best efforts, the result was fewer ice slots for every organization. Associations like ours had to either reduce team ice or buy additional hours at more expensive private facilities. And we're living through it again right now. Since Thanksgiving, the Park Lawn Bubble ice surface has been unexpected to close with no clear opening date. For Humber Valley alone, that's the loss of 13 hours weekly of ice, affecting more than 350 players. There are no suitable slots available to replace that ice. So our volunteers are working daily to source costly private ice, and in most cases, cancel altogether. These challenges are even harder for girls hockey and ringette, which already face what many call a participation or girls tax, because they don't have legacy city contracts on affordable ice. Removing another sheet of ice without a suitable replacement would widen that gap even further between those who can afford to keep playing and those who cannot. I believe the City Capital Plan has plans to maintain the current number of ice surfaces, but in reality, the West End is falling behind. With George Bell closed for repair, Park Lawn unavailable, future work in 2026 expected at rinks such as Chris Tonks and Mimico, we're losing capacity faster than it's being replaced. With no new arenas under construction, this shortage will only get worse. So today I'd like to just make two specific asks. First, we need a long-term plan to maintain and sustain ice capacity across Toronto, especially in the West End. Families and associations need assurance that the number of ice sheets won't decline, that maintenance closures are coordinated to minimize disruptions, and community programs, and that capital where required is spent on maintaining existing facilities. And second, we're asking for a more open and proactive dialogue with local associations before major decisions are made. As an example, our association was just contacted yesterday at 5 p.m. for the first time to provide our Weston ice use facilities, Weston ice use figures. This was surprising given the amount of data that's already been presented publicly. Early engagement would help ensure decisions are based on complete and accurate information. We're not here to oppose community improvements. We're here to say let's find a balanced solution. Through shared scheduling, dual-use programming, or creative facility upgrades, we can serve both ice and non-ice users without erasing a critical community asset. Because once an ice surface is lost, it's nearly impossible to get back. And with that, disappears not just the frozen sheet, but the opportunity, inclusion, and connection that thousands of children and families have. On behalf of Humber Valley Hockey and the many volunteer-run associations in the West End, thank you for your time and considering the broader impact of the decision on Toronto families and the future of community sport.
Thank you for the time. Just a question. Do you folks use Westwood Arena, for example, which is on the West End? It's in Rexdale. That's a private arena? Do you also use that arena? Or?
So we use 15, the math we do is about 15 different facilities. We have to go to private facilities because there's not enough public facilities available. So we operate out of a number of private facilities as well.
What's the ratio between, because I don't know the arena industry very well, in terms of the number between private arenas and public arenas?
It varies by area. I mean, in the West
End,
Toronto, yeah, I think in the West End, former public facility, now private Ford Center has 4 pads. That's now a private facility. Canlan has a facility up at Martin Grove and Westwood. So I'd say there's 4 sort of main private facilities. There's quite a few city facilities, as we know, in the West End. Some operational, some not. But our primary usage has been public facilities where we can, for especially our grassroots programming. It tends to be that our more competitive programming, we have to move to private facilities because of the cost.
So in general, the private facilities, of course, would be a bit more expensive than the public ones.
Minimum of 2 times. So our typical cost would be around $300 an hour for ice at a city facility, just blended. It varies. Private facilities will be 2x that.
Do you know whether Hockey Canada or any organization have done, or in Ontario, have done analysis of all the ice rinks, public, private, and look at the deficit, look at a forecast as to how many rinks is needed, how many are private, how many public, and in terms of public investment, all of that. Has there been a study, a comprehensive look at where things are at in terms of arenas?
I don't know, actually. I can't answer that. I think the GTHL may have done some work around that facility, some of the other programs around. I know there was a report just released about girls programming and how much that has been expanding the last number of years. And, you know, with my daughter being 9, one of the challenges that I've seen speaking to some of the girls programming is, as I said, what they call that participation tax. So they call it a girls tax because the girl programming, which as it starts, didn't have legacy, I'll call them grandfathered contracts at city facilities. And so they haven't had access to get into any city facilities. So they utilize these private rinks. I can say for personal experience, you know, like I said, we've lost Park Lawn since Thanksgiving, and that 15 hours, we can fill maybe 3 or 4 of those at 4 o'clock in an afternoon, which means impacts for families, impacts for parents. We're driving to Brampton for facilities. So there are not ice facilities available in the West End with the current amount. And as I said, I visited an MLSE facility. I was at an event there a number of years ago. Fantastic facility. This is about balance and how we can continue to meet the needs of the existing users. Because, like I said, we have 1,000 in our association, but we're one of only 7 or 8 in the West End.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking to us, Mr. Bitov. Last council meeting, we had a condolence motion for Ken Dryden. And everyone knows who Ken Dryden is, but do I remember correctly that he started out in Humber Valley?
Correct.
And so Humber Valley is an Etobicoke-based hockey league. I know it. I played for it a long time ago. But you said that you're now spread across 15 facilities. Can you give the committee a sense of the geography of what's involved as a hockey parent and the wide array of networked arenas that you rely on just to support the sport for your children?
Yeah, I mean, if I think of just the facilities that we operate for our practice facilities, they operate from the border on the west end of Toronto, upwards of Albion, Gordon Irene Risk, which is in the northern end. We play east as far as Scotia Pond, which is near Downsview. We all know traffic. We all know time commitments to get around. And so the range and time commitment, it's typically anywhere from 15 minutes to 45 minutes drive times for the most people in the West End.
So that's just to get to the facility.
Yeah.
And is it, I mean, you're here telling us today, if I understand that yet another removal of an ice pad just adds more pressure. And can you tell me a little bit about what happens through the life cycle of hockey players? You know, they enter the sport presumably at a young age, and what are the contributing factors to them exiting the sport and maybe never coming back?
Well, I'll use Park Lawn. So we operate primarily our grassroots programming out of Park Lawn. Great facility in a local area. It's a bubble that just gets set up. That programming is for primarily 9 and under hockey-year-olds. And they're playing, practicing at that facility. Without that facility, they are not practicing right now. They are not engaging in the game, and they will transition out of the game if we can't find them facilities. And that's been the challenge. We are entirely volunteer run, and so we have folks working extensively with city members to try and find ice, but we have not been able to do that to this point.
So house leagues are the entry point for most hockey players at some point in their life, and they may or may not progress to more and more advanced, just like any other sport, right? There's levels that people go through, but could you give the committee a sense of, you know, what it takes to be a young hockey player, what type of financial cost it is, and are there programs which remove barriers to ensure that everyone's included?
Yeah, I mean, the commitment and the financial cost to enter hockey these days varies by association. There are a number of grants and programs. We offer our own financial assistance programs to families who are unable to afford to play. But the cost is significant. I mean, each ice pad costs, as we just said, anywhere from $300 to $600 an hour. You know, if you're only able to put 15 to 20 people on the ice at a time, that cost is significant over a season. A lot of the players are 2-3 times a week at a facility, whether that's a game and practices, and that obviously moves. Obviously, the higher levels, the more competitive you get, costs can grow, but really we've focused as an organization. We are primarily a house league organization. We do have some competitive programs as well. That really, I would say, exacerbates as you go on. The more ice you get, obviously the cost goes up. And there are programs available. There's Jumpstart program. The GTHL provides funding. Some of the associations provide their own funding where we can, but it is entirely funded by families in terms of even our financial assistance.
So the proposition in Weston is to remove an ice sheet and use it for something else. And as far as I know, there's no promise of a replacement. Is it fair to say, and although it's hard for me to quantify this, that there's no doubt that the cost will go up for families, the availability of ice will go down, resulting in further travel, potentially later time slots into the evening for kids, and finally, and again, hard to quantify, but likely more will exit the sport because of the pressures?
Yeah, I can't argue that. We have facilities, like I said, every Sunday we have over 230 kids playing at Weston Arena games on the ice in the afternoon. There is not replacement ice for that, as an example.
One last question. There are some that say that hockey is flatlining. As the person in charge of a really, really large league, is that true? Are you seeing positive enrollment trends?
We have grown every year for the
Last question.
We have grown every year for the last 8 years, excluding the COVID year when we didn't play. Every year we've increased. I know for a fact we do not run a girls-only program. The Dolphins would be an example. I think you can speak to those organizations and some of the counselors here in their area. They're growing rapidly in those in the girls' side of the program.
Thank you, Mr. Bistoff. The next speaker, Mohammed Olad. I just want to point out we have 6 more items in front of us on top of this one. And there's one that is the impact of provincial legislation is the next item, and there is about 13 speakers. So just FYI. Mohammed, you have 5 minutes.
Hello and good morning. Hello and good afternoon, Mayor Chow and members of the Executive Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak today about a transformative resource in our city, the MLSE LaunchPad Community Center. My name is Mohammed Olad, and what I'm discussing today is the MLSE LaunchPad. The MLSE LaunchPad is more than a recreational space. It is a model for youth empowerment, community building, and long-term development. It represents the power of sport, mentorship, and education working together to improve young lives and strengthen our city's future. For many young people, especially those facing economic or social barriers, the LaunchPad is a lifeline. It keeps youth engaged, active, and connected to positive influences. It keeps them away from risk and directs them to opportunity. It teaches them discipline, teamwork, time management, and goal setting. Skills that carry well beyond the basketball court or soccer field and follow you into the workplaces, classrooms, and communities. The MLC Launchpad is proof that when our youth have the right support, guidance, and opportunities, they can achieve extraordinary things. Let us champion it, and the future leaders it is shaping every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you so much. Next speaker, Andrea Opedisano. Andrea, are you here? Okay, come on over. And then after that, Smile of Sachet, Ala Adib. And then Mohammed Abdullahi, We Serve Youth. And then Carmen Di Pasquale. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Executive Committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Andrea Pedicano. I'm here today as a new mom and resident of Weston. I'm also an urban planner, former city staffer, and now work in the private sector in housing development. I'm also a lecturer at TMU's School of Urban and Regional Planning that recently looked at what the Weston neighborhood and looking at parks and public realm in the neighborhood. When I first heard about the idea to replace an aging rink with the LaunchPad, I'd have to say I was a little skeptical, and the reason why was it's almost sounded too good to be true. A free program, multi-sports facility solely for youth, children and youth, opened all day, 6 days a week, that provides meals and extracurricular programs was almost unheard of. And so through the recent consultation program, myself and other members of the community had the chance to visit the first LaunchPad that opened in 2017 at 259 Jarvis Street. And I have to say I was in awe. It was filled with children and youth playing basketball, ball hockey, even a few children practicing their rock climbing skills. It was clean, secure, well-staffed, well-equipped, and most importantly, filled with happy, active children. And while I can sympathize with concerns over loss of the arena, I grew up taking lessons at Amesbury Arena, not too far away on Lawrence Avenue. I looked at doing the same with my own child when I first moved to the neighborhood, and that type of public programming just isn't available at the arena today. And I think that's a very, very important point that gets at the crux of the issue and why I'm here today. Simply put, publicly owned buildings should be publicly available and accessible. When we think about the future of the arena and consider the fact that it's a single-use facility, open seasonally, that's in need of $15 million worth of capital improvements, and we weigh that against the opportunity we have before us today to improve the lives of children and youth in Weston, show them that the city cares and values them, I think leasing the space out to MLSE Foundation is frankly a no-brainer. So to conclude, I hope that you see this as an opportunity to fulfill the city's vision outlined in its own facilities, parks and facilities plan to, and I quote, provide equitable, high quality, inspiring facilities that enhance the health, well-being, and quality of life of Torontonians. Thank you.
Thank you. Mohammed Abdullah? Oh, question. Okay, sorry, Councillor Holiday.
Yes, thank you for your deputation, Ms. Opedesano, pardon me. I am interested in what you talked about the availability of facilities such as this. And I don't think there's many people that would disagree that these are great. But there's 51, I guess soon to be 50, indoor arenas across the city. And should other offers come along to convert facilities into something else, same model, same idea, same template, one can argue that, you know, a multi-use facility provides a different utility than ICE. How does committee and council wade through those decisions and balance them off? How do we know it's the right time to change something?
I mean, I think part of the answer is maybe a practical one. And unless the city has sort of the resources to rehabilitate and revitalize the arena to allow its continued use, then I think we need to look at other opportunities. I also think that there's an obligation, an obligation for a public building to be publicly accessible and available for the community. And while I'm not disputing sort of the current use or, and utility and need for hockey, I think I probably in the last year visited the arena at least 15 or 20 times, and the only time it was I've seen it open was on a Saturday morning for hockey.
So the same thought extension could be applied to a pool. So sometimes there's public programs, sometimes people rent pools for private purposes, probably for private coaching. And I think it's a really important conversation that you brought up, is how do we imagine the scarce facility resources that we have? Let's just call them land resources, never mind the facility, and make those choices. I heard a little bit about cost and the ability to continue to carry these facilities, but do we at some point as a city have to say we have to pay for these things or we don't have sports?
Yes, and when I was thinking about what I was going to say today, I went back to sort of the city's own facilities, parks and facilities plan, and some of the principles that should guide, I think, some of these decisions. And as I mentioned, sort of quality spaces that are equitable, if you can provide them at free or low cost, I think that is sort of what you need to weigh. Obviously, there's been a community consultation that goes in, so you'll want to sort of understand what the needs of the community are and weigh if a facility continues to meet the needs of the neighborhood.
The last piece is the city continues to grow in population. And if you look at the statistics from, say, Hockey Canada, enrollment in hockey continues to go up year over year, especially with girls. And that creates a pressure situation. And as well in the city, and you might know this from the work that you do, changes to our ability to locate hockey facilities in employment areas have now been eliminated. So if it's not on commercial land or in a park, it ain't getting built inside the 416. Are we at a point in the city that we give up on ice sports and say, I'm sorry, you just have to go to the 905 because there's no more facilities being built, there's no place to put them, and in fact, they're being converted? What do we do? How do we rationalize that as a council? I mean, these are really important policy questions that you brought up.
I agree, it's a difficult decision.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll, I just want folks to know, so we have 6 more items.
So it is a difficult calculation, but if we as a city already know that we have a developer-funded, entirely developer-funded, double pad arena coming up in the crosstown community along Eglinton's crosstown route, and we have an extra pad about to be built, board-funded, at George Bell, should we take that into account when considering this offer from MLSE?
Absolutely. I think part of it, I know that there's a planning study ongoing, the Weston and Gear study, and I think part of that work will look at facilities in the area. And I didn't mention it, but I do think that there's an opportunity to look at not just what's happening within the walls of the arena, but how the arena integrates socially, economically, and physically with the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. We serve you, Mohammed Abdul Ali. Are you here? Yes, you are. Hello. Have a seat. And we are ready.
Hello, Mayor Charles, Executive Committee, and community members. My name is Mohammed. I'm here on behalf of We Serve Youth. And I'm here really speaking from the chest as a young man raised in New York Southwestern. Our communities have been left behind for generations when it comes to community spaces for recreation. This is a historical opportunity for our generation of kids and more kids to have better access than we did. I lived in a time where it was actually really hard to get community spaces where we'd be left outside to play in random places. And at the end of that night, it would never end pretty well. Somebody would end up getting hurt. We didn't have access at all. So that's something that we have to take into accord. On weekends, I work with more than 300 youth from the York Southwestern area. 300 kids in one gym is not fair. It's really hard to deal with. You can't really provide spaces to most of them, but I cannot deny them access as well. So just being in that particular predicament is not right. We need spaces badly, and I don't know where our youth will be if, let's say, MLSE wasn't involved with this project. This investment will change the trajectory of our generations to come, to build a better future for kids and whatnot. And now I'm seeing a pattern when it comes to these conversations that that this space that's being built is being used a lot. For a person that lives across the street, I think half the year for this space to be used only is not being used a lot, to be honest. So
What time is it? I said 9:45.
Yeah, no, that was
Yeah.
before. No, it was 10 o'clock.
So I find it kind of a little bit unacceptable that we have kids that are not making it to their mother's house. We have kids dying in their mother's house from stray bullets. I find it unacceptable that we're actually in a position where we're really considering whether these kids should have a better future, more jobs. Yeah, that was my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right. All right, any questions to the deputants? No? Well said. My apologies, there's 2 more speakers that just came in. Thank you. Carmen de Pasquale. And then after that is Marie McConnell, sorry. Carmen de Pasquale, are you here? Are you online? If you are neither, I'm going to move on. McConnell? Carmen is online. Can you please start? Okay. If you're not, then Marie McConnell, can you come on down? Yeah. This will be our last speaker. Thank you.
Last but not least, Madam Mayor.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. Executive Committee, friends,
I think we're all here for the same reason, and that's to make Weston better. Councillor Nunziata, thank you for all that you've done for our community over the years. We appreciate you immensely. I want to start with a little quote, and it says,
If you can come right to the mic so we can hear you better.
maybe Councillor Nunziata
If you
can
can
hear me.
come closer
Thank
to
you
the
for all
mic,
your
kiss it,
efforts.
gets closer, perfect.
Better? Excellent. Thank you.
You can in fact move the mic closer to your mouth and don't look over there, then you look at the mic.
Okay. So I'd like to start by saying your greatest contribution to the universe may not be something that you do, but someone you raise. I have two boys, both raised in York South Weston. And if it wasn't for the city ice, neither would be where they are today. Both have been drafted to the highest level of hockey. Both are boys of color, and both come from a single mother home. My youngest is on a full NCAA Division I scholarship. He's currently playing in the US, and the other one's playing pro hockey. I'd like to thank MLSE for giving this opportunity to Weston. It's a huge opportunity, and we are grateful for it. I think what we're asking is if there is any way for the executive committee to please consider somehow keeping the ice. It's currently a sand floor. If it was cement, the opportunities would be huge. There's kind of it seems like there's a little bit of a divide here, and I don't believe that anybody came here wanting the MLSE project to not push forward. In fact, that is absolutely not the case. We are grateful for the opportunity. We're just asking, please don't close down another rink. My younger one, who's currently on the full athletic scholarship, Division I wasn't able to afford to put both of them in the higher level of hockey, and it was because of the city-run ice that ran at a cheaper price that accommodated different leagues that my younger one was to get where he is, which is also drafted and currently in his third year of a degree. So I really needed to clear that up. We want MLSE to push forward with this. We want this in our community. We need this in our community. We're just asking, please, could we take another look? Could we postpone? Could we find a way to keep ice open? The effect that it will have another pad closing is going to be a trickle effect to everybody. Every other ice pad, they're going to have to squeeze all these other ice slots in, and it's going to be very difficult.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Holiday.
Thank you for speaking to us as an experienced hockey parent. People often think of, hockey as something you show up on a Saturday morning, play for an hour, and then disappear and forget about it for the rest of the week. But could you tell maybe just a flavoring to the committee of the impact that the sport had on the life for your boys? And obviously they've gone off to great things because of it. It was their pathway, but there's more to the sport than just showing up at the ice. And if you could just get a sense of what it does to positively develop someone's life, their body, their mind, their lifestyle, their friends, everything, just to ensure that we understand the value of the sport and why it's so much appreciated in our city.
Thank you. Somebody brought up the fear of, keeping their child off the street. Again, my boys grew up in Weston. I had that fear as well. Raising two young Black boys is not easy, and hockey kept them very busy, kept them in a safe place, just like the MLSE LaunchPad will do. The connections that they've made over the years, the friends that they have, lifetime friends, the education that my younger one is currently getting. My older one is playing professional hockey, being paid, and assisting me now in being able to afford to live in the city. The connections are endless. The positive impact through the whole family is immense.
Any other questions, Councillor? Nope. Thank you so much. To speak on the item, Councillor Holiday. Question to staff, Councillor Holiday.
Please, thank you. To PFNR Parks and Rec staff and CREM, I guess, I don't know who will take this. The report says that that direction or a letter was provided to the Weston Lions to terminate their lease. Why was that done if this report wasn't adopted? Yet. If.
Thanks, Councillor Holiday. Through the chair, we, under direction from City Council, had commenced looking into this work. And in accordance with the existing agreement with the Weston Lions, there was a time when the notice needed to happen in order to give them enough time to start working through. The notice was provided after several conversations with the Weston Lions about the opportunities around the material presented today.
But council hasn't adopted or given authorization to get into a deal with another entity such as MLSE. I don't even think council has directed you to redevelop an arena. So why is the lease terminated at this point in time?
Through the chair, the lease is not terminated at this time. We have given notice. Of intent to end the lease in accordance with the terms of the lease.
So the notice is required by November 1st, if I read it correctly. Why did you not wait until next November 1st, after the report is adopted?
The notice provides for the completion of an entire season. And so we thought it was best to provide the notice of the intent as early as possible in order to allow all impacted parties to work through the planning around next steps should they come out.
Did the Weston Lions terminate the lease, or did the city? Were they willing partners in this?
The city issued the formal notice in accordance with the lease.
Did they have an opinion on it? They submitted some correspondence that says something along the lines of regret. Does that mean they opposed or agreed to the termination of the lease?
We've been in conversations, Councillor, with the Weston Lions since we've been asked to do the feasibility around this particular. The Weston Lions see the value of the proposal that is being done here. Their initial reservations were around ensuring that they could get one more year of ice time at the arena. And in conversations with MLSE, we've been able to secure that additional year of ice time so they could finish off this year, which is why the sort of the notice of our intention to end the lease, pending how this would go, was done.
Oh, it's pending how this would go, so it's contingent. If council votes this down, I'm not saying they are, but let's say they did, what happens?
So if council were to vote this this proposal down, we would be probably back to our current state.
Okay. So this is based on a deal with an outside organization to make a capital contribution. At the same time, implicit in this approval is the closing of an arena. Where is the body of work that supports the closing of this arena?
So the direction that we received via council in April of 2025 was to conduct a feasibility study in terms of this particular proposal. In doing that, in terms of the feasibility, we looked at what was the community need from sort of the programming perspective of what was being offered in West End. We looked at the financial impact to the city. We looked at the impact on existing ICE users and whether those existing ICE users could be relocated or allocated ICE time somewhere else within the city's ICE allocation policy, and we can do that. And then we looked at whether this was something that the community, through engagement, was in favor of. And through engagement, we found that over 60% of the community found that this was a worthwhile proposal to go with, in addition to over 80% of the youth.
There's a $13 million capital gap, according to the report, approximately. where was the plan to fill in the $13 million if MLSE didn't come? And what other arenas are about to collapse if there's not enough money to go into them, such as in this case? I don't mean in the structural sense, but in the city sense, that we are now in a position that the city cannot maintain this building, apparently.
That was the final question.
Through the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Holiday, the 2.5 million in capital was to replace the chilling system. A PNR completed condition assessment of all arenas in 2024. And through that, we have updated our 10-year capital plan and will be requesting additional 15 million more through this budget process. And not only this arena, we will be requesting additional funds for various other arenas.
All right, thank you very much. Questions to staff? Councillor Nunziata?
Yes, just for clarification here. So the mayor and I moved a motion in April asking that we look at the Western Lions Arena for the MLSE LaunchPad, correct? So that was a direction from a motion that the mayor and I moved.
That's correct. Councillor.
That's correct. And then in the meantime, we've been speaking to the Western Lions, which is in full support of the LaunchPad, that informed the city that they could no longer manage the arena. Financially, they could not, and they could not continue with the lease, correct?
That's correct, Councillor.
Exactly. So they wanted out. And so they wanted out. But Councillor Holiday, that's why I said you don't understand. So, I mean, it's my ward, Councillor Holiday, and I know what's going on. So, so the Western Lions approached the city and said, we can't run this arena. Please, city, if you could either, come and support us, or they agreed that they wanted their lease terminated, and they asked us if we can extend it for 1 more year so they can play hockey, which we did, and the Western Lions hockey and other hockey leagues have been relocated to another arena, correct?
That's correct, Councillor. So in our conversations with the Weston Lions, we wanted to make sure, and MLSE too, that they had a great final season. That season will happen this year, and unequivocally, let's be clear that any user group that fits within the city's ice allocation policy that is at Weston Lions will be allocated ice time next year.
Yes, and I've known the president for over 40 years. I know him well, and he even spoke to me personally and said, we can't not run this arena anymore. He is not well, actually, health-wise. He can't run the arena any further, and so he's asked. And this motion was passed in April, the mayor and I, to have MLSE LaunchPad look at the opportunity. And we were fortunate that they actually chose us. And so that's why we are where we are. And all the other hockey leagues have been relocated. I have 5 arenas in my ward, correct? Well, that's too bad, Councillor Holiday. I have 5 arenas.
To answer the question, Councillor, yes, any user group that fits within the city's ice allocation policy will get ice time next year.
And George Bell Arena is, which is a city-run arena. This was not a city-run arena. Will open in 2026, and we're looking at putting a second pad there. I'm working with city staff on that, correct?
That's correct, Councillor.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions. Councillor Holiday, you're on to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I cannot sit silently through a discussion that I think is really important. To be clear, I haven't heard a single person today say that they didn't like the idea of an MLSE LaunchPad. In fact, I'm really jealous. I've got Soccer City out in Centennial Park, an empty, rotting building for 10 years at the end of the LRT line that is begging for programming like this. But instead, it's gone over to Weston. So I don't want to come off on the wrong foot and go the wrong direction with which I think has been a very divisive conversation. I'm here to advocate for hockey, simply. I'm also here to advocate, believe it or not, as close as you can get to a local councillor. That arena may be in Councillor Nunziata's ward, but it's 120 meters out of Ward 2, and it's one of the closest arenas to my home. And I can tell you, as a hockey coach, someone who is involved in youth hockey, it's appalling to hear conversations, not necessarily today, but those that characterize hockey as a privilege or exclusive sport. As somebody that has coached both boys and girls, as somebody that has coached kids whose parents may be new to this country, of all sorts of ethnicities, those that have parents that grew up playing hockey and those that didn't, I can tell you it is a very, very popular sport and it means a lot. One of the discussions I have with kids is that hockey is, the majority of the game is actually played above your shoulders. It's about thinking, it's about speaking, hearing, seeing, being strategic. It's about a complete package of being an athlete, to look after your body, to eat well, to commit to a sport, to show up each time at the arena. And I've seen it change people's lives. I've seen children develop on and off the ice. So this is an important sport in our city. And here we have exactly that conversation of losing ice, knowing that it is near impossible to replace it. I'm great to hear that there's a discussion about another pad. We could probably use a few of them in the city. Our planning changes have made it that it is very, very difficult for a private company. Not that I'm advocating for more private companies to deliver ice. Just a quick story. I had to go to hockey practice with the team that I helped coach. And we got to Long Branch Arena a number of days ago, and the chiller had shut off, and we couldn't have hockey practice. We used the time to talk to the kids, and we all went home. There's a game coming up. So the team struggled to find replacement ice, and on Sunday night, we found something. I had to drive 30 minutes out to Oakville and use that ice. And we had to coach the kids and then get them back in time, knowing it was a school day. And this is just my personal experience, but you heard from others. The removal of an ice sheet is of fundamental importance, and it has a ripple effect to all of the leagues. So I can't sit here and just accept that it's a zero sum or an equal equation. We're doing exactly what council often does. They take away from one group to give to another. And I just don't want you to have any misconceptions about what you think equity is all about. I understand the attraction of this particular provision. Go look at some of the statistics from Hockey Canada. They'll tell you that hockey is in growth, and in particular for girls. And it's true what was said today, that there's more barrier to entry for girls to enjoy this sport. And if you think hockey is just one of those things that people do, you go talk to my dad, who's in his 80s, who's been able to play all of his life in his up into his 80s. It is something that is ingrained in our culture in this city. We're the home of the Hockey Hall of Fame in Toronto, and we're proud of that, the home of the Stanley Cup, something of international stature. And if we simply ignore the needs of the hockey community that have come out, the ice community that has come out, I think that that's a shame and that's embarrassing of council. We're in quite a fine mess. This arena is in dire need of capital. There seems to be no plan for that. There was no decision as to whether or not, brought before council to cancel the lease. There was no decision not to continue as a hockey rink maybe run by the city. And here we have a very attractive offer for a future that I understand why a lot of people like it. But I don't think the other side of the equation has been dealt with, and I think that that's a shame. I think that this council owes a debt to the hockey community, and specifically the community in the West End of Toronto. Look at the maps, look at the stats, go to arena, talk to some parents about why this is important.
Thank you, Councillor Holiday. I see any other speaker, Councillor Deputy Mayor Morley and then Councillor Nunziata.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and thank you to everybody for their interest and engagement on this. Before I start in with my remarks, I do want to make a point of personal privilege and acknowledge, speaking of sports and the impact of sports, a sports champion in our chambers today, a two-time Grey Cup winner, Matt Black, a former Argonaut, is with us. Not to embarrass you, Matt, but thank you for joining and wanted to just acknowledge your presence. As a young Torontonian, when I was in high school, I remember the Toronto Argonauts coming and bringing the Grey Cup to my school, and really the inspiration that that gave to a bunch of young, racialized kids growing up poor in our city, having a sense of pride in our team, as we've just seen and come through the beautiful, amazing World Series run of the Toronto Blue Jays. We all can appreciate what an important connector sports are for us as individuals, but certainly as community members. I mentioned earlier in a question to one of the deputants that my first time engaging with City Hall was a deputation, well, amongst my first time, was a deputation to Executive Committee about community space in my neighborhood. And at the time, there was a proposal to build a $2 million outdoor skating oval in a ward that has more ice rinks than all of Scarborough. And we were promised a community center that never materialized. And young people, along with myself, got very engaged with the city process to understand how could this be? How could you promise a thing to a community, it never materializes, what went wrong? And so that started my journey into learning about civic participation and using my voice here around this chamber. And it was a very different environment at that time. It wasn't a very warm reception with respect to any council colleagues who were there at the time. And there was a lot of lack of understanding or appreciation about why youth were using their voices to bring our experiences to this chamber in order to impact decisions that were being made. We heard about a debt being owed. And I want to speak life into the parents of the city who continue to bury their children as a result of gun violence and other challenges that we continue to grapple with in our communities. These are not small issues and they are not easily addressed. The mayor and her leadership has stood up a task force where myself and Councillor Nunziata and other councillors have been deeply engaged about how do we target our efforts and our resources in a way that actually turns the tide on this heartbreaking and devastating reality that disproportionately impacts Black and racialized communities. That continues to be the case. So when we're talking about a matter of connecting young people to very basic safety, supports, capacity, and character building, these are not nice to haves, these are need to haves for the sake of all of our communities, for our community, our city's well-being, and overall ability to thrive. Equity means meeting people where they're at and providing what is required in that moment. And so when we're thinking about the difference between sending somebody to have to find alternative ice space, between having to plan a funeral for a young person, we really need to give our heads a good shake and think about our priorities. We've here advanced on this council floor, probably well before I got here, a youth equity strategy, a poverty reduction strategy, and many other big pieces of framework that we don't ever seem to find the political will to actually get behind and move forward in a meaningful way that actually turns the tide and moves the needle on these critically important issues. We heard today about social and economic barriers. This is an opportunity for us to address that and to do better when it comes to providing social and economic access and opportunities to wider groups of people within their local communities where they deserve to be served, to be seen, to be respected, and to be resourced for their success, because it's going to lead to all of our success. And so while I absolutely hear, and as you know, my ward, we host the Board Performance Center. We know girls sports are on the rise, and we're so excited about that. We know that ice is competitive and expensive. And I agree with my councillor colleague, Councillor Holiday, where we need to be thinking about what does the future of hockey look like in our city. This is our national sport and something we're proud to ensure people have access to. But that's a very nice to have and something we should absolutely keep on our priority list. But it's not at the top of my priority list in this debate when it comes to what we can do for this local community right now in partnership with MLSE, who's proven their willingness to get this work done. and to get to better outcomes for young people, which is a priority that I share. So I will be supporting this, and I will be supporting the local councillor with thanks to her for her leadership on it. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Excellent. Councillor, Madame Speaker Nunziata.
Thank you. Thank you. As I mentioned, there was a motion that the mayor and I moved in April to look at the Weston Lions Arena for MLSE LaunchPad. And the existing lease with the Weston Lions actually has expired. And so, as you know, we do have a letter of support from the Weston Lions Club, and I want to thank Sandy Ross, the president of the Weston Lions, for being part of the arena and the legacy of the Weston Arena, because I think that the legacy of the Weston Lions will always remain at that location, and I want to thank him over the years. So as I mentioned, the leagues that are running the hockey, especially the Weston Minor Hockey, which was a priority for me, the city has relocated them to Amesbury Arena, which is just down the street on Lawrence Avenue, and they're happy with the ice time that they've received. I also mentioned George Bell Arena will be opening. They're under renovation, and we're looking at a second pad there. And when the arena started their renovation, we did give ice time to all the leagues that were running hockey at the Weston at George Bell Arena. As Councillor mentioned, the mayor's task force. We sit on the mayor's task force, and one of the items that came up and over again with Councillor Ainsley as well is that the youth are looking for space. I held a job fair a couple months ago where I had 250 youth that attended this job fair. And all of them, and it was amazing the number of youth that came. And actually, MLSE had a table at that job fair, and a couple of youth that came to the job fair approached MLSE after the job fair, and they were very excited, and I believe that they were even hired. And I've had a number of conversations with youth one-on-one, and the things I hear over and over again is we need space, we need space. And so what we're doing today is this is an arena that unfortunately has not been a city-run arena, and it needs, there hasn't been an investment in this arena for many, many years. There's an opportunity for an investment for Weston to come in with millions of dollars of investment in our community. And when Councillor Holiday says we're choosing one group to another, I believe, Councillor Holiday, all the youth that are here today are deserving. And they deserve to have a space, and they deserve the accommodation and the sports and the programming that we're providing for them. You can't say that the people that are here and all the youth that are here are not deserving, that your hockey people are more deserving than the youth in our community. I can't believe that you're choosing hockey over youth. Now, Karen Stintz, when she made her deputation, she mentioned, and there's been a few inconsistencies. She said that space was not free at MLSE. I understand it was free. There was free. And she mentioned the staffing. So 110 staff is combined full and part-time. So when the comment was made by one of the deputants. So when Karen made her deputation, she even admitted she didn't know the community, and she didn't know what the needs of the community are. And as you can see with everybody in the council chambers, that I think the local councillor knows what the needs of the community are. I remember years ago when my son was younger, I couldn't afford to send him into sports. I was a single mother. I had 3 jobs. I was just enough to pay my rent and my food, and my son didn't have the opportunity. How could I afford? If I wanted to take him swimming, I had to run bingos to subsidize my fees. So there are a lot of parents out there, single parents, cannot afford for their children to be in a program or to have sports or play any sports. It's too expensive. And I have a lot of those young families in my ward and single mothers that are begging, please, we need to help our youth. Please, we need this in my community. And I represent my constituents in York Southwestern. I don't represent an individual that's running a poor business in our arena that lives in Woodbridge. I don't represent Woodbridge. I represent York Southwestern. So please support the recommendation.
Okay, recommendations in front of us. And Deputy Mayor Molly is moving on behalf of Councillor Nunziata. Councillor Nunziata can move it herself, no? She's not a member. Okay, Deputy Mayor Molly have moved it. All right, seeing no other speaker, all those in favor? Opposed? Recorded vote. Recorded vote. Deputy Mayor Malik, Councillor Ainsley, Bravo, Carroll, Matlow, Deputy Mayor Cole, Morley, Councillor Perks, Fletcher, and Mayor Chow. Unanimous, right?
And I would like to thank all the youth that are here. Thank you very much. And thank you for being here. And thank you to council for supporting and stepping up our youth. Thank you.
Thank you, folks. Those of you that have been waiting for so long on item number 1, provincial legislation that weakens rental protections. Folks, I know this is exciting. I know you want to thank everybody and say hello. Maybe you can carry the conversation downstairs at the rotunda and let us keep the noise to a minimal level, if that is possible. And Michael Longfield, are you here? Sorry to keep you waiting. And this is regarding rental protections. Apologize for the excitement around you, Mr. Longfield. The young people are very excited, so hope you don't mind. You can lean into the mic so we can hear you. And you have 5 minutes.
Thanks. Is my presentation up?
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I have a slide presentation. Is it up? I have it plugged in.
Is it plugged in?
It is.
Is it working? Yes, it is working. Okay. There you go.
Great, thanks. Thank you, everyone. My name is Michael Longfield. I'm the Executive Director of Cycle Toronto. I know what you might be saying. Hey, isn't this item about Bill 60 about renters? Why is Cycle Toronto even here? Yep. Sorry, I'm getting tech support.
Okay, I'll start the time when it's ready.
Oh, shoot.
Mr. Longfield, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm just sorry.
It's okay, because there's
I know
a lot of folks getting just excited, young people.
Great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ready? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm Michael Longfield, Cycle Toronto. Yeah, you might be saying, why am I here today? Isn't this item about renters? But yes, but unfortunately, the province has buried some other pieces in this too, specifically around cycling. So, you know, again, I think even from Cycle Toronto's perspective, really glad to see this motion on this. You know, making rental housing more insecure would directly impact people's choices to live in communities with more transportation options. So the rental pieces on this are worth fighting on their own. But buried deep in Bill 60 are additional provisions that would expand and escalate Bill 212's attack on evidence-based decision-making around cyclings and actually broaden it. Sorry, I'm laughing because I can't believe it's real. To just basically dictate how municipalities use their roads in general. I think the last time I was here at Executive, the item was around active or cafe TO, and it was around the time Bill 212 was being tabled. And at that point, I was suggesting that Bill 212 could actually be a threat to cafe TO. At the time, thinking maybe a bike lane like Danforth would be targeted, where the cafe TO program is really an integral part of that. But it turns out the province had other ideas with this legislation. So this is not the first time the province has been amending the Highway Traffic Act. It's actually the fourth time in a year now they've been doing this around cycling. Originally with the legislation that was passed, it was the minister was directed to, shall remove the bicycle lanes on Bloor-Young University. Cycle Toronto launched our legal challenge, and the province then amended those lines to basically say that the minister shall restore a lane for motor vehicles, so not remove the bike lanes, but restore a lane for cars. But in our verdict, the judge agreed with us that basically, that was a distinction without a difference. The intent was to remove bike lanes, and the Superior Court of Justice of Ontario found that that was in violation of the Constitution. I do want to make clear that nobody's saying on Cycle Toronto's prospectus or even from the ruling itself that there is a charter right to bike lanes, but it was that the removal and frankly the arbitrary and reckless removal that was in violation of the charter, and we'll be defending this decision in court on January 18th. So what Bill 60 is doing is it's actually doubling down on the part of how the province controls existing use of roads. And so, currently under Bill 212, as I think a lot of folks know here, the languages around the province can basically prescribe a municipality to require approval from the minister. And at the time, there was kind of, I think we were all waiting, what would be the regulations that would be passed, how would this actually be done? And I think, a lot of projects, including, to here that I've, spoken with both Councillors Carroll and Councillors Perks about projects in their wards, are currently under pause because of this uncertainty. But what's clear now is that there never was an intent to bring forward any regulations, because under Bill 60, what they're proposing is basically, instead of regulating or prescribing municipalities, it's just flat out no, that if a cycling project would involve any reconfiguration of a travel lane, it's just now not allowed. But they've also added in this other fun line for any other prescribed purpose. So what does that mean? I don't think we know. Frankly, I think it means whatever Minister Sakaria or frankly Premier Ford wanted to mean. In this press conference, Minister Sakaria was asked sort of directly about this. See if this
Move a lane of traffic.
Could it ever affect transit lanes?
Well, as of right now, we are focusing specifically on bicycle lanes.
Is there any chance in the future you'll focus on transit?
Well, for me, it's about looking at how do we get the city moving? How do we keep the city moving? We've seen that through the implementation of these bike lanes, of whether it's on Bloor Street, Yonge Street, University, the ones that we have specifically targeted and called out, there have been some significant delays on those roads caused by these bike lanes that have not been used by individuals. So I look at every issue that comes before us and through conversation and through what we then see happen on our roads and the impacts to gridlock, impacts to productivity, at future times can take direction and also decisions.
And with respect to what we were told this morning,
So for the record, he was asked directly about whether or not this would impact bus lanes or rapid TO, and that was his answer. Frankly, it was a non-answer because he doesn't have to, because this gives him the power to decide to block them when he wants to. And again, we've seen this for over a year. The minister a year ago basically said, that he was looking to collaborate with municipalities. He was looking for common sense solutions. And it's been a year and there have been no partnerships. There have been no evidence. And it's clear now this is their plan, that roads are for cars. So thank you for your time. And please heed everyone else who won't be talking about bike lanes.
So can I just ask a question? So that means that the redesign that Councillor Perks and the Parkdale folks have been working on for a long time, the Parkside Drive, which includes a bike lane, under this bill is not permitted to go ahead?
No, and in current, yeah, in current state, it's a bit vague whether or not the city could choose to proceed right now because it hasn't been prescribed. But once Bill 60 passes in its current form, it basically just won't be possible. And even if the city chose to do something different with that lane, like not make it a bike lane, but make it a walking path, make it something else, it technically wouldn't be allowed under Bill 60. And the minister wouldn't have to give any reasons for why.
So allow me if I could just push this a bit further, which means that if there's a group of them, like the the Parkside one, if it is on the books but haven't let out contracts, one should immediately go and build it.
I think that's a really great suggestion, yes.
That would include the rapid TO bus lanes and streetcar lanes that are on Dufferin and on Bathurst. South of Bloor was council approved it already. Immediately they are just putting it in place. That also would be counted as, if you interpret Bill 60 as in face value, that we cannot proceed unless it's in contract. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's correct. I think both TTC Riders and Environmental Defense have sort of highlighted that as a real concern. And I would even say that unlike the Cycle Toronto Charter Challenge around the removal of, blocking the removal of Bloor Young University, which was primarily around safety, I don't think you could make the same legal argument about the removal of a bus lane after it's on the ground.
Right. You're familiar with that. What about taking out the speed camera, which is same ministry, same minister, same premier? Again, that has to do with safety. Is that, I guess you can't join it as a lawsuit, injunction.
I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but currently Cycle Toronto's legal team doesn't have a plan to move forward with a legal challenge on that. I will say, though, as a note, and I think this council has highlighted this, the Premier has sort of suggested that we don't need speed cameras. We just need to give municipalities tools to manage traffic and control speeds. And again, as part of our legal challenge, we had internal MTO documents that basically confirm that they know that bike lanes are actually one of the best ways to manage traffic and reduce collisions. I think in one of their expert reports that we had access to, it showed that adding protected bike lanes to a road can reduce collisions by over 50% for all road users. That's not just people on bikes, that's all vehicles. And so I'm going to be blunt, it seems pretty disingenuous to say you can't have speed cameras. Oh, and by the way, you can't have bike lanes either.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Perks has a question.
Yeah, I've been checking with some folks about this legislations on the bike piece. I'm actually got a lot of work done on the rental piece. We'll come to that in a moment. As I understand it, the previous legislation.
Can you speak to the mic?
As I understand it, the previous legislation basically said we're going to develop some regulations on how new bike lane proposals work. This replaces that and says you can't put in bike lanes unless there's a specific regulation passed permitting your specific project. Is that correct?
More or less, yeah, unless the minister says this one's okay.
I think under regulation. Yeah, it's not just the minister decides, they have to actually pass a regulation permitting it.
Yeah, I mean, it would
piece by piece.
Yeah, theoretically through through cabinet. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But to your point, there's no clarity around what that process would or wouldn't mean, and even the original proposed idea, we were frankly quite cynical and skeptical of. But it's clear there.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, there has been no criteria, and I think in part because their own experts know that bike lanes do not cause traffic congestion, and in fact, when they're implemented through the kind of process that the City of Toronto uses, they're really part of the solution.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
in the situation in which there's a foreseeable risk of injury and even death, how does this legislation allow or not allow for municipalities to fulfill their duty of care to residents who are cycling? How can we respond to this urgent threat, which is already present in our streets, under this framework?
It's a great question. I mean, Toronto has some real challenges, like in terms of its grid, in terms of the lack of boulevard space, especially downtown, about where you can or can't put bike lanes. You know, certainly, I'm hoping that in December or in January next year, there will be 3 items coming forward, cycling projects in Trethewey, in Kingston, and in Rathburn that I hope, committee and council approves, because none of those would involve lane removals, but they would actually help make meaningful connections in parts outside the downtown. But it's a real challenge, Councillor. I'm not fully sure what the answer is.
I guess they're passing on, they're just washing their hands of the responsibility that they have to ensure that people aren't injured or killed. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think the other part of this too, I think, talking with advocacy groups from across the province over the past year, there was kind of a lot of assumption that Bill 212 was kind of laser focused on Toronto, that it was about, maybe the Premier, I don't know, having old grudges with the city or just being frustrated about his own personal commute to Queen's Park. But Bill 60 makes clear now that this would apply to the entire province, that it's not just Toronto, it's basically anywhere in Ontario where a municipality wants to try to build a bike lane.
Seeing no other questions to the deputant. Thank you, Michael. Sebastian Tansel, Kensington Market Community Land Trust. Thank you for waiting.
Mayor Chow, members of the committee, thank you. I'm here to speak today on behalf of the Kensington Market Community Land Trust and as a renter myself. I moved to Toronto in August 2019 with me and 5 other housemates, and we moved to Kensington Market, and the rent split among the 6 of us was relatively affordable, and was relatively affordable then and especially affordable now. And I remember in the summer of 2022, our landlord called me and said, hey, I know the rent control is 2.5%, but look, interest rates have been rising, and I want to raise the rent far more than that. My interest payments are very high, and I want your rent to cover all of it plus more. And I told him that it is not the job of tenants like ourselves to cover the investment risks of landlords. And he got very upset from that. And he said, look, if you don't want the extra rent increase, if you can't agree to it, then I'm gonna have to move family back in. And it's a very common threat that many renters like myself have faced. And it's a threat that we constantly face, me and my peers. And the only thing that has kept us in our home with the affordable rent that we pay is the security of tenancy, is the rent control. And so we know that the Doug Ford government is not interested in helping renters. It's actually interested in making life harder for renters. And I'm not here today to just complain about how bad our provincial government is in that regard. I'm here today to talk about what we as a city can practically do to make life better for renters. And so we can't simply beg Premier Ford to not screw over renters. We need to practically do what we can to tackle underlying issues of housing commodification. So yeah, we at the Land Trust support the city's initiative to request the city solicitor to review legal options to protect renters and challenge provisions of Bill 60, including potential charter protections. And the goal must be vacancy control, and we must support the city's plan to pressure the province to amend Bill 60. We in the Land Trust also believe that there are more things the city can do to preemptively fight back against Bill 60. We could listen to civil society organizing groups like Acorn, for instance, who have been winning in their organizing against major financial landlords, securing big wins. We could provide them with grant money, these groups. We could expand affordable housing, of course. We can expand the multi-unit residential acquisition fund to protect the affordability of rentals in existing rentals in neighborhoods. For example, in the Kensington Market Community Land Trust, we just acquired property on Spadina that wasn't rent controlled before, that we brought into rent control. That's huge for many, many tenants. We can increase the funding tools available to us, such as the commercial parking levy and increasing our vacant home tax. We can enforce short-term rental regulations to repopulate ghost hotels. And all this to say, at the end of the day, we as renters will not wallow in despair, because we can't afford to wallow in despair and hopelessness. We just can't afford it. And so, however, through your policies and budget, you can do more for renters than Doug Ford can ever hope to take away from us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to Deputy? Thank you very much, Sebastian. Lindsay Blackwell, no damn eviction. You're online, okay? Turn your mic on, we're ready for you.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And you can't see me, though.
No, we cannot.
Okay, that's all right. So thank you very much, committee members and Mayor Chow. My name is Lindsay Blackwell. I'm an organizer with No Dem Evictions, and I'm here to express my support for your recommendations opposing Ontario's Bill 60 and to urge you to strengthen them. Bill 60 is a direct attack on tenant rights and on municipalities' ability to protect affordable housing. It was written by and for landlords without a single tenant advocacy organization consulted in its drafting. Tenant groups across Ontario, including No Dem Evictions, Acorn, ACTO, FMTA, and community legal clinics, were never invited to the table. Instead, landlord lobbying groups such as FRPO and BUILD have had untold access and influence in shaping this legislation. The same lobbying groups that whine anytime council and its committees try to make Toronto's housing policies better, such as Toronto's Dem Evictions policies. Their influence cannot be overstated here. Now, we're starting to hear through the grapevine that the Ford government may not even send Bill 60 to standing committee after second reading this week, which would mean that tenants won't get any opportunity to be heard at all. That's not consultation, that's silencing the people most affected by this bill. As you know, Bill 60 would make it easier for landlords to evict tenants, remove long-term renters, and undermine what little security of tenure still exists in Ontario. It would undo decades of tenant protection law at a time when eviction filings and homelessness are already at record highs. And when tenants lose their homes, it's cities that pick up the pieces. It's your shelters, your housing programs, and your community supports that carry the costs of provincial neglect. If Bill 60 passes, the human and financial costs of displacement will fall directly onto municipalities like Toronto and on every other community across Ontario struggling with homelessness and housing precarity. That's why I'm asking this committee to strengthen the motion with two key amendments. First, that Toronto City Council advocate with other cities and municipalities across Ontario to oppose Bill 60 and to defend tenant protections province-wide. This isn't just a Toronto issue, it's an Ontario-wide crisis, and municipal voices carry weight when they stand together. Second, that City Council call on the Ontario government to meaningfully engage with tenant advocacy organizations before advancing any legislation that affects renters' rights or security of tenure. No policy about tenants should ever be made without tenants. Municipal leaders understand better than anyone the consequences of displacement and insecure housing. You see it every day in rising shelter numbers, in the loss of deeply affordable housing, and in the strain on local services. Bill 60 would accelerate all of this. I also urge you to issue directives to city planning and other departments to halt immediately any formal and informal engagement with Build and FURPO, including, for example, the consultations regarding vulnerable tenants under Toronto's eviction bylaw. These lobbying organizations are the architects of Bill 60, and they enjoy immense regulatory capture. Turn off the tap, turn it over to them, and demand the Ford government withdraw Bill 60. Let them see how it feels to be shut out of Toronto's civic process the same way tenants have been. So today I urge you not only to oppose this bill, but to take a leadership role in building a unified municipal response and demanding genuine consultation with tenant advocates. The Ford government may try to silence tenants, but cities like Toronto can ensure our voices are heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to Lindsay? If not, Douglas Kwan, the Advocacy Center for Tenants in Ontario. You're online. Go ahead, Douglas. Douglas, are you online?
Hello? Hello?
Hi, Douglas.
Can you
You have
hear
5
me?
minutes. Please begin when you're ready, and we'll let you know when you're getting to time.
Thank you. The Advocacy Center for Tenants Ontario fully supports a recommendation that is going before the Executive Committee. Unfortunately, I can't share my screen at the moment, but we would like to make one amendment to the recommendation, which is to support a year and a half ago, Council endorsed under MM 14.2 that the Landlord Tenant Board restore in-person hearings. That was a motion supported by Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Bravo. And I point out that motion because it was a solution to the dysfunction and backlog at the Landlord Tenant Board, which is what Bill 60 is under the current narrative from the provincial government designed to do. And unfortunately, it does far from that. It speeds up evictions. For example, one of the provisions under Bill 60 is to reduce the time for landlords to file eviction applications from 14 days to 7 days. Well, that's just going to make the Landlord Tenant Board busier and won't make it run better or faster. Rather, the motion from a year and a half ago proposed to help speed up, make a more efficient landlord-tenant board, but more importantly, a more fair landlord-tenant board. Because what we're seeing in Ontario is when they decided to remove all in-person services in Ontario in 2020 and decided not to return to the in-person model, we saw the backlogs grow. We saw tenants participate only by phone and not by video, as opposed to landlords who were appearing by video. We saw gross inequities, more evictions, and as a result, a growing homelessness crisis. And so we urge that this council amend the recommendation not to provide more resources to the Landlord Tenant Board, because that's all they've been doing over the last 3 years, pumping more money into a flawed system, but in fact, returning to a model that once worked well before, that a model that processed over 80,000 applications with 50 adjudicators, compared to what they're doing now, which is doing the same job but needing 130 adjudicators to do the same work. And as any tenant will tell you, that they often feel that they're not getting enough time to present their case, that they're not being heard, that the adjudication is poor, and that they're not recognizing the actual housing crisis that's on the ground when it's trying to meet its responsibilities to administer justice in this province. Having said this, I provided my deck to members of the executive committee for their review. Unfortunately, as I said, for some reason I can't share my screen. But I am open to any questions that you might have. Actually, I can't say that I can do, sorry. Yeah, I can share just a snapshot of this motion that was approved by council a year and a half ago. And the recommendations were sound then and equally would apply well today. So I would like to ask for that as amendment. And then in terms of efficiency at the landlord tenant board, this is the slide that I want to draw your attention to. As you can see, right here, you can see when in-person hearings were offered across the province with 50 or so adjudicators. When it was in person, they did a lot of work and was able to manage the backlog. And then you fast forward to 24, 25 with almost 3 times more adjudicators. They're still struggling to address those issues. So I would say that Bill 60 is really not meant to speed up or impact the landlord, but really is an attempt by financialized landlords to try and erode tenants' rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Douglas. Are there any questions for the speaker? All right, seeing none, thank you for your time, and we'll move on to Emily Johnson. Hi, Emily. Thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes. Please begin when you're ready, and we'll let you know when you're getting to time. Is your microphone? There we go. Thank you.
Hear me?
Yes, now
there
we
it
can.
is.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Good afternoon, Madam Deputy Mayor and committee members. My name is Emily Johnson. I'm a resident of Ward 14. And I thought it was important to come today to voice my support for the mayor's motion. I moved back to the city last year after a few years in New York, and as predicted, I couldn't afford an apartment like the one I had lived in when I left in 2021. I lived in that apartment for 8 years. The only rent increase was a guideline increase of maybe $20 a year. Those 8 years of stable tenancy were a gift. I was not displaced, threatened, or ignored. My rent was not increased unexpectedly. I felt safe. I planned for the future. I requested repairs without fearing that the landlord would be non-responsive, invade my space, or try to evict me in bad faith. I had dignity and security. That lucky, affordable experience, which I took for granted, feels like a rare occurrence for renters in today's Toronto. The provisions in Bill 60 constitute a degradation of the dignity and security of renters, cutting appeal times and notice periods in half, scrapping requirements for compensation if a tenant is forced to move, preventing renters from being able to support their cases with evidence at the landlord and tenant board. Provisions like these treat renters as inconveniences, as red tape to be fast-tracked, as possible profit to be maximized, instead of people who deserve to feel safe at home. I have watched a friend struggle as her apartment building on Roncesvalles became a battleground against a commercial landlord who threatened to N13 all of the units, pressured elderly and disabled tenants who had lived there for many years, trying to incentivize them to leave with one-time payments that seemed attractive as an amount, but would barely get them 2 months at market rate rents. My friend was afraid to call in repairs because she thought it might give the landlord the pretense they needed to kick her out. For 7 years, as was just outlined in the previous presentation, the province has failed to staff an adequate number of adjudicators at the landlord and tenant board, so that even now the backlog stands at well over 36,000 cases. The railroading measures in Bill 60 seem like an attempt to rectify the intractable situation that the province itself has created, but is doing so by basically declaring open season on vulnerable tenants. The added effect of fast-tracking evictions and displacements will, of course, be to drive up rents for everyone and make that experience of a stable, affordable rental even more rare. I'm appreciative of the mayor's motion opposing Bill 60, outlining its implications, and continuing to call for the reinstatement of rental control. But they have a larger effect as well, which is to reinforce the idea that renters are not a line item. They're not a stock option. We are human beings trying to survive and thrive. They reinforce that once housed, it is most effective from a policy perspective to keep people housed and to hold landlords accountable for the living conditions they provide. It is a reminder that choosing to provide housing entails a social responsibility. Doug Ford wants to crack down on encampments, but his government seems hell-bent on shoving tenants out the door without caring if they end up on the street. Punishing people for their precarity is not a policy solution. I applaud the efforts of the mayor and the councillors who are fighting back against these atrocious, violent, irrational moves from the province with effective and compassionate programs like Rent Safe TO and eviction prevention in community. And I believe those programs deserve to be fine-tuned and expanded. Yeah, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Emily. Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we have Diana Chan McNally, Matry Fellow and member of the Housing Rights Advisory Committee. Thank you very much for joining us. You have 5 minutes. Please begin when you're ready, and we'll let you know when you're getting to time.
All right, thank you so much. Schedule 12 of Bill 60 might as well be called the Create Encampments Faster Act, because that is exactly what it will do. And while Premier Ford has backed down on eliminating security of tenure for tenants, Bill 60 will still have devastating impacts on renters, which will lead to mass evictions. We know this, something that the City of Toronto, and in fact, no municipality in Ontario can actually afford. We are already dealing with a crisis of people who have nowhere to go, no housing that they can reasonably afford, and who are forced to live outdoors. We have over 1,000, over 1,400 encampments in this city alone. The Ford government continues to state that people are homeless because they are mentally ill, because they are addicts, and that these things are causal, and that homelessness is a deficit of the individual and not a policy choice, especially provincial policy. In fact, at no point have they ever acknowledged that the greatest contributor to homelessness across Ontario are their own policies, including a tax on rent control and on tenant rights. Last year alone, 81,000 Ontarians were homeless. We are on track to increase homelessness across the province to over 300,000 people in the next 10 years, possibly even more because of proposed legislation like Bill 60. The provincial government are overwhelming municipalities with homelessness. That's what they're doing to you, while blaming homeless people for their own predicament. They are forcing you to expand your limited resources with the very few revenue tools that you actually have, all to address growing homelessness that you have very little power to change at the root level. You simply do not have the power, policy power, and the resources to do that. Meanwhile, your community partners who are supporting people who are homeless, who are about to lose their housing, are already stretched beyond capacity. Now, at the same time, the Ford government continues to undermine local democracies like ours again and again and again, because the Premier, he thinks he's the mayor of Toronto, despite the fact that the public has elected you to their council. Doesn't this upset you? Doesn't this piss you off? Yes, it pisses me off. From both an ethical standpoint and a resource standpoint, tenants, civil society, and municipal governments cannot roll over and take it. We have to stand together and fight. And for this reason, I applaud the motion that we have before us and ask that the City of Toronto absolutely take leadership to protect its residents, half of whom are tenants and 16,000 of whom are homeless from the provisions of Bill 60. Do it for people like Isidoro Ventullo, who at 91 years old was forcibly evicted from his apartment in Little Italy. Do it for Lorenzo Berardinetti, your former colleague on council, who ended up homeless in a shelter. Do it for Dan Watson, who was the last person I housed. This is 2 years ago. It's the last time I housed somebody. And when I met him, he was 73 years old and living on the TTC. All of us, collectively, we need you. I also ask that you work with other municipalities, including and especially the Ontario Big City Mayor's Caucus, to make this an issue that the Ford government cannot ignore. Come together as municipalities. And I ask you, please, to listen to tenants, to unhoused people, and to their advocates always. And to advocate to the Ford government to do the same. They have performed zero consultation with us. We can fight this, and we can win, but only if we all work together. Mayor Chow, thank you. Thank you for your leadership with this motion, and please know unequivocally, we are ready and we will back you up. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Are there any questions for the speaker? Deputy Mayor Morley, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, thank you for joining us, Diana, and for your strong advocacy always for vulnerable people and those who deserve a voice in this chamber. I'm wondering if you can give us a short list of some of the things the province would be helpful for the province to be focused on as it relates to many of the challenges that we're trying to address that you've highlighted today.
I mean, in terms of what's actually embedded in Bill 60, we're seeing that it's going to expedite evictions, actually make that process a lot shorter, which I believe their logic is that that will free up the landlord and tenant board when really it's going to expedite, again, a lack of protections for tenants and more mass evictions. Also, a reversal of this idea that they've changed the actual time period in which a landlord has to give notice of when they actually are going to evict you for landlord's own use. This is actually something that's happened to me 2 times in the city of Toronto. And even though it was a very small amount of compensation that was received, being able to receive at least 1 month's rent as compensation, I was able to put that toward moving costs, which was a huge help. So reversing on that, for example, is super important. I think just overall, the things that we have asked for in terms of ensuring that we have justice for tenants, we're doing the complete opposite at the provincial level, and that's embedded certainly in this legislation. I also just want to flag that even though security of tenure is no longer technically under threat, I believe strongly this is a trial balloon. Bill 60, for example, also enshrines privatization of water. This was a trial balloon with the dissolution of Peel 2 years ago. They bring forward these ideas and then peel them back when they think there is going to be public outcry, and then shortly afterward they come back. So vigilance, I think, again, is super important, and looking at ways at the city level we can strengthen our bylaws in terms of rent eviction, expanding what's available in terms of the resources to vulnerable tenants, for example, I think would be really, really important. We also had a comment about expanding the EPIC program and similar programs. I think those would be beneficial as well. And again, I think if you're going to explore litigation, an actual legal challenge, that would be massively beneficial. And I think the kind of powerhouse that we need to ensure that this kind of legislation doesn't move forward.
Thank you. So to paraphrase or summarize from what I'm hearing is keep doing what we're doing, do more of it, don't wait for the province.
Pretty much.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for the speaker? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. Next up, we have Olivia Blondin. Right, is Olivia here or online? Okay. After that, we have Stephanie Lai. Stephanie, thanks so much for joining us. You have 5 minutes. Please begin when you're ready, and we'll let you know when you're at time.
Thank you. My name is Stephanie. I'm here because of Progress Toronto, and I live in downtown Toronto. I moved back to Canada from Hong Kong last year, and I am currently a social service worker student at George Brown College, hoping to fight for and work towards a more socially just city. I'm also a volunteer and fundraising coordinator at a community center where I work very closely with vulnerable populations in the Riverside community. So I decided to make a deputation as I understand the importance of Bill 60 and the impacts it could have on me as a renter. The legislation poses direct risks to tenant protections, especially for students and those relying on affordable housing. If enacted, Bill 60 could reduce eviction notice periods, undermine rent control, and make it easier for landlords to bypass tenant compensation, threatening housing security and financial stability. As a student and renter, Bill 60 would weaken existing rent control mechanisms, allowing landlords to increase rents dramatically once a lease is up, making housing less stable and affordable for all renters, including students like myself. Vulnerable groups such as students, seniors, and low-income renters would be pushed towards displacement and homelessness, with Toronto already seeing a significant rise in housing instability. As a student, this would mean that we are likely to face sudden unaffordable rent hikes or unlawful eviction. Affordable housing options are crucial as they prevent students like me and my classmates from having to work excessive hours or take on multiple side jobs just to pay rent, allowing more time for us to focus on our studies and our well-being. Moving to Toronto alone and as a new student puts me under a lot of pressure when there is a lack of protection for large expenses such as rent. It was extremely challenging looking for affordable housing before I moved here from Hong Kong, and I wasn't sure whether I would be able to find decent housing within my price range. I am on a tight monthly budget every month to afford rent and a stable sense of living. Weakening rent control mechanisms and giving more power to landlords would put me at risk of having to take on many more hours at work, which would lead to a decline in academic and work performance as well as emotional well-being. As a social service worker student, insufficient protections disrupt academic life, increase the risk of exploitation, and worsen mental health among student renters. Students and vulnerable renters deserve a strong safety net, reliable legal rights, and fair compensation if displaced, not shortcuts that benefit landlords at our expense. We deserve to have a city government that will stand up for us. Affordable housing for me means relief from financial pressure, more energy for school, my job, and volunteer work, and less stress about sudden rent hikes or eviction. It also means a safer, fairer rental experience with reduced risk of exploitation and forced displacement, contributing to overall well-being and social service engagement. My ask as a social service worker student and as a renter is for City Council to oppose any provisions in Bill 60 that weaken tenant protections or make it easier for landlords to evict renters without just cause. I also want City Council to continue and enhance their supports for renters, such as the EPIC program and Rent Save TO. We must empower renters and preserve and strengthen rent control for all rental units, especially those built after 2018. We must ensure genuine, affordable housing options and proper protections for students and low-income renters like myself, as these protections are vital to creating a fair, inclusive, and affordable Toronto for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Are there any questions for the speaker? All right, seeing none. Next we have Shafkat Chowdhury. Shafkat, are you here or online? All right, thank you. Lubaba Gemma is online. Wonderful, thank you. Lubaba, thanks for joining us. Please begin when you're ready, and you have 5 minutes, and we'll let you know when you're at time. Here or online? All right, thank you. Lubaba Gemma?
Yes. Hi, are folks able to see me
Yes, we can see you. Thank you.
or hear me?
We can see you and hear you.
Are folks able to see me?
Yes, we are. Can you message her and let her know?
I can't seem to hear anyone else. I think there might be an audio issue online. I wasn't able to hear any of the other speakers as well. I had to open up YouTube to watch the live stream. Not able to hear anyone on my end.
Lubaba, we'll try again. We can hear you and see you. Please begin when you're ready. Go ahead.
Okay. I can't hear anyone, but I see Jenny is saying that you can hear me. So why don't I share my thoughts for now? And if folks are able to help mitigate this issue on the WebEx, that would be wonderful. Okay. So my name is Lubaba. I am a community organizer and I've been a resident of Toronto for the last 17 years of my life. I was rent evicted 2.5 years ago and it took me around 2 years to find stable, affordable housing again. I've always been a renter. I've always been a working class person. I have been low income for most of my life. I am now living above the poverty line in my own apartment, but I am a long ways away from being a home buyer. Without rent control, I would not have a home. Without tenant protections, my parents would not have a home, nor would my 13-year-old self and my 3-year-old brother when our family had just moved to Toronto. My mother is a low-income worker and my father is on ODSP. And beyond their current rent, they cannot afford any other forms of housing in this city, nor can they afford most market rental options in the province as a whole. What I implore City Council to take on, and particularly our mayor, is a fierce campaign to protect the most vulnerable in our province. Toronto is a sanctuary city, and we have no shortage of residents that call Toronto home that are also at risk of losing their home. I am a South Asian Muslim community organizer. I have not been safe. I have not had the privilege of claiming my full bodily autonomy in each place I've lived in my lifetime. I grew up in the Midwest United States. Toronto, and more specifically Scarborough, is the first place I am able to show up as my full self and contribute to my community and my society that way. While this is the first time I've been able to show up as my full self, that is a privilege that many of our provincial decision makers have never had to live without. And so, Committee and Mayor Chow, I implore you to not only take this step to stand up for tenants in our city, but to divulge your strong mayor powers that were created by this very provincial government to undermine our municipal authority. If there was ever a time to put our collective foot down, and of course, these powers are only necessary when council is split on an issue, so it may be unnecessary today. But what I'm trying to say here is that the time to act fiercely is now. I want to emphasize this call on our council, as many of us watch our siblings in New York City on the precipice of electing a fierce, vocal, racialized mayor that stands up to the bullies that have been elected elsewhere in other levels of government, and who stand to interfere in our municipal activities. Zoran Mamdani's campaign has featured no shortage of renters that create the heartbeat of New York City, and Toronto is no different. We are a microcosm of what we see in New York City, and we need strong, fortified leadership that does not back down to intimidation. I would like to reiterate my support for this motion and for funding essential city services that protect renters. During John Tory's mayoralty, I was a staffer for a council member, and in my role, I spearheaded our tenant support. I saw countless residents at risk of eviction with vital programs like EPIC, Eviction Protection Community, Toronto Community Housing, and Rent Safe TO being key programs to protect tenants, especially those who would have otherwise fallen through the gaps, like my parents. I implore the executive committee to fund these programs more heavily and increase the scope of tenant protections that we have in Toronto.
Thank you for your time. Any questions to the deputant? If not, thank you. Evelyn Butler. Evelyn, are you here? Online? No? Okay. Justin Chan. There you are. Is the mic turned on? Yep, got it. Okay, go for it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the Executive Committee. My name is Justin, and I'm here because of Progress Toronto. I live and grew up in Don Valley West, and I'm here today to share my concerns about Bill 60, and I urge this committee to accept the recommendations in this report, and for the city to fight back against Bill 60. I am educated, work full-time, but I am highly concerned that long-term, I may be priced out of living in the city I grew up in. I currently live with my parents to save money, and I love them, but I don't want to do that forever. I am concerned that Bill 60 will erode renters' rights and will worsen affordability in a city that already has the second highest rents in the country. I worry that it will make finding an affordable place to live, to call my own, too difficult. If I did not have the stability of having parents to live with, which many in the city do not have, I would not have been able to take risks with my career. As someone looking to rent in the near term and with friends who are renters, long-term security is important. Long-term security is what allowed me to volunteer my time to coach youth curling while on the job search and pursue grad school. This security is exactly what Bill 60 threatens. It will strip renters of the security to make the big life decisions like moving out of their parents' place, changing careers, or continuing education. It is difficult to grow and take these chances when you are struggling to pay rent or at risk of losing your home. City Council is standing up to the province for renters' rights and providing more renter supports, which show young people like me that Toronto is a place for them. Too often, I've been told that if I want somewhere affordable to live, I should leave the city and province. Council making a stand on this issue would go a long way to show young people that they are wanted in this city. That is why I am urging this committee and City Council to stand up to the province and oppose Bill 60, enhance the eviction protection in community program, and increase the capacity of rent-safe TO. Thank you for your time.
Well said, thank you. Any questions to the deputant? No? Ask him how he's doing with living with parents. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you. Okay, Miguel. Avila Valade.
Gracias, Mayor Oliva Chow. 1 second, please. I'm trying to find out the dongle for this.
Can our tech people give you a hand?
Okay, got it.
Good?
Thank you. All right, so can you hold my time? I think I didn't have
All
a
right,
chance to speak. We have technical.
go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
All right. So first of all, I want to thank Councilor Bravo for adding to the agenda of the Economic Committee last week, October 28th, EC 2410, Understanding the Impacts of Bill 60 on Homeless in Toronto. As well as one of the speakers, I appreciate the letter that she sent out to the rest of the committee members. And today, I'm here to lend my voice and support to Mayor Chow letter that addresses all the concerns that us renters have said already, that Bill 60 is really a war declaration on renters. I'm not afraid to say this, but it is time for all renters. 47% of residents of Toronto are currently paying rent to a landlord. So it is time for members of the community to raise up their voices, call their local councillors, call the MPs. My member of Provincial Parliament, Christian Montan, has been inviting members of the community to raise their voices. This is a moment in history where we have to stand for our families, for our neighbors, for everybody else, because all the efforts, as you listed on your letter, Mayor Chow, are true. You have done a lot of work to protect renters, a lot of work to give this, stop them evictions and other unfair legislation made by the government of Doug Ford. And the government of Doug Ford, we are going to see that it's going to be easier to evict us from our homes. And that's not the way it should be for a leader to preach on removing long-term renters from their homes. In summary, Bill 60 will silence the voices of tenants. It will remove compensation. It will reduce the review period LTV evictions. It will redefining the late payment for a law eviction proceedings. So all these things that are in the Bill 60, and I have found out also that it has an impact on our bike lanes and roads. I want to say that the only way out to this is by sending a nice letter to our Premier Doug Ford. You are going to be evicted if you continue this route and this path. We are united here. I want the rest of the councilors to show solidarity with our mayor, including Brad Bradford, because we have to stand up against a bully. This bully has to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to Miguel? No? Waleed, are you here? Are you online? Okay, I think that is all the speaker. Okay.
Hello?
Someone is online? Waleed, you're online. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Chow. My name again is Waleed Kogali Ali, and I serve as the co-chair of the Regent Park Neighborhood Association. I'm also the project lead for the Empowered Tenants Initiative. And I'm here to speak to this item 27.1, the impacts of provincial legislation that weakens rental protections, and to call for urgent action from the city to protect tenants, especially those living in Toronto's own public housing. Firstly, the reality is that the provincial government's direction through measures like Bill 60 is eroding tenant protections and municipal authority. These changes make it harder for tenants to access justice and easier for landlords to displace low-income and racialized families. Across our communities, in Regent Park, Moss Park, and St. Jamestown, families are being uprooted not for wrongdoing, but because our systems have failed to protect them. Second, what's more troubling is that these injustices are happening within Toronto Community Housing, a city-owned corporation. Reeve, a young woman who was in a coma during eviction proceedings, faced the loss of her family's home while she was fighting for her life. Zulekha, a senior tenant, was evicted because of elevator damage caused by a third party, something completely beyond her control. And Paul McKay, who lives at 155 Sherbourne Street, was evicted without ever receiving notice to appear before the landlord and tenant board, a clear denial of due process. These cases show gross violation of tenant rights under the city's own umbrella. They're not isolated, they're systemic. Thirdly, the city must lead by example. Toronto cannot advocate for stronger tenant protections at Queen's Park while allowing these injustices in its own housing system. So I urge you to implement a moratorium on evictions from social housing until due process safeguards are verified. Establish an independent tenant rights ombudsperson to oversee Toronto community housing, and invest in community-led legal education and tenant organizing so residents know and can defend their rights. Finally, I ask the committee, the executive committee, to not just formally oppose Bill 60, because we know this bill threatens fairness, transparency, and the right to housing. But we must not allow it undo the progress Toronto has made in protecting tenants and advancing equity. Mayor Chow, members of council, we cannot claim to be a human rights city while evicting seniors, families, and people in medical crisis from publicly funded homes. Every eviction we prevent is a life stabilized, a community strengthened, and a step towards the just Toronto we aspire to be. So thank you for your time and standing with tenants.
Any questions to the deputants? If not, that is the last speaker. I was just going to say a few words, and then Councillor Perks have some comments. We know that half of Torontonians rent. I lived in rental housing for 25 years of my life since coming to Toronto. And it's important to feel protected, to feel secure, without fear of unfair evictions or dramatic steep rent increases. Unfortunately, Bill 60 moves us in an opposite direction. It makes it easier for landlords to evict tenants, weakens appeal rights, cut compensation for people forced to leave their homes. And as some of the deputants that, thank you for staying, that have talked about what the City of Toronto have been doing, we've increased our investment in rent banks. So when time is tough, need a few more bucks to make ends meet, you won't face eviction. Again, the eviction prevention in the community provide a bit of backup for people that are having trouble, sometimes mental health issues, to be able to stay in their home. If not, their mental health issues, if they get evicted and become homeless, is going to be a lot worse. The tenant support programs we have that help tenants organize and also have access to legal support. All of those things are important. Folks here talked about in July, we had the renoviction bylaw to stop illegal evictions. We have Rent Safe to hire more inspectors, and we are supporting nonprofits like the Land Trust, like the Kensington Land Trust, to buy buildings so the homes can stay affordable forever. But those elements are important, but it's not enough. We need to have real rent control, not just anything that is built before 2018. And this bill really moves us backward. So our message to the province is fairly clear. If you want to build more rental housing, work with the cities to make it affordable to build, but not easier to evict. So I think fairness, stability are things that, and long-term security are things that we need. So hopefully you folks, members here, would support the recommendations in front of you. Councillor Perks, you have some recommendations. Ensuite.
Thank you, Mayor Chow. Yeah, I have two motions. Motion A, that the Executive Committee amend Recommendation 6 by adding a new Part K. K, prohibit the use of algorithmic software that utilizes non-public competitor data to set market rents. And Motion B, which is longer, and I think Motion B speaks to a number of the points that are really excellent deputations today raised. So I'm going to move that City Council reiterate its request to the Government of Ontario to make the following operational changes. A, allow tenants the right to in-person landlord and tenant board hearings to eliminate technological barriers for individuals who do not have access to digital devices or a reliable internet connection. B, simplify the landlord and tenant board notices with plain language so they are easily understood and ensure all forms, including a tracking number that is linked to a public registry. C, establish a provincial rental registry that tracks building ownership, rental rates above guideline increases and their expiry dates, and landlord and tenant board eviction filings and their outcomes, and monitor data on N12 and N13 evictions. Part 2, City Council requests the Government of Ontario to proclaim and bring into force Bill 97, Helping Home Buyers Protecting Tenants Act of 2023, and or related regulations that would complement Toronto's existing renoviction bylaw and expand protections across Ontario to A, require that when landlords provide a notice to terminate a tenancy for repairs or renovations, that it be accompanied by a report from a qualified person confirming that the renovations repairs are so extensive that they require vacant possession of the rental unit. A qualified person should include someone with professional qualifications who is licensed and required to meet professional and ethical obligations under provincial legislations. For example, architects and professional engineers. B, require landlords to provide tenants who have provided notice that they wish to have a right of first refusal to return to the unit with written notice of the estimated completion date, any changes to this date, and final notification once the renovictions repairs are completed. C, require landlords to provide tenants with a grace period of at least 60 days after the rental unit is ready for occupancy to allow tenants to move back in and provide the required 60-day notice to end their tenancy in their temporary accommodations, and D, allow tenants whose landlords fail to provide the required written notices the grace period and/or right of first refusal to apply to the Landlord-Tenant Board for a remedy until the latter of 2 years after the tenant moved out or 6 months after the renovations repairs are completed. 3, City Council reiterate its request to the Government of Canada and the Government of Ontario to significantly increase their investments in the Housing TO 2020 through 2030 Action Plan, which will increase the supply of new affordable and supportive homes, protect existing rental stock, including through retrofit programs, and help residents across the city to maintain their existing home. 4, City Council direct that a copy of this item be forwarded to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario for information and joint advocacy. 5, the Executive Committee request the Executive Director, Housing Secretariat, and the General Manager, Toronto Shelter and Support Services to report directly to the November 12th, 2025 meeting of Council with an analysis of the impact on Bill 60 on renters and rental protections in Toronto, including A, the current housing affordability context in Toronto, B, an analysis of the impacts of the proposed changes to the Rental Tenancies Act in Bill 60 on tenants in Toronto, and C, the potential impacts to the City of Toronto tenant support and eviction prevention measures. Hope that didn't use my whole 5 minutes.
Well, we'll give you some leeway. Okay. That's a long motion. Very well
Well,
written.
we heard a lot of great ideas from the deputants.
True.
And I guess all I would say is 2 things. First, I cannot believe that any group of public office holders would collectively sit down and declare war on millions of Ontarians the way this legislation does. And two, Toronto works best when we recognize that we are all in the same boat. The horrific thing about this legislation is it artificially divides us into 2 groups, the people who make money by owning land and the people who struggle to pay the rents in that land. The City of Toronto has taken great leadership to try to make Toronto one city where we all pull together. And I am appalled at the cabinet of the Ontario government that they would put millions of tenants at risk and set Torontonians at each other's throats. Thank you.
Well said. Anybody else want to speak to this item? No? Councillor Matlow, we good? So, very comprehensive motion and amendment coming from Councillor Perks. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. And the rest of the recommendations, there are 2 motions. The first one, we did, okay. The second one, please. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. And the rest of the package, all those in favor? Opposed? You want record a vote? Okay. Record a vote. Deputy Mayor Malik, Councillor Bravo, Deputy Mayor Cole, Councillor Matlow, Deputy Mayor Molly, Councillor Perkson, Fletcher, and Mayor Chow, and Councillor Ainsley. Unanimous. All right. Oh, Deputy Mayor. Okay. Whoa. Scarborough. Yes, Scarborough. Thank you. It's unanimous. Approved. Thank you so much. Excellent. Excellent. All right. Forward. Progress report on Toronto Ferry service. We have Mr. Daniel Tate and Eartha Kelly. Mr. Tate, are you here? Oh, there you are. And the next speaker after Mr. Tate is Eartha Kelly. Okay. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It's good to be here again. We're talking here about the progress report on the Toronto Ferry service. I took the liberty of, you might want to start my time.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so I took the liberty of reading the contract between the City of Toronto and Damon Shipbuilders. It was signed by Howie Dayton last year, 672 pages. And I was actually quite shocked with some omissions, major omissions in this contract. This contract had spelled nothing in the way of charging stations, shoreside infrastructure, or other docking facilities that would be required for these two new electric ferries, which cost a total of $92 million. One vessel was $47 million, the other vessel was $45 million, and I couldn't believe that a deal that was so massive in scope and financial cost had not a single word associated with charging stations, with shoreside readiness, with the massive amount of infrastructure changes that would be required to accommodate two electric ferries. So that was number one. Number two, I think a lot of Torontonians are still at a loss for words on how, City Hall and the public service spent so much money on these two ferries, knowing that we could have gone the hybrid option for orders of magnitude less. We could have even gone with low emission combustion ferries, again, for orders of magnitude less. I think this oversight is probably one of the most egregious, incredible oversights in City of Toronto history. And the fact that we now have to pay an additional $50 million on top of the $92 million for these two boats is truly incredible and unbelievable. And frankly, I think there should be a major audit done. How did this happen? How did Mr. Howie Dayton of Parks and Rec sign a deal with a foreign shipbuilder from the Netherlands without even asking about charging stations? What's going on? So anyways, looking at the rest of the contract, there's a couple other red flags that I wanted to call out and I think we should consider. I didn't see any warranty terms on these vessels in the contract. So I think a lot of people are very concerned because we look at what's happening in Kingston. They're having a lot of major issues with their electric ferries. They're having issues charging it. Now they have to use generators. Are we prepared for those types of issues with our electric ferries? What kind of warranty do we have with Damon to ensure that if we do encounter those types of issues, they will be dealt with properly? What about sea trials and acceptance testing? I saw nothing in the contract that suggests that the City of Toronto has the expertise to even receive and do adequate user acceptance testing on two new electric ferries using very new technology. There was no detailed performance benchmarks, retesting, certification. The list goes on. So I'm just very concerned, and I think a lot of Torontonians are also very concerned, not just because of the financial burden that we're dealing with here, 150 million, two vessels and the infrastructure and charging stations, but we don't even know how they're going to work and what support we're going to get from other bodies, especially the actual manufacturer, Damon, that if we do run into issues, that will be covered. I saw in the contract as well, the Damon contract with the city, is that we have a 1-year warranty, as if it's like we're buying an LCD TV for your living room. We have a 1-year warranty for $50 million vessels. Well, that's concerning. Maybe we should consider an extended warranty because, again, if we look at the Kingston example, they're having problems, and especially in a very cold environment like Toronto, we just don't know how these electric vehicles are going to operate. So this is all very concerning. So I just wanted to bring that up, and I still think that we should absolutely look into some sort of audit or post-mortem on how we got to this point. How are the City of Toronto taxpayers fleeced for $150 million for 2 electric ferries? It's truly incredible to think about. We could have saved so much money, even if we went with the hybrid option that would have been low emission. You could still reach a lot of your sort of net zero goals that way. Anyways, that's my deputation. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to read through that contract.
Yeah.
You
It was a dry read.
Yeah, okay. You do notice that Councillor Fletcher picked up on quite a few of the items that you noticed and have tried to repair.
Well,
the
Councillor
damage.
Fletcher went viral because when she was questioning Howie Dayton earlier this year, 500,000 people saw that, and a lot of people were actually applauding Councillor Fletcher for asking him many of the same questions I'm asking right now. Now, granted, she was also in City Council when you voted to go for these 2 electric ferries, but to her credit, she did ask Mr. Dayton the same questions that I'm asking today.
Mhm. And this preceded me being a mayor. It goes actually quite a few years before.
That's
There's
right.
a long history of.
It's a long, sordid history,
I
and
know.
apparently I've heard this was almost a decade to get to this point, and
Absolutely.
again, the financial burden it's a lot.
Yep. Multiple times delayed. And yeah, one could go on about this history. Thank you for your time. Any other questions, folks? No? One more deputant, Miss Kelly, Eartha Kelly? No? And seeing none, Councillor Fletcher, are you interested in saying a few words about this?
Yes, I will say a few words about this. Unlike Mr. Tate, I didn't read 352.
Oh, just 1 second. We have question to the staff.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. I have just a couple of questions about the update. My first one is about the transition to fleet services. As of November 1st, for anyone who has been paying attention to this issue, you'll know that we've been working very hard, and I want to give credit to Councillor Fletcher's work alongside me and city staff to make sure that we are course correcting on how these ferries are being delivered, and making sure that the infrastructure is all in line for these to be as on time as we can possibly make them. And one of those has been the transition to fleet services as of November 1st. And I just would like to hear a little bit more about the staff structure for the ferry terminal as we continue to see this transition land this month.
Through the mayor. So in terms of fleet services and how we're structured to support the ferry services moving forward, we have a director that's going to be leading the responsibilities of the ferry operations. And based on the consultant's recommendation, really focusing on key areas, including the asset management, the operations, the safety and compliance of the vessels, and lastly, the terminal operations. We're going to have leadership that will lead those key components to make sure that we meet the outcomes of the consultant's report.
Thank you very much. How will staff continue to evaluate options and implement improvements to the fare system under the current agreements? This has been a push forward on continuing to improve the experience of accessing the city ferry, and also for us to prepare for the new ferries to arrive, higher capacity and faster ferries.
This has been work that we've been working closely with parks and technology over the past summer as well, and really looking at where we can find efficiencies to improve the customer experience through the terminal itself. We have studies underway with Waterfront Toronto that we have implemented some of the recommendations, including improved signage, improved wayfinding, really promoting the online ticket sales process. And really, we have seen some great improvements over this past season. And these are some of the successes that we have seen over this past year that we're going to continue to move forward with for the upcoming year as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other question to the staff? Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you. I was just corrected by the Deputy Mayor. It's 600 pages, not 300. So, no, I didn't read them all, but certainly did catch that we didn't have a place to charge those ferries, and that they certainly needed a bit more width in the berth because with the charging station and the new width of the ferries. So all of that work was done very, very quickly, and I think this is the officially when this is shifting over to fleet services as a marine fleet. And I can't speak to why that wasn't thought of a marine fleet before, but with you here now, Madam Mayor, that's been very clear that we're going to look at these ferries in a different way. They are carrying many passengers over the water. They're under the Federal Transportation Board, and it's quite important that everything aligns. I did look into many things with the ferries, including Kingston, and spoke to the MPP there, who indicated that they had forgotten to look at charging on the land side. They only had it on the Wolf Island side. So that might be one of the reasons why we're seeing generators or hearing about them. I'm very confident that that won't happen here, that due to the tremendous work of our DCM, Mr. Jollymore, and others that have taken this on, that we are in a good position to have a very successful buy and operations of these ferries. I think that having found out that we weren't in a good position, the due diligence on these is a super due diligence, not just 100%, but over 100%. And to let everybody know that the Deputy Mayor and myself, we often are in briefings to hear how this is proceeding. We also took this chance at the behest of you, Madam Mayor, to make the visitor experience on the land side much better this year and into the future, and that while we're doing hard services, we are also looking at the chance to upgrade the ferry service and ferry terminal itself, a long-standing goal of the City of Toronto. And noting that the island is just that place that people want to go, and there's nothing like a ferry ride across the inner harbor to go to the island, and after a beautiful day, that ferry ride going back and looking back at the island. So I just think it's a great success catching this and fixing it quickly, just to show how great the staff are when we take something and decide to do it. It was a very amazing job, and I look forward to that inaugural ride 2026, ice breaking across to the island and go skating over there. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. And thank you. I'll begin just with thanks to Councillor Fletcher, to the Mayor, on this commitment and the priority to access the Toronto Island Park. It is a shared priority for us right across council, and specifically, you know, as a local councillor for the island, we know how important it is to residents and visitors to our city. And I am pleased with the construction of bigger, faster electric ferries, and the shoreline infrastructure to support them is keeping on schedule, and that we are keeping a close eye, a laser focus on the budget as we continue to move this project forward. As Councillor Fletcher mentioned, we have convened monthly meetings with city staff to ensure that we are keeping track of this very important and very significant and complex project, to make sure that everything is being done with the urgency, the timeliness, and the care that it requires. I'm also very glad to see the transition of ferry management to fleet services that is also being done, and the work to integrate the best practices with their expertise has moved again forward through our efforts that were being driven as early this year as March. The maintenance protocols and the safety planning are key parts of the new structure, and as Councillor Fletcher laid out, it is so important that the ferry is sitting in the correct place in the city's infrastructure and in our divisions. to get the best outcome for what this really important responsibility is. This past summer, we continued customer experience improvements at the ferry terminal. That meant better crowd management, shade, seating, and beautification. And we have continued to hear through passenger experience surveys and the data collected on site that payment systems can continue to improve to ensure that folks again are able to get on the ferry, enjoy the island, and come back in a seamless way. And that work is continuing, and this report references that as well. I welcome staff's updates that they will be looking at more technological improvements, including the opportunity to have tap and go as an option for ferry riders. The ferry service, we know, is such a critical lifeline and connection to the island, and its supporting infrastructure are so critical to that experience. It is an incredible, informative, important, and much sought after experience for us to be able to ride the ferry to the island, but also to look at all the different ways that we are improving access to the island. For so many of us, it is our big backyard, it's our cottage, it's our place to have an escape in the city, and we want to make sure that the access to the island continues to be our top priority when we are looking at big projects like bringing forward new higher capacity and faster ferries that have been in the works for a long time, as well as things like increased water taxis and other options for greater access to one of our most precious public spaces in the city. I want to thank staff from all divisions and agencies, including CreateTO, Toronto Hydro, Waterfront Toronto, and our teams right across the board, that everyone from economic development to the mayor's office who have focused on making island access better and working on that in every single season. I also want to thank the team in my office as well, who has been working on this as a high priority and one that we share right across the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speaker? There is quite a lot of history on this ferry. The original price was 2012, I think, in October when it first came on. It was 25 million, but it was diesel. And then many years later, because of the delay, the cost of the electric ferry is now 92 million, plus the infrastructure cost was 40 million. It's absolutely true. That the procurement process was done without considering the charging station. So I'm glad we caught that. But having said that, it does provide $1.1 million savings in terms of the operating costs because of diesel fuel not being used. So we do need to keep in mind. So the payback period will take a while, but it is better for the environment. But having said that, it's unfortunate it was so delayed, and the costs of the electric ferry have gone up so much more. So at this point, it's done, it's coming. We need to celebrate it, make sure that it is on time. I know this is on budget, which is good. So thank you for that work. And thank you, Councillor Fletcher, for catching that original mistakes. So all those in favor of the report in front of us, opposed, carry, thank you. Sorry, Councillor. Oh, another recorded vote, okay. All right, it's in vogue. All right. Deputy Mayor Malik, Cole, Morley, and Ainsley, Councillor Bravo, Perks, and Fletcher, and Mayor Chow. Thank you. Oh, you okay. Deputy Mayor Cole is against this, probably because of the cost. Okay. Leave it alone. Okay. One Deputy Mayor Cole against. All those okay. Still approved. Next item. Thank you. Property tax interim bylaw. Albert Vancel, are you here, Albert? Where are you? Okay. while I have you here, you may want to, yeah, just go ahead. The interim levy bylaw, go ahead.
Okay. I would like to start with a handout. 0 Point Energy is working. Ryerson and the review are involved in this, and the city should get to the bottom of it. Perhaps I could leave this with the city clerk to distribute. Okay. My good conscience requires me to oppose any property tax increases. It is because of the gross negligence and mass overwhelming incompetence of the Toronto Police Services. Joe Warmington published in the Toronto Sun newspapers that 40 College Street has the Saunders Saloon, which provides alcohol to the police at the expense of the taxpayer. TPS invoked civilians' name, lied about everything, and now pretend that they didn't. In 2013, I called TPS with dire emergency information. The 2013 France set of warnings, which includes Incel, Danforth, MacArthur, with name, date, and place. TPS squandered all of the information, then orchestrated a cover-up, intimidating Ryerson and reporters into silence. Honest witnesses who appeared before the review with this important testimony. We are going to have a public inquiry into this matter, not a falsified Epstein report that has tarnished the name of civilians. Toronto's finest are perfectly content to sacrifice the lives of future innocent victims to cover up their past negligence. They have done nothing to take and act on new predictions, but have woven a web of lies and deception to hide their gross negligence and mass overwhelming incompetence. The review only had one job to do. Their entire mandate was to find these things, explain what went wrong, and ensure it does not happen again. Unfortunately, it did happen again. After the review found the France set of warnings that TPS were frantically trying to destroy, we generated a new coronavirus set of warnings, censored by the review because they did not prevent any tragedy, which is possible with the right effort. Where is the warning to Kobe Bryant? Where is the warning about the bat soup and global pandemic? Why did they not arrest Gabriel Wortman? The review is hypocritically in contempt of the commission in Nova Scotia. Sandler claimed lawyers' privilege and refused to appear before the commission, thus condemning more innocent victims to their untimely death. A civilians' review cannot claim lawyers' privilege. They are required to be true, honest, transparent, and accountable. What action has City Council taken in regards to this matter? We have 8 councillors on the record that know the review lied to cover up police negligence. Is it their best practice to continue to fund free alcohol for the police and turn 40 College Street into an open bar? Any property tax increases should immediately go to fund a remote viewing program which can act and save innocent lives, what TPS refused to do. I look forward to your swift actions to recall the review and convene a public inquiry. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you so much. Any questions to the deputant? If not, this item is in front of us, and Councillor Perks have moved the recommendation in front of you.
Mayor,
Councillor Fletcher, oh, sorry, I didn't see you. I
believe
can't see you.
that bar was closed. I just wanted to state the bar was closed.
Yeah, TPA just
Yes,
closed it. Okay.
yes, while
On that one, you've moved
yeah.
the motion in front of us, the property tax interim
No,
bylaw.
Councillor Perks is
Councillor
doing that.
Perks,
Just want to
okay.
clear the record.
The vice chair of the budget committee. All those in favor of the motion in front of us? Opposed, carry, thank you. On the chief information security officer, Mr. Van Sal, can you come back? I think your name is on the list. This is the officer's report on agencies and corporations. Just hang on a second. Speak to the chair. You have 5 minutes. I'm just going to start timing you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Toronto Police Services is an agency under the city. It is the mandate of the board to ensure adequate and effective police services in Toronto. I suggest to you this has not been done in regards to my matter. The longer the councillors filibuster, the more innocent victims end up dead, which could have been prevented. It was at the Toronto hearings held at Ryerson University in 2011 that NIST was thoroughly debunked and globally humiliated. I urge the Chief Information Security Officer to asterisk and footnote that NIST is a dishonest broker who fabricates the official story to cover up inside job false flag events. In 1990, I warned TPS of the 9/11 false flag events on the World Trade Center. It is the best practice of TPS to do nothing and leave their NYPD colleagues to be justified in the building. The Chief's Command Center refuses to interview my 9/11 witnesses who had forewarning of the event. The Chief Information Security Officer should place a canary on all of TPS communications, easily obtainable by the public, as TPS are routinely in contempt of the IPC and other oversight agencies. I requested all of the audio tapes from the review into MacArthur, the Epstein report. The TPS analyst claims that they can find nothing. This is contempt, as I know exactly where the audio tapes are. Sandler has a copy of them. This is just one of the tricks that is institutionalized and systemic in the municipal police agency. The Executive Cyber Risk Management Group should be made aware that NIST and the municipal police agency are dishonest brokers who are not to be trusted and should act to implement and execute a canary on all TPS communications, which will be true, honest, transparent, and accountable. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Any questions to the deputant? If not, Mr. Tate on the same item.
Well, that's a tough act to follow, but I'll do my best.
I'm sure you're up to it.
Okay, cybersecurity, an incredibly important topic that maybe a lot of people don't think about, but I think we all need to think about very, very seriously. As we all know, we are living in a very complex international threat environment. There are online threats that are coming from various places around the globe, and they are looking to attack city infrastructure. And if there was anything to really invest in our public service, is to ensure that we have a very strong security posture, that we have hardened networks, and really something that we need to do. And if this involves consolidating or centralizing our cybersecurity practices with one central office, which I think we're looking at here with the Chief Information Security Officer's report, then I'm all for it. But we still need to look at history and understand some terrible lessons that we need to learn, specifically with what happened to the Toronto Public Library systems in 2023. This was unexcusable and unbelievable what happened. The fact is that there was a web-facing internet server that had an open port, and sensitive data was being exfiltrated from this server to threat actors from God knows where. And Toronto Public Library users, staff, librarians had their information, including their SIN numbers, were leaked through this data breach. And what was more appalling about it is the breach actually happened August 2023. They didn't even find out about it until October 2023. So this was basically like having the back door of your home completely open to the robbers for 2 months before authorities were notified. November 2023, they found out about it and they had to start shutting things down. This took the library system down for 5 months. 1.2 million library users were unable to utilize library services because the entire network had to be rebuilt from scratch. Now, obviously, it was a ransomware attack, and maybe they were asking for an egregious amount of money. Now, of course, you don't negotiate with terrorists, and so I'm glad we didn't pay whatever the ransom was. But this was a devastating, devastating attack on the Toronto Public Library service, which needs to be a huge lesson learned. And, you know, I don't know if we've done an adequate postmortem on what happened with the TPL ransomware attack. And it's concerning. It's very concerning because that exploit that they found, this vulnerability that they exploited, from what I gathered, was just a basic open port. Like, this is security 101. You know, you don't have a port 8080, you don't have a root password, basic hardening, and it was truly incredible to think that this vulnerability existed. We still don't even know the total cost of that attack. I think taxpayers would like to know what was the total financial implication of the Toronto Public Library ransomware attack. How much did it cost us to rebuild the network from scratch? And also, when it comes to accountability and transparency, did we determine if there's any negligence or dereliction of duty on the part of staff or even information technology staff that enabled this attack to occur? And if so, who are those people and have they been sanctioned? Have they lost their job even? This was also a major criminal act, the attack on the Toronto the Toronto Public Library network. What's the state of the investigation? Toronto Police, OPP, RCMP, were we able to determine who was the cause of that attack? These are all questions that I would like to have answered, and I think we should answer, because again, the answers that we get from these questions will help us prepare for the next time. And surely there will be other bad actors who are going to attempt to infiltrate City of Toronto information networks. And City of Toronto has so much sensitive data on all the residents that we really can't afford to take this lightly.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, just if I can get 30 to 40 more seconds, then I'll be done. I just wanted to show one quick example of another vulnerability that I think exists within our infrastructure today. We have various different listservs. I signed up for several of the listservs. One of the listservs looks like it's running on a early 2000s Microsoft stack, IIS plus ASP.NET. This is very antiquated. You can tell by the UI that this is a really antiquated Windows server with old HTML and CSS, and this concerns me because this, again, could represent an opportunity for a bad actor to try to infiltrate the City of Toronto network. So I just bring all this to everybody's attention that we really need to take cybersecurity super, super important, learn lessons from the past, and make sure what happened with the TPL never happens again. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you. Yeah, that inconvenienced a lot of people. It's a big problem. Question to the staff. Okay, any questions to the deputy? No? Thank you for staying and coming and caring. Deputy Mayor Ainsley to the staff.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I was trying to understand, so I sit on a number of different agencies, boards.
You're chair of the library board.
Past chair.
Past chair, sorry.
I sit on a number of different agency boards and commissions, and I wanted to ask, I have a couple of different questions. I wanted to ask, first off was around, like this report discusses consolidating a number of different security areas. And does that include platforms and how we're engaging in meetings virtually? Because, you know, depending on the agency or your board, I'm either using WebEx or Microsoft Teams, and I'm just wondering, should we be looking at one uniform platform across all agencies, boards, and commissions? Because sometimes myself or some of my colleagues, they prefer one over the other, and I'm just thinking if we're using one consistently, like Microsoft Teams, it reduces security issues.
Madam Mayor, Manish Agnihotri, the Chief Information Security Officer. So our mandate is really to centralize our cyber.
Sorry, can we just pause for a moment? We just need to do a quorum check. We need one more member. Yeah. Thanks.
Go ahead. Who?
Staff for answering my question.
Madam Mayor, so the Office of Security mandate is to centralize cyber awareness and cyber posture. So you think about the cyber awareness program, confirmation program in terms of training and phishing campaigns, and also cyber monitoring. So when we get into device monitoring, SIM, which is security incident event management of all the networks, irregardless of what type of network infrastructure they're running. Now, we do advise on patch management and on what we're doing in the City of Toronto in terms of improving our infrastructure. I don't have a mandate necessarily to centralize one platform or one infrastructure, but we can make recommendations on building bridges in terms of our monitoring and giving them the advice in terms of which platforms provide the best security options.
Okay, which leads me to my next question. So once again, on a number of different agencies, boards, and commissions, confidential documents are sent in a variety of different manners. Some like we have a portal that we log into here. I have some agencies that email the confidential document to me, and I have other agencies that ask me to log into a different portal or website. So do you do anything around looking at the security around that? And I know we pay for Microsoft Outlook licenses here that Microsoft has talked about the ability to encrypt documents and send those securely through Outlook, so we're not going through multiple stages of trying to log into a portal to get a document.
Madam Chair, we recommend using Go Anywhere or a secure file transfer tool to send documents between internal and external parties. We do provide this advice and can onboard agencies to use that service. We don't recommend using email for sensitive documentation or confidential documentation. So that's really what our position is right now.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for staff? Deputy Mayor Morley?
Thank you. Just wanted to pick up on that thread around how we support our agents, our ABCs, through your office when these kinds of incidents arise, including potential cost sharing. Can you speak a little bit about that?
Through Madam Chair, we support them in terms of incident management, in terms of connecting the right parties with the agencies, whether it be insurance, legal, privacy. And our immediate advice is to quickly contain any type of incident or breach. And then once we have that, they can definitely leverage our services to help with cost in terms of monitoring, patch management, and cyber awareness.
And to confirm, with each incident that arises, we're learning, we're doing a postmortem, and we're making sure that we're carrying those learnings forward across city agencies, boards, and commissions as we're able. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, Madam Chair, yeah, that is a fair statement. I think the goal really is we're going to always have incidents, but what's the priority of them? P1s are the ones that are, breaches that can impact service, but if they're in the P2 or P3 category, they're quickly contained and resolved.
Thank you. Thank you for your work. That's all for me. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. Any further questions for staff? All right, seeing none, are there any speakers on this item? And moved by Deputy Mayor Morley. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. Our next item is EX 27.10, FIFA World Cup 2026 Toronto Legacy Update. And we have one speaker, Waleed Kogali, Regent Park Neighborhood Association. Are you online?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 5 minutes. Please begin when you're ready, and we'll let you know when you're getting to time.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Malek. I'm just going to start off by acknowledging we had a long meeting today, but I'll start off by talking about this item. So specifically, so I sent a letter, and I'm just going to try to sum up the main core points that were in the letter. Specifically, I want to make sure that our council considers ensuring that investments related to FIFA World Cup advance equity, community benefits, and housing stability, avoiding displacements and gentrification pressures on vulnerable communities. And I'll speak to the impact of housing that is inaccessible for refugees and newcomers, specifically hotels, and then embedding accountable community benefits framework in all legacy plans. So the letter is long, but I'm just gonna try to sum up the main pieces. Firstly, when it comes to advancing equity and community benefits, we strongly urge that all legacy plans and investment decisions tied to the FIFA World Cup embed clear, accountable community benefits frameworks. These frameworks should prioritize local job creation and youth employment opportunities, especially for racialized and low-income communities, investment in community spaces, and recreation infrastructure that will continue to serve residents long after the event ends, and transparent public reporting and accountability measures to track benefits and community impact. Another point that we raised was preventing displacement and gentrification. We're deeply concerned about reports that some refugees currently being sheltered in hotels are being displaced due to hotels securing World Cup bookings. The city must work with other levels of government to ensure no one loses shelter or housing due to World Cup related pressures. Furthermore, it's essential that the city's planning approach includes anti-displacement measures to prevent gentrification pressures on low-income tenants, newcomers, and vulnerable communities, particularly in Toronto's downtown east. We also are calling for support for youth access and participation. Many young peoples across the downtown east and beyond have been mobilizing to collect petitions calling for free or low cost community tickets for youth to attend the FIFA World Cup games. These youth-led petitions represent a heartfelt appeal for inclusion to ensure that the very communities who have built Toronto's diverse soccer culture can experience this historic event firsthand. We recall that on June 12, 2025, during the Soccer Day in Toronto Community Celebration hosted at City Hall, youth and community advocates directly appealed to Mayor Olivia Chow for her leadership in ensuring access for local youth. Providing free community tickets will not only inspire the next generation to engage in sports, both recreationally and professionally, but will also demonstrate the city's commitment to equity and youth empowerment. We're also very grateful for the ongoing outreach efforts by Michael Brewer, who has been actively engaging youth in Regent Park and surrounding neighborhoods to discuss the World Cup and related community activities. His leadership exemplifies the kind of grassroots engagement that should be recognized and supported as part of the city's legacy planning. In conclusion, we want to emphasize that Toronto's participation in hosting the FIFA World Cup 2026 is a historic moment. It must also be a legacy of inclusion, where equity, housing, stability, and youth opportunity are as celebrated as the matches themselves. We therefore urge City Council to ensure that all FIFA-related investments and agreements explicitly include community benefit frameworks with measurable outcomes. The city commits to preventing displacement of refugees and vulnerable residents impacted by hotel bookings and related pressures. The city partners with youth organizations to allocate community access tickets so that local youth can participate in and be inspired by this global sporting event. I want to thank our Deputy Mayor for the opportunity to speak to this item, and I want to thank all of you for your leadership and commitment to ensuring that Toronto's role as a host city reflects our shared values of fairness, inclusion, and community well-being. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? All right, seeing none, thank you very much for joining us today, Waleed. Are there any questions for staff on this item? Any speakers on this item? All right, Deputy Mayor Morley to move the item. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. Our next item is EX 27.13, soft drink sponsorship agreement, Coca-Cola Canada, and we have two speakers on this item. First, we have Anthony Moranti, Oceania Canada, and he's online. Anthony, thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes, and please begin when you're ready. We'll let you know when you're getting to time.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
You're a little bit low on the sound. If you want to speak up or get close to the microphone.
Here, maybe this will be a little bit better. So,
yep, a bit better. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor and committee members. My name is Anthony Morante. I'm a senior plastics campaigner for Oceania, which is the world's largest ocean-focused conservation organization with a goal of eliminating unnecessary single-use plastics to protect our water. So I'm here today to flag agenda item 27.13, the soft drink sponsorship agreement with Coca-Cola Canada. Just flagging that this 5-year agreement as proposed, submitted by Coca-Cola, is completely out of step with the City of Toronto's official strategy for circular Toronto and must be rejected as proposed. Departments within the City of Toronto are working in silos and not properly communicating with each other, leading to potential missteps such as this proposal going through and working against the city's own advising and best practices. Parks and forestry have been plagued with cleaning up single-use plastics for decades now along our lakeshore, riverbeds, parks, and ravines. 311 has been burdened with countless complaints about garbage bins overflowing with single-use products, and solid waste management is facing increasing pressures about landfill capacities due to the excessive single-use products that do not complement GTA recycling and composting infrastructure. Yet you have on your agenda a proposal, from the largest beverage company in Canada seeking long-term sponsorship with one of Toronto's most visited locations. And this is the sustainability section of their proposal, which is found in Appendix A, simply suggests a few extra recycling bins and pro-recycling posters. Coca-Cola is named as the top polluting company in the world, and their single-use plastic products consistently rank as the most commonly found brand item on beach cleanups across Canada. The exhibition grounds receive millions of visitors annually, and locking in the grounds to a multi-year contract that is not properly addressing the waste generated on site is short-sighted. Refill and reuse requirements must be placed on any beverage company seeking to secure long-term supplier contracts with the City of Toronto and its affiliated properties. Refill and reuse creates a closed-loop system that are closed-loop systems that are zero waste and have long-term financial benefits, not limited to the decreased waste management costs, decreased site cleanup costs, decreased new product stock purchasing, and all while increasing consumer user experience. Coca-Cola Canada can provide reusable beverage systems when required by their business partners. As an example, the Toronto Zoo requires Coca-Cola to provide reusable cups in all concession areas. Better yet, this requirement meant that Coke had to develop a partnership with a local GTA-based reuse company and created local green jobs while also protecting the environment. The city can replicate this requirement and support Toronto businesses. Reuse is the best solution to plastic waste and is common practice in many other jurisdictions across Canada. For example, Banff, Victoria, Edmonton, and Montreal all have reuse requirement bylaws and target major event venues and on-site food and beverage service. Toronto's own single-use and takeaway item reduction strategy is exploring a reuse bylaw that would be a landmark in Canada. As the country's largest city, Toronto would set a new sustainability standard in North America, at par with cities like Paris and Berlin. Oceania conducted our own petition this past September and saw over 1,750 Torontonians sign on in support of a reuse bylaw, in addition to the numbers the City Bylaw Survey will present. At a workshop co-hosted by Oceania and the City of Toronto's FIFA World Cup 26 Secretariat this past March, we learned that the X grounds are a prime location to require reuse systems for food beverage service, and Toronto is home to multiple reuse vendors to fulfill this demand. Again, this not only protects the environment, but it forces and creates local green jobs and builds a circular economy. I will end by quoting the City of Toronto's own litter fact sheet. Quote, "The city's litter operations run 16 hours per day, 7 days a week. Litter costs the city millions of dollars a year to clean up and can have harmful effects on the environment and pose risks to both animals and people. Everyone has a role to play in keeping Toronto clean and safe." Everyone in this quote includes the decision makers in this room. This committee should be requiring all concessionaires seeking tender with the city to provide reuse systems going forward and stop flooding our waste stream with single-use products. Just as a fact from the federal government, plastics are recycled at less than 10%. It's even worse here in Ontario, and we need to stop buying this myth that recycling is sustainable.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we'll move on to our next speaker, Emily Alfred from the Toronto Environmental Alliance. Emily, you have 5 minutes. Please begin when you're ready, and we'll let you know when you're getting to time.
Hello, is this good? Great. Good afternoon, everyone. The members of the Executive Committee, I know that it's been a long day, but I'm happy to be here to talk about this issue. I echo a lot of the sentiments from the previous deputant, Anthony at Oceania Canada, raises some great points about the pollution impact of plastics. I'm from the Toronto Environmental Alliance. We're a nonprofit environmental organization. We have been working on waste and promoting a circular economy for more than 37 years in Toronto. And we've been really happy to see the city's recent efforts on addressing single-use and takeaway items with the bylaw that came into place last year has already had an impact on reducing those single-use items in litter. We're also happy to hear about future efforts to reduce single-use items, and we're looking forward to the staff report coming early in the new year. I'm also thrilled that last week, I was sitting in this chamber talking to this Infrastructure and Environment Committee about the circular economy roadmap and the city's strategy to move towards a circular economy, looking at reducing, reusing, and resource conservation as a way to build a resilient, local, sustainable green economy. So right now, we're looking at a city procurement opportunity. We're looking at city purchasing on a major city property. Exhibition Place is a large city property. It's got major event venues, a stadium, an arena, millions of visitors every year. And this is a really big opportunity to look at waste and sustainability plans in how the city runs publicly owned space. Also, Coca-Cola, as we know, and as we've just heard, is one of the largest beverage companies in the world. They are also the largest single-use plastic packaging polluter in the world, based on a lot of litter assessments and cleanups around the world. And we think that they can show real leadership to address single-use plastic. We think this is an opportunity to start the shift away from single-use drink packaging and disposables and towards zero-waste reusables, cups, and foodware. As Anthony mentioned, we know that Coca-Cola can do this. They have reusable cups at the Toronto Zoo. Coke actually also sponsored the reusable cups and dishes that were at the Paris Olympics, with millions of visitors, athletes, and staff ate food and consumed drinks completely waste-free at the Paris Olympics in 2024. And Coke sponsors reusable cup programs at Portland's Moda Center, a major arena in the US. We published a report earlier this year outlining the major environmental benefits and opportunity of adopting reusable cups at major sports and cultural events and venues. We calculated that if the FIFA World Cup 2026 events in Toronto next summer had reusable cups, more than 1.1 million disposables could be avoided. That's just over a 5-week tournament. So when we look at a large venue like Exhibition Place, all the many sporting events and cultural events that happen every year, we know that the shift to reuse is a really important opportunity. So we have some recommendations. We believe the city can lead by example, put into practice the sustainability and green economy strategies that have been in development over recent years. We believe the city should pursue a sustainability plan from Coca-Cola or request a sustainability plan from Coca-Cola that goes beyond provision of recycling bins and a few signs and includes commitments to reducing waste, shifting away from single-use packaged drinks and towards reusable and refillable options. We believe the city should direct Exhibition Place to align with the city's circular economy and single-use and takeaway items reduction strategy with a commitment to shift away from single-use items and towards zero-waste reusables and foodware at all Exhibition Place properties and events. We believe the city should recommit to leading by example in city-managed and city-owned properties and events. Whether the city is actually managing that or it's just tenants, it's a real opportunity. And I encourage you to examine the city procurement and decision-making processes to identify near-term and future opportunities to avoid this kind of misstep and this sort of misalignment with the city's long-term goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Are there any questions for the speaker? All right, seeing none. I just have a quick question for staff. We have the CFO from Exhibition Place here, and I just want to hear briefly the ways Exhibition Place has implemented circular economy practices, including reusables for its operations. And please introduce yourself.
Hi, Hardat Prasad, Exhibition Place CFO and Corporate Secretary.
So Hardat, if you would like just to hear a little bit more very briefly about the ways Exhibition Place has implemented circular economy practices, including reusables for its operations.
Through the chair, most of the catering events done at Exhibition Place, including the Care and Automotive Building, currently uses stainless steel flatware. We use glass to serve guests, and while the remainder of the events use compostable plates, bowls, and utensils, and reusable cups. Our Enercare food and beverage provider, the Oakview Group, also sell Coke products in 100% recyclable aluminum cans within their concession outlets. And Coca-Cola itself, they sell their Coke products through their vending machines at the exhibition place in bottles made from 100% recycled plastic, which support a circular economy. For plastic. The recycled plastic itself are collected by exhibition place and sent for processing to be grounded into small flakes that are used to make new bottles. As the chair of exhibition place, you're aware exhibition place is a leader in environmental sustainability, and Enercare has been awarded the LEED Gold certification by Canadian Green Building Council and also has received the Silver Award for a 3R certification from Recycling Council of Ontario, now named Circular Innovation Council. We continue to work with Coke to enhance our environmental and social program. Exhibition Place has also signed on to the Net Zero Carbon Event pledge to reduce emissions. So those are some of the stuff we currently have in place. We're always receptive to working with Coke to do more.
Thank you very much, Hardette. Are there any other questions for staff? All right, seeing none, we have speakers. I will speak first just to move my motion. Is that all right? So I do have a motion. It should be on the screen right now. It is echoing some of the calls that we've heard for Exhibition Place through the request to the CEO to pursue enhanced sustainability practices across all beverage food and beverage operations, of course, including Coca-Cola Coca-Cola Canada, including the environmental footprint through all the means that we have, innovation, collaboration, responsible resource management, with a focus on prioritizing reusables, and to report back to City Council through the board. I do want to thank Toronto Environmental Alliance and advocates for coming forward today to speak to this item, for the ongoing communication on this matter as the city prepares to host the FIFA World Cup. Working towards a circular economy is critical to meeting our climate leadership goals. When we have big opportunities like this, we can make sure that our dollars do double and triple duty in terms of our environmental leadership. And the city has that important role to lead and collaborate with other sectors to achieve these goals. Very proud to be the chair of Exhibition Place, and I know that there's a lot of work that continues to be pursued and that can be done so that at Exhibition Place there is not just a striving but an achievement of better standards through all possible means. I want to thank the Exhibition Place CEO and staff for taking up this work and to meet these challenges with an open-mindedness, but also a sense of enthusiasm about what's possible. Thank you very much. And next speaker is Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Malik. And I want to thank by beginning you, or begin by thanking you. It's been a long day. I want to begin by thanking you for the motion you've moved. I have been around this block for a little while, and I've got to be frank, I'm profoundly disappointed to see the state of environmental programs at Exhibition Place right now. In my first term of office, I was on the board of Exhibition Place, and the chair at that time, Deputy Mayor Pantalone, had a profound commitment to the environment, but he'd had several years to build it up. And, you know, as a result, the first urban wind project anywhere in North America took place at Exhibition Place. Some of the first massive solar programs and energy efficiency programs. The beginnings of green roof work, by the way, all took place at Exhibition Place. But the one nut we just struggled with all the time was that some of the operators at Exhibition Place, particularly the CNE, could not see their way to reducing waste. And the biggest culprits were always the soft drink industry. And I will remind you that it was a deliberate effort by the soft drink industry, Coca-Cola and Pepsi, to eliminate reuse in packaging in North America. In fact, students of history might want to look up a case, G. Perks versus Coca-Cola Pepsi-Cola, Her Majesty the Queen et al. At the Supreme Court of Canada, specifically on the fact that Coca-Cola deliberately closed all the bottle washing stations in North America, throwing hundreds of thousands of people out of jobs, polluting our lakes, rivers, and streams, and filling our landfills. The idea that we would sign an agreement with waste management criminal #1 on the continent is kind of upsetting to me. So I'm glad the environmental organizations are still pushing us to do better, and I want to put the staff at Exhibition Place on notice. Our eyes are on this, and you have to get back to where we used to be. And I'm really glad, Madam Deputy Mayor, that you're there as the chair to try to reverse a lot of lost ground that happened when Rob Ford and John Tory were mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Parks. Any other speakers? Councillor Inslee? Okay. All right. So on the motion in front of us, all those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. And then on the item, item as amended, all those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. Thank you very much. Sorry, we'll go to the top of the agenda. We have EX 27.3. And as far as I understand, all the motions are in order. Are there any questions to staff on this item? And speakers, Councillor Fletcher.
I just want to move the motion and apologize to our staff for sitting here so long today. I tried to quick release those earlier. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So for the motions in front of us. All right, all those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. Is that it? An item as amended. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. And our final item is EX 27.4, St. Clair-Old West Station and 2025 GO Expansion Program updates. Are there any questions for staff?
Yes.
Councillor Bravo.
Thank you. I have about 5 questions, so I'm combining them and I'm hoping that we can do this quickly. In 2019, the city's St. Clair Transportation Master Plan was completed. It noted the first element to be constructed would be the widening of St. Clair Avenue, as the replacement of the rail bridge over St. Clair was needed to accommodate electrification of GO and other rail improvements. Why was the bridge replacement and road widening deferred? And will there be additional costs associated with widening the bridge and road at a later date? And why isn't this work being coordinated to avoid having St. Clair Avenue closed multiple times?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, my name is Navi. I'm the Manager of Transit Infrastructure Projects in Transportation Services. You're right, Councillor. St. Clair widening, including the bridge widening, was part of the original proposed recommendations from the Transportation Master Plan. It was finally decided to drop this item because at the time of the TMP recommendations, the Smart Track station was not in the picture. And later on, when we reviewed the budget against the items that we wanted to deliver as part of this TMP, we realized that maximum bang for our bucks we get through delivering the maximum items within the available budget. And it had to do with the connectivity to this Smart Track station, so we could provide this connectivity to the new station, as well as have the sustainable transportation improvements in the area that the TMP had recommended.
So money was moved into Smart Track.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, if I could correct, the money was not moved to the Smart Track. It was just the new vision where we could provide this maximum connectivity to the station through other elements.
Except that what was deprived was the promise that was made to the community when the right-of-way was built, and that since 2010 has been an expectation that there would be road widening. So let me just continue. Given that deferring other TMP elements could have achieved greater overall cost savings while still including the St. Clair widening, why was this more cost-effective option not selected?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, as you can imagine, the St. Clair widening also involved the bridge widening
2 separate bridges for carrying additional tracks for Metrolinx, as well as the sort of the taking out of commission the TTC service and recommissioning it back. So it involved a lot more work than delivering the other elements. So when we sort of looked at the bigger picture, compared the budget with the elements, the number of elements we wanted to deliver, it was ultimately decided that, yeah, you know, the best connectivity that we could provide to the new station is through other elements.
So let's move on to what has Metrolinx confirmed the work is for that requires the disruption of the 512 streetcar, and this is, I guess, to ED of transit expansion.
So there are two portions through the deputy mayor. There are two portions of work that that will be occurring effectively from March of next year to May. They are doing the first series of abutments, which is effectively the structures on the sides of the 2 bridges that are going to be constructed. They're then going to stop that work during FIFA, and then they're going to restart the rest of the bridge replacements in 2027.
So why is the streetcar work scheduled to be disrupted twice? Is the first disruption urgent, or can it wait and be scheduled all together in spring of 2027? And didn't we just have a 512 disruption recently? And how long did that last?
Through the deputy mayor, to respond to your question, the initial work that was proposed by Metrolinx would have had the St. Clair streetcar shut down for effectively 18 months. It was through the staff work with them when we noticed that this would be a potential issue for the FIFA activities at St. Clair and Caledonia. So what we did was we took it upon ourselves to figure out a solution that avoided a long duration shutdown.
I want to get my final question in. So there's been flooding. Metrolinx construction and the Barrie Rail Corridor has resulted in flooding of properties in my ward. Has Metrolinx taken any responsibility and offered any restitution or support to the homeowners whose properties were flooded due to the clogged catch basins on Metrolinx property and failure of Metrolinx to implement site-specific stormwater management measures along the corridor?
Through the deputy mayor, we have not received any confirmation from Metrolinx on their actions with regards to the flooding. However, the city staff have advised Metrolinx via letter that they should be taking into consideration the effects that they've had on the community.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to speak to it unless others have
Great.
questions.
Are there any other questions for the first half? Okay, that's great. So Councillor Bravo first.
Thank you. I think you can tell that I'm frustrated. I think you can tell that the St. Clair right-of-way was something that was a real struggle for TTC to achieve. One of the promises that was made to the community of Davenport is that there would be widening of St. Clair. It's down to 1 lane under a bridge at Old Weston Road. It's a bottleneck, and it's kind of choking that community for 15 years. It's very frustrating that one of the first briefings I had when I came here showed me that because of the Smart Track station, which was supposed to be a Kitchener Go line, which is now shifting to an up line, which doesn't have any built-in fare integration between TTC and Metrolinx for the up. It's just this evolving challenge. And we're putting city money in to label this thing Smart Track. There are some benefits around road connections, but it's not serving this community from the perspective of all of the users of the road here. That is lead design. In fact, it's changing, iterating, and it's very challenging for the community to have any faith in this. We've been in many ways misled, it feels like, and that's what it feels like to my constituents when promises are made and they're not kept. And further, now we have a situation where the 512 streetcar is, being shut down for different reasons. At one point, over many months, we were trying to figure out why Metrolinx wanted a portion of it shut down at all when there was no construction. You know, I think that this is all requires attention, but I do want to share with my colleagues that there are properties, homeowners in a working class community, which that's who's beside a rail line. Let's just be clear. In terms of higher rates of asthma, generally over time lower income. These are small houses that were built to serve industrial areas, and these are the people whose properties were flooded because Metrolinx did not submit to the process that we have for engineers to review changes, removal of greenery, changes of grading, and it's been a huge struggle for my office to try to get a response. I think that it appears to me that they're willing to have residents absorb the liability for their failure to comply with processes to which the TTC submits. Right? We're not asking for a special standard, but the answer I got was, we're a Crown corporation, we can do whatever we want. And so I will be doing some work on this and bringing some motions to council just to demonstrate what we need to really ask for with respect to this community, with respect to obligations that Metrolinx should honor, and so we can start to rebuild faith with people in these neighborhoods. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I do have a motion I introduced earlier, and clerks, thanks in advance for putting that on the screen. As we're discussing GO expansion program updates, my ward has been promised a GO station at Park Lawn for the last number of years, and that delivery of that station is tied to a private developer. We have run into significant challenges as it relates to securing the future of that station, and the community continues to grow. It already is dense enough to justify higher order transit, and we have continued growth pressures in the community. We also have a situation where the provincial government has included Park Lawn GO as a priority major transit station area in the absence of any station or any work progressing or shovels in the ground. We also have a situation where the community is bottlenecked, and the delivery of the Park Lawn GO is a critical component of our transportation master plan for the Humber Bay Shores community. And I personally, as a local councillor who have been engaged deeply in many conversations since taking office, and frankly, prior to that, as a local resident and community member, have been deeply disappointed by the failures of the private-public partnerships with Metrolinx, and our community continues to be left behind as it relates to the delivery and securing of these stations and moving them forward. So my motion really just asks the appropriate staff to engage in further conversations through their assessment of this expansion program, to engage in intergovernmental discussions with the province about the prioritization of Park Lawn GO, and establishing a clear path to delivery, among other things. So we need this done in Etobicoke Lakeshore. This is one of the biggest challenges when I knocked on doors in this community, is how are we moving people in a high-rise, high-density area that has been justified based on higher order transit, that is not at this time moving forward. We needed it 10 years ago, and we can't wait another 10 years for a clear plan. So my ask here with my motion to staff is that we get a plan together and we figure out how we can get this done. So thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. That's my motion, and I hope my colleagues will support that work.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Morley. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I want to speak to support you, Deputy Mayor Morley, and I was just having a word with Councillor Perks, because I think that Councillor Carroll, Councillor Perks, Councillor Ainsley, and myself certainly remember the Park Lawn discussion and the approval of the OPA zoning, approval of that density based on the developer agreeing to build Park Lawn Station. If you go back and you look at the decision, that's exactly what it was. If you go back and you look at the debate, I'm sure we have that somewhere on YouTube, it is very clear that it, and I noticed Councillor Carroll just said, oh yes, that was the only reason why that amount of density was approved. The local councillor at the time wanted that. The local councillor, not you, Deputy Mayor, agreed to that. That was the only reason that that was approved with that proviso. So to hear that that is being reneged on or not being worked on, or there's a problem with that, is extremely disappointing and definitely not something you ever had your hand on, but something that this city, the planning department, everybody who approved this, I think you need help to explain that and exactly what went on and why that approval was made in the first place, because your hands are very clean. But somewhere along the line, this fell apart. It was never to fall apart. Nothing was to happen without that written in stone, and apparently it has not been. So certainly support you in your endeavor here.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Perks?
Since it seems to be my role to be the granddad who yells at clouds today, I want to finish the story that Councillor Fletcher was telling, because both Councillor Bravo and Deputy Mayor Morley are suffering from one simple fact, which is we used to, believe it or not, there was a time when the City of Toronto had seats on the board of what is now Metrolinx and used to be Go. And we used to actually have some kind of planning authority over transit and make sure that our land use matched the transportation capacity, and that Go projects actually were negotiated carefully with the City of Toronto, and we had transparency on them. This is what actually used to happen. And how did we lose it? We lost it so that John Tory could call a couple of Go stations Smart Track. He literally signed a deal. He signed a deal with the province of Ontario that said, we give up all planning authority. We give it all over to the province of Ontario. They decide what we do. And by the way, we pay for it. Just like, it's hard. Like I struggle. I lie awake at nights trying to figure out if that deal was worse or if the FIFA deal he signed was worse. History will prove one of them to be the worst, but they were both terrible.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Any other speakers on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll vote on the motion in front of us. All those in favor? Any opposed? Item as amended. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. And I believe that concludes our business for today. Thank you, everybody. Have a great evening.